Welcome, dear friends, to a world where stories whisk you away to magical and tranquil places. As the gentle glow of the cozy fireplace dances in the background, let this special time of year wrap you in calm and warmth. Allow yourself to relax, let go of your worries, and embrace this moment of peace. Sweet dreams await as you drift into the comforting embrace of our bedtime tales. Story 6. In a verdant forest where emerald canopies stretched high above and sunlight dappled the woodland floor in patches of gold, there lived a gathering of creatures whose lives were as intertwined as the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known to the whispers of the wind as Evergrove, was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like dappled shadows, shifting and elusive. As the story begins in the gentle embrace of spring, the air was filled with the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers and the symphony of birdsong. The forest was alive with the vibrant hues of nature, waking from its winter slumber. The protagonist of this tale, a wise old tortoise named Thistle, made his home beneath the roots of an ancient oak, its gnarled limbs reaching skyward as if to converse with the stars. Thistle was a creature of great wisdom, his mottled shell bearing the marks of time and tales untold. Despite his slow pace, he was swift of mind, and creatures from near and far would seek his counsel. One such creature was a young squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, and whose spirit was as lively as a babbling brook. One day, as the sun cast its warm glow over the forest, Pippin scampered up to Thistle's abode, his eyes wide with curiosity and concern. "Thistle," he chattered, "I've noticed something strange. The stream that flows through the heart of Evergrove has slowed to a trickle, and the fish seem troubled." Thistle, with his eyes half closed, listened intently, the weight of Pippin's words pressing gently against his thoughts. "Ah, my dear Pippin," he murmured, his voice as soothing as a lullaby carried on the breeze. "The forest speaks to us in many ways. This change in the stream is not merely a happenstance, but a message from the heart of Evergrove." Together, they journeyed to the stream, where the water, once a lively ribbon of silver, now whispered through the stones with a hesitant murmur. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the ancient tortoise to divine the cause of this imbalance. Thistle gazed at the glistening surface, his reflection rippling with the secrets of the ages. As Thistle pondered, a soft rustling in the underbrush announced the arrival of another creature, a gentle deer named Linden, whose eyes were pools of understanding and whose presence was as calming as the first snowfall of winter. "Thistle, I too have felt the change," she said, her voice a melody of concern. "The leaves speak of a disturbance in the cycle." Thistle nodded slowly, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place like leaves in autumn. "This is the work of a forgotten spell," he intoned quietly, "one that binds the seasons to the heart of our forest. It is a magic as old as the roots of the trees, and it seems to have been disrupted." With the wisdom passed down through generations, Thistle knew that the harmony of Evergrove depended on a delicate balance. The stream, the trees, the creatures, all were threads in the tapestry of life. He explained to Pippin and Linden that they must seek the source of this disruption to restore the natural order. The trio set off deeper into the forest, their path guided by the gentle glow of twilight. The air was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot was a comforting rhythm. As they journeyed, Thistle shared stories of the past, of how the forest once flourished under the care of its inhabitants, and the magic that wove through its veins like a gentle stream. Their path led them to a secluded glade, where the air shimmered with an ethereal light, and the trees swayed with an unseen melody. Here, the heart of Evergrove lay, a mystical pool whose waters mirrored the sky's ever-changing moods. It was here that the magic of the forest was strongest, and it was here that they would find their answers. With a deep breath, Thistle approached the pool, his reflection mingling with that of the ancient trees that stood sentinel around them. He closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, and reached out with his spirit to touch the essence of the forest. The waters of the pool began to stir, and from its depths a vision emerged, a vision of a forgotten storm, one that had raged through the forest long ago, uprooting trees and unsettling the balance. Its remnants, buried deep within the earth, had begun to stir once more, whispering to the stream and causing it to falter. Understanding dawned upon Thistle, as gentle as the first light of dawn. "We must remind the forest of its strength," he said softly, turning to Pippin and Linden. "We must awaken the memory of renewal and harmony." Together, they set about their task, calling upon the creatures of Evergrove to lend their voices to the forest song. The birds sang with renewed vigor, their melodies weaving through the branches like threads of golden sunlight. The rabbits and foxes, the owls and the moles, all added their presence to the symphony, each note a pledge to restore the balance. As their song reached a crescendo, the air shimmered with unseen magic, and the waters of the pool glowed with a light that seemed to come from within. The ancient spell, forgotten but not lost, unfurled its power, reaching through the forest to the very heart of the stream. With a sound like a sigh of relief, the stream began to flow once more, its waters sparkling with life and promise. The fish leapt in joyful arcs, and the forest breathed a sigh of contentment, its harmony restored. Thistle, with a gentle smile gracing his weathered face, turned to his friends. "The forest will remember," he said, his voice a quiet benediction, "and so shall we." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, Thistle, Pippin, and Linden made their way back to their homes. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming night flowers, and the stars began to twinkle like 1,000 tiny lanterns lighting their path. In the days that followed, the story of their journey spread through Evergrove, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring spirit of nature. The creatures of the forest continued to live in harmony, mindful of the lessons passed down through the ages. And so, as the seasons turned, and the forest sang with the music of life, Evergrove remained a place where magic and reality danced together, a timeless waltz that whispered softly through the trees. In this enchanted woodland, where the heart of nature beat strong and true, the wisdom of the ancients lived on, carried by the wind and the whispers of the leaves. Story 7? Story 8. In the gentle hum of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in an endless sea, there existed a small, peaceful planet named Leora. Its skies were painted with hues of lavender and gold, and its surface was a lush tapestry of emerald forests and sapphire lakes. Here the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flora, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang a lullaby to all who called it home. Among the inhabitants of Leora was a creature named Fen. With skin the color of sunlit jade and eyes that shimmered like polished opals, Fen was a being of the forest, known for his ability to communicate with the gentle creatures that dwelled there. His presence was as comforting as the warm glow of fireflies on a summer's eve. One serene afternoon, as Fen wandered along a mossy path, he stumbled upon something most unusual, a small spacecraft nestled awkwardly among the ferns and wildflowers. From it emerged a figure unlike any he had seen before, a tall, slender being with skin as silver as moonlight and eyes that mirrored the deep indigo of the night sky. Her name was Lyra, and she hailed from the distant planet of Astralin, a world of floating cities and crystalline oceans. Lyra looked around, her expression a blend of awe and trepidation. She had set out on a journey to explore the universe, seeking knowledge and connection. Yet now, stranded on this unfamiliar world, she felt a twinge of fear mingled with curiosity. Fen, sensing her unease, approached slowly, his demeanor as gentle as the breeze that rustled through the trees. "Hello," he greeted with a voice akin to a soft melody, hoping to soothe her apprehension. "Welcome to Leora. My name is Fen." Lyra's gaze met his, and for a brief moment they stood in silence, two souls from different worlds trying to bridge the chasm between them. "I am Lyra," she replied, her voice tinged with the music of distant stars. "I seem to have lost my way." Fen offered a reassuring smile, his heart warm with compassion. "Fear not, for you are welcome here. Let us find a way to help you." Despite their initial misunderstanding, Fen mistaking Lyra's initial hesitance for aloofness, and Lyra perceiving Fen's cautious approach as distrust, they soon discovered a shared curiosity that bridged their differences. Fen, with his gentle wisdom, guided Lyra through the vibrant forests, introducing her to the wonders of Leora, while Lyra shared tales of her travels among the stars, painting vivid pictures of her home with words that shimmered like the night sky. As days turned into weeks, their bond deepened. They faced challenges together, such as when a sudden storm threatened to uproot the fragile ecosystem where Fen lived. Lyra, using her advanced technology, devised a way to stabilize the weather patterns, saving the forest from devastation. In that moment, Fen realized the strength of their friendship lay not in their similarities, but in their willingness to understand and support one another. In return, when Lyra fell ill from a rare pollen that drifted through the air, Fen stayed by her side, tending to her with remedies crafted from the earth, whispering tales of the forest's resilience and strength. Through these shared adversities, they learned the true essence of companionship, a bond forged not by mere proximity, but by the hearts that beat in unison, even amidst the vastness of the universe. As Lyra's spacecraft was finally repaired, ready to take flight once more, she found herself reluctant to leave. Fen, too, felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of her departure, but he knew that true friendship meant allowing one another to follow their paths, even if they led to different stars. "Thank you," Lyra said, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she prepared to embark on her journey once more. "For showing me that even in a universe filled with countless stars, it is the connections between us that truly light the way." Fen nodded, his heart full yet peaceful. "And thank you, Lyra, for reminding me that understanding and kindness can bridge any distance." As Lyra's ship ascended into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering stardust in its wake, Fen watched until it became but a twinkle among the stars. Though they were now worlds apart, the friendship they had forged remained as bright and enduring as the constellations above. And so, under the vast, tranquil expanse of the cosmos, Fen returned to his forest, his heart alight with the warmth of their shared journey. With each step, he carried with him the gentle wisdom of their bond, a reminder that even across the stars, true friendship could be found, nurtured, and cherished. Thus, the gentle hum of the cosmos continued its symphony, and in its melody was the promise of endless connections, of hearts joined across the universe, echoing the timeless truth that kindness and understanding are the most powerful forces of all. Story 9. The Whispering Wind and the Enchanted Lantern. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, where the sky seemed to wrap itself around the earth like a comforting quilt, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her hair was as dark as the rich soil after a spring rain, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity that often led her into small adventures around her home. Leora's village was a place where stories wove through the air like the gentle breezes that rustled the leaves of the ancient trees, standing guard over the scattered cottages. The villagers spoke of many tales, but none as compelling as the one about the enchanted lantern that supposedly resided in the heart of the Whispering Woods. It was said that this lantern could illuminate the deepest truths and reveal paths hidden from ordinary sight. Many had ventured into the woods seeking it, yet none returned with the lantern or its glow to prove the tale true. The woods, with their towering trees and thick underbrush, seemed to swallow up secrets and silence those who dared to uncover them. Leora, with her insatiable curiosity, dreamed of finding the lantern. She often sat by the edge of the woods, listening to the soft murmurs of the trees as if they were sharing secrets with the wind. On one of these occasions, while the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Leora felt a peculiar tug in her heart, a whisper that seemed to call her by name. It was as though the woods themselves were inviting her to seek the lantern. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn peeking over the hills, Leora set off on her journey. She carried with her a small satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweet berry juice. Around her neck hung a simple pendant given to her by her grandmother, a token said to protect the wearer from harm. As she entered the Whispering Woods, she felt a gentle breeze caress her face, as if welcoming her into its fold. The woods were alive with sounds, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of unseen birds, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows that danced along the forest floor. Leora walked with purpose, her feet finding a natural rhythm as she followed the winding path deeper into the heart of the forest. As the day wore on and the shadows grew longer, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an old oak tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age, branches stretching out like arms reaching for the sky. At its base, nestled amid a bed of vibrant moss, was a small lantern. Its glass panes were etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. Leora approached the lantern with a mixture of awe and reverence. It was smaller than she had imagined, yet it radiated a warmth that enveloped her like a comforting embrace. As she reached out to touch it, a gentle voice drifted through the air, soft yet clear. "To see the truth, one must first look within," the voice said, as if carried on the breeze. Startled but unafraid, Leora paused, the lantern now cradled in her hands. She pondered the words, realizing that her journey was not just about finding the lantern, but about discovering something deeper within herself. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, allowing the tranquility of the forest to seep into her soul. When she opened her eyes, the forest appeared different. Colors seemed more vibrant, the air more alive, and she felt a profound connection to the world around her. It was as though the lantern had illuminated not just the path before her, but also the path within her heart. With renewed determination, Leora continued her journey. As she walked, the lantern's glow guided her through the woods, revealing hidden paths and secret glades. She encountered creatures of the forest, deer that watched her with gentle eyes, squirrels that chattered playfully, and birds whose songs filled the air with melodies of joy. As night fell, Leora found herself at the edge of a river that sparkled under the moonlight like a ribbon of silver. The lantern's light danced upon the water, creating ripples that seemed to whisper ancient songs. On the opposite bank stood a figure, cloaked in shadows, yet unmistakably familiar. It was her friend, Aiden, who had also ventured into the woods seeking the lantern. Aiden's journey had been different, filled with challenges and trials that tested his courage and resolve. He had nearly turned back many times, but the thought of Leora and the promise of the lantern's truth kept him moving forward. Seeing Leora, Aiden smiled, his face illuminated by the lantern's glow. "I knew I would find you here," he said, his voice warm with friendship and relief. Together, they sat by the river, sharing stories of their adventures and the lessons they had learned along the way. The lantern's light cast a cozy glow around them, warding off the chill of the night. As they talked, a gentle mist rose from the river, enveloping them in a soft, ethereal embrace. In that moment, Leora understood that the journey was not just about finding the lantern or unraveling its mysteries. It was about the friendships forged, the courage discovered, and the wisdom gained along the way. With the dawn of a new day, Leora and Aiden made their way back through the woods, the lantern guiding their steps. The forest seemed to part before them, as if acknowledging their newfound understanding and the bond that had deepened between them. When they returned to the village, the lantern's glow had faded, but its light remained within their hearts, forever a beacon of truth and friendship. And so, the tale of Leora and the enchanted lantern became another story whispered through the village, a gentle reminder that the greatest treasures are often found within ourselves and the friendships we cherish. As the villagers gathered by the fireside, they would tell of the girl who ventured into the woods and returned with more than just a lantern. She returned with a heart full of light and a soul enriched by the journey. Story 10. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the whispering wood, where the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Willowbrook was a place where magic fluttered on the breeze like dandelion seeds, and where the villagers lived in harmony with the enchanted creatures that called the forest home. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, cozy thatched cottages, and lush gardens that brimmed with herbs and flowers. Every morning, the dew shimmered on the leaves like tiny jewels, and the sound of birdsong drifted through the air, mingling with the gentle babble of the brook that wound its way through the village. In this peaceful haven lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her bright eyes and even brighter curiosity. She had a knack for noticing things that others might overlook, and her heart was as warm as the sun that painted the skies in hues of pink and gold at dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the village square, she noticed something peculiar. The leaves, which should have been a riot of vibrant reds and oranges, were instead a soft, shimmering silver. They glistened in the sunlight like tiny mirrors, casting playful spots of light that danced across the ground. Clara's brow furrowed in thoughtful puzzlement. She knelt to pick up one of the leaves, turning it over in her hands. It felt as delicate as a whisper, yet there was something undeniably magical about it. She sensed that this was no ordinary transformation. As she pondered the mystery of the silver leaves, a soft voice interrupted her thoughts. "Ah, you've found them too, I see," said a gentle, melodic voice. Clara looked up to see Mr. Thistle, the wise old owl who lived in the ancient oak at the edge of the village. Mr. Thistle was a beloved figure in Willowbrook, known for his vast knowledge and kind heart. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the wisdom of many moons. He fluttered down from his perch and landed gracefully beside Clara. "Mr. Thistle," Clara greeted him with a smile, "do you know why the leaves have turned silver?" The owl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "It is indeed a curious occurrence," he replied. "But I suspect it may have something to do with the silver wisp, a playful spirit known to wander these woods." "The silver wisp?" Clara echoed, her curiosity piqued. "Yes," Mr. Thistle continued. "The silver wisp is a creature of whimsy and light, known to weave spells of enchantment wherever it roams. It delights in creating puzzles and mysteries for those who are keen of eye and quick of wit." Clara felt a thrill of excitement flutter in her chest. "How do we find the silver wisp?" she asked eagerly. Mr. Thistle tilted his head, considering. "The wisp often leaves a trail of sparkling dew that leads to its hiding place. However, it is not always easy to see. You must look closely and trust in your heart's intuition." With a grateful nod, Clara set off into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle signs of magic. As she walked, the gentle crunch of leaves underfoot mingled with the murmurs of the forest, creating a symphony of soothing sounds. She soon noticed a faint glimmer on the path ahead, a silvery sheen that caught the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Clara followed the trail, her heart guiding her deeper into the woods. The path led her to a clearing where the air seemed to hum with magic. In the center stood a magnificent willow tree, its slender branches draped in silvery leaves that shimmered like moonlight on water. Beneath the tree danced a delicate figure, its form ever-changing, like a wisp of smoke caught in a breeze. Clara approached with quiet reverence, sensing she had found the silver wisp. The spirit paused in its dance, turning to regard her with eyes that sparkled like diamonds. "Greetings, kind spirit," Clara said softly. "I have come to understand the mystery of the silver leaves." The silver wisp tilted its head, a playful smile gracing its ethereal features. "A curious soul, are you not?" it replied, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. Clara nodded, her heart full of wonder. "Why have you turned the leaves silver?" The wisp's laughter was like the gentle rustle of leaves in a breeze. "I wish to remind the villagers of the magic that dances all around them, even in the smallest things. Sometimes we forget to look beyond the ordinary to see the extraordinary." Clara smiled, understanding the wisp's gentle lesson. "Thank you for your gift," she said. "I will share your message with the village." The silver wisp nodded, and with a graceful twirl, it vanished, leaving behind a cascade of shimmering light that settled like stardust on the ground. Clara made her way back to Willowbrook, her heart light with the magic she had encountered. She shared the story of the silver wisp with the villagers, who listened with wide eyes and open hearts. From that day on, the villagers of Willowbrook looked upon the world with a newfound sense of wonder. They cherished the beauty of the silver leaves and the reminder that magic was always near, waiting to be discovered. And so, as the seasons turned and the leaves shifted through their vibrant hues, the spirit of the silver wisp lingered in the hearts of all who called Willowbrook home, whispering its gentle reminder to see the magic in every moment. And so, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the glow of the magical forest, Clara and her village lived happily, ever after. Story 11. In a corner of the galaxy not often traveled, where stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the vast darkness, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the sky shimmered with hues of deep indigo and violet. The air was thick with the scent of blooming night flowers, their petals glowing softly like embers in the gentle breeze. On this planet lived a young Luminaran named Amara, renowned for her luminous wings that sparkled with the colors of the twilight sky. She had always been curious about the universe beyond her world, dreaming of the stars and the stories they held. Her village nestled among the bioluminescent trees, where homes were shaped from the living wood that hummed with an ancient song. Yet, despite the beauty of her home, Amara longed for adventure. One evening, as she sat by the glistening lake of mirrored stars, a strange object appeared in the sky, hurtling toward the planet with a brilliant streak of light. It crashed with a gentle thud not far from where she sat, sending a cascade of sparkling dust into the air. Amara's heart raced with excitement and a touch of fear as she approached the sight, her wings trembling with anticipation. Amidst the settling dust lay a peculiar creature, unlike any she had seen before. Its skin glimmered like polished silver, and its eyes were like pools of liquid gold. This was Orion, a traveler from the distant planet of Makara, a world where the inhabitants were part organic, part machine. Orion's ship had malfunctioned, casting him adrift across the cosmos until he landed here on Luminara. Amara approached cautiously, her voice soft and melodic. "Are you hurt?" she asked, her eyes wide with curiosity and concern. Orion, whose language was composed of gentle hums and rhythmic beeps, responded with a sound like the rustling of leaves in the wind. Though they did not share a common language, there was a gentle understanding in their eyes. Amara extended a hand, her touch warm against Orion's cool surface. With effort, the Makaran rose, his systems slowly recalibrating. Despite their differences, Amara and Orion found a way to communicate through gestures and shared actions. Amara showed Orion the wonders of her world, the luminescent forests and the serene lakes. In return, Orion shared holographic stories of his home, where towering cities gleamed under a sky of shifting metals. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. One day, as they wandered through the forest, Amara offered Orion a fruit she had gathered. Its glow was enchanting, but Orion, unaccustomed to organic food, hesitated. A simple misunderstanding, yet it caused an uncomfortable silence to settle between them. Amara, feeling hurt, flew off into the trees, her wings trailing light like the tail of a comet. That evening, Orion found Amara by the lake, her reflection shimmering in the starlit water. With a gentle hum, he projected an image of his planet's metallic gardens, where plants were nourished by light rather than soil. Understanding dawned on Amara. Orion's world was as different from hers as night from day. They were both explorers in each other's universe, learning to bridge the gap between their worlds. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm rolled in from the horizon, winds howling through the trees with a wild fury. Amara's wings, though strong, were not enough to withstand the storm's wrath. Orion, with his mechanical precision, constructed a shelter from fallen branches and leaves, creating a cocoon of safety against the storm's chaos. Inside they huddled together, Amara's light mingling with Orion's metallic sheen, the storm outside a distant roar. In that shared space, a profound understanding grew. Amara realized that friendship was not about similarities, but about acceptance and support. Orion, in turn, learned that organic life, with all its unpredictability, held a beauty that was both fragile and fierce. As the storm subsided, the sky cleared, revealing a tapestry of stars. Amara and Orion sat side by side, their eyes reflecting the cosmos above. In the silence of the night, Orion extended his hand, a gesture he had learned from Amara. She took it, her fingers warm against his cool metal, a simple connection that spoke of gratitude and understanding. Their friendship, forged in the fires of adventure and the quiet moments of reflection, became a beacon of light in their hearts. The misunderstandings they had encountered only strengthened their bond, teaching them the true meaning of companionship. As the days turned to weeks, and the weeks to months, Orion repaired his ship. Yet, as he prepared to leave, a part of him hesitated. Amara, sensing his reluctance, smiled softly. "You will always have a home here," she said, her voice like the whisper of the wind through the trees. Orion nodded, his eyes shimmering with a warmth that transcended words. With a gentle hum, he promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the world that had become a second home. As the ship rose into the twilight sky, its light mingling with the stars, Amara watched until it was but a twinkle in the vastness of space. She knew that no matter where Orion traveled, their friendship would endure, a thread woven through the tapestry of the universe. And so, on the planet of Luminara, under a sky of endless wonder, Amara's heart glowed with the warmth of friendship, a light brighter than any star. Story 13. In the quiet, gentle village of Elderglen, there nestled a grove of ancient trees at the edge of a shimmering lake. Among them stood a willow, its branches cascading like the delicate drapery of an emerald curtain. This willow was no ordinary tree. It was the Whispering Willow, a guardian of secrets and the keeper of magical tales that danced through the leaves, telling stories to those who would listen with an open heart. On a soft spring morning, when the sun was barely a golden yolk peeking over the horizon, a young girl named Lila ventured into the grove. Her auburn hair caught the early light, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 unasked questions. Lila was known throughout Elderglen for her inquisitive nature and her boundless imagination, which often led her to create fantastical tales about the world around her. As she approached the willow, the air around her seemed to hum with a gentle, melodic breeze. Lila had always felt a peculiar pull towards this tree, as if it beckoned her to uncover the mysteries it held within its leafy embrace. She sat down at its base, her fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss that carpeted the ground, and leaned against its sturdy trunk. To her surprise, a soft, whispering voice began to speak, so faint and melodic it was like the rustle of silk. "Welcome, dear Lila," it murmured. "I have been waiting for you." Startled yet intrigued, Lila whispered back, "Who are you?" "I am the spirit of the willow," the voice replied, "and I have a tale to tell, one that only you can hear and share." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement as she settled in to listen. Long ago the Whispering Willow began, when the world was young and magic flowed through the land like a river of stars. There existed a hidden realm within the heart of Elderglen. This realm was a sanctuary for all creatures of the forest, a place where harmony reigned and nature thrived in its most pristine form. It was called Luminalia, a world unseen by human eyes, guarded by the gentle spirit of the willow. But Luminalia was not just a refuge. It was a place of learning and growth, where beings of light and shadow coexisted, each contributing to the balance of life. The realm flourished under the care of its inhabitants, and time passed in a seamless dance of seasons. One day, a young spirit named Anwen, full of enthusiasm and kindness, decided to explore beyond the boundaries of Luminalia, curious about the world of humans. Anwen's heart was pure, her intentions noble, but the journey she embarked upon would change her in ways she never expected. As Lila listened, she could almost see Anwen's ethereal form twinkle like starlight, her presence a shimmering mirage of silver and gold. Anwen ventured into the human world with a heart full of wonder, her eyes wide with the marvels she encountered. She observed the bustling village life, the laughter of children, and the warmth of family gatherings. She saw the beauty of human creativity, their capacity for love and kindness, and was deeply moved. Yet, Anwen also witnessed the struggles and hardships that humans faced, their fears, doubts, and the sorrows that sometimes clouded their hearts. She saw how easily misunderstandings could lead to conflict, how differences could divide rather than unite. Anwen felt a deep desire to help, to bring the wisdom of Luminalia to the human world, to bridge the gap between their two realms. It was in this spirit of hope and compassion that Anwen decided to share a piece of Luminalia's magic with the humans. She crafted a delicate, glowing orb imbued with the essence of her world, a gift of light and understanding. Anwen believed that if humans could see the truth within themselves and each other, they would find the strength to overcome their challenges and create a world as harmonious as Luminalia. But as Anwen returned to Elderglen to present her gift, she discovered that the hidden realm was in peril. An imbalance had begun to unravel the delicate threads of magic that held Luminalia together. The creatures of the forest were losing their light, the vibrant colors of the land were fading, and a shadow of uncertainty loomed over the realm. Distraught, Anwen sought counsel from the elder spirits of the wood, wise beings who had guided Luminalia for centuries. They revealed that her journey to the human world had inadvertently disrupted the balance between the realms. In her absence, the connection that sustained Luminalia had weakened, and darkness had crept in, threatening to consume the light. Anwen was heartbroken, for she had only wanted to share the beauty and wisdom of her world. She realized that her journey had changed not only her, but also the very fabric of Luminalia. The only way to restore balance was to return the magic she had taken and strengthen the bond between the realms. Determined to make amends, Anwen returned to the village, hoping to retrieve the orb, but she found that it had already been discovered by the villagers, who were captivated by its luminescent glow. They believed it to be a blessing, a sign of hope in their troubled times. It brought them comfort and joy, and Anwen could see how much it meant to them. Faced with a difficult choice, Anwen realized that she could not simply take back the magic without causing further harm. She needed to find another way, a solution that would honor both worlds. And so, she sought the help of a young boy named Finn, the only human who could see her spirit form, and who had always believed in magic. Finn was a gentle soul with a heart full of dreams, much like Lila. He had often wandered the forests of Elderglen, searching for traces of the mystical realm he believed existed just beyond the veil of reality. When Anwen appeared to him, he was not afraid, but rather filled with awe and wonder. Together, Anwen and Finn devised a plan to restore balance. They would gather the villagers and share the story of Luminalia and the importance of protecting the magic that connected their worlds. Anwen would entrust the orb to Finn, who would become its guardian, ensuring that its light would be used wisely and that the bond between the realms would remain strong. On a starlit night, beneath the boughs of the whispering willow, Anwen and Finn called upon the villagers. Anwen revealed herself to them, her spirit shining like moonlight, and she spoke of Luminalia and the magic that flowed through the world. The villagers listened with open hearts, and as the story unfolded, they began to understand the significance of the gift they had received. Moved by Anwen's tale and Finn's sincerity, the villagers pledged to cherish the magic of the orb and to honor the connection between their world and Luminalia. They promised to protect the forests and the creatures that dwelled within, to live in harmony with nature, and to nurture the light of understanding within themselves and others. With their promise, the balance was restored, and Luminalia's light returned, brighter and more vibrant than before. Anwen's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she had brought about a transformation in both realms. She returned to Luminalia, her heart full of gratitude and hope, knowing that her actions had created a bond that would endure for generations. As Lila listened to the conclusion of the tale, she felt a warmth spread through her, as if the spirit of the willow had wrapped her in a gentle embrace. She understood that the story was not just about magic or realms beyond sight, but about the power of kindness, understanding, and the connections that bind us all. The whispering willow's voice grew softer, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "Remember, dear Lila," it whispered, "the magic of the world lies not in what we see, but in the kindness we share and the bonds we create. Let your heart be a beacon of light, just as Anwen's was, and the world will be all the brighter for it." With that, the whispering ceased, and the grove fell into a peaceful silence. Lila sat quietly for a moment, her heart full of wonder and inspiration. She rose, feeling as if she carried a piece of Luminalia within her, a light that would guide her as she shared her own stories with the world. As she made her way back to the village, the sun rose higher in the sky, casting a warm, golden glow over Elderglen. The whisper of the willow lingered in her mind, a reminder of the magic that resided in every heart and the power of a story well told. And so, with each step, Lila carried forward the tale of the Whispering Willow, a story of transformation, friendship, and the enduring light of understanding, a light that would never fade, as long as there were those willing to listen. Story 14. Story 15. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. She had a curious nature, always eager to explore the wonders of her surroundings. Her days were filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the melodious songs of woodland birds. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of magic and mystery by the fireside each night. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun poured golden light over the landscape, Lila wandered into the attic of her grandmother's cottage. Dust motes danced in the beams of light that filtered through the small window. Among old trunks and forgotten memories, something caught her eye. A small, ornately carved wooden box nestled beneath a pile of faded quilts. With careful fingers, Lila opened the box, revealing a glimmering silver locket. It was intricately designed, with delicate vines etched across its surface. As she held it in her palm, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a gentle pulse, almost as if it held a heartbeat of its own. Intrigued, she fastened the locket around her neck. The moment the clasp clicked shut, the room seemed to shimmer with a soft glow. Lila gasped as she noticed faint, wispy figures beginning to take shape around her, glowing, ethereal beings flitting like whispers in the air. They were the spirits of the locket, and each carried a piece of ancient wisdom. One spirit, with eyes like bright stars, spoke in a voice that was both comforting and melodious. "Dear Lila," it said, "this locket bears the power to reveal the hidden magic within ordinary things. It is a gift that must be used with care and kindness." With her heart full of wonder, Lila thanked the spirits. From that day on, she saw the world through new eyes. The brook by her house sang tales of the past, and the oak trees whispered secrets of the forest. She marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around her, each thread a story waiting to be told. But with this newfound magic came a challenge. The village was facing a drought, and the once bountiful stream that nourished the fields had dwindled to a mere trickle. The townsfolk were growing worried, and their spirits were as dry as the earth itself. Lila knew she had to help. Remembering the spirit's words, she set out on a journey to find the source of the stream. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the air grew cool and fragrant with pine. She followed the meandering path of the dry riverbed until it led her to a clearing. In the heart of the clearing stood an ancient willow tree, its roots entwined with the stones of an old well. The willow seemed to be weeping, its branches drooping low. Lila approached with reverence and placed a gentle hand on its trunk. The locket began to glow, revealing the spirit of the willow. "Dear child," sighed the willow spirit, its voice a soft rustle of leaves, "the balance of our world has been disturbed. The source of the stream lies beneath me, but it is blocked by stones that have shifted over time." Understanding dawned upon Lila. Here was the heart of the forest's magic, hindered by nature's own hand. But no force could solve this. It required wisdom and patience. Lila pondered deeply, recalling the stories her grandmother shared, tales of harmony and cooperation. She decided to seek the help of the forest creatures, those who knew its secrets. She called upon the beavers, known for their skill in shaping the land. With her gentle guidance, they set to work, moving stones with care and precision, guided by the wisdom Lila had shared. As the last stone was gently rolled away, a rush of clear, sparkling water burst forth, dancing over rocks and roots. The forest hummed with joy, the air filled with the music of 1,000 tiny streams. The willow lifted its branches, and the spirit's gratitude filled Lila's heart with warmth. Returning to Willowbrook, Lila watched as the stream flowed back into the village, bringing life to the fields and hope to the people. Laughter and song filled the air as the villagers celebrated the return of their lifeblood. That night, as the fire crackled warmly, Lila sat by her grandmother's side, the locket resting softly against her heart. She understood now that magic was not just in the locket, but in the connections we forge, the wisdom we share, and the kindness we show. And so, in the gentle embrace of the night, with the forest spirits whispering good night, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world and the magic within us all. Story 16. Story 17. In the heart of the vast and whispering greenwood, where ancient trees stood tall and wise, there was a small, unassuming village named Windmere. The village was cradled by the forest's embrace, its edges kissed by the gentle lapping of the nearby Silverstream River, which glimmered like liquid starlight under the moon. The villagers lived in quaint cottages with thatched roofs, and their days flowed with the rhythm of nature, the rustling of leaves, the babble of brook water, and the symphony of birdsong. In this village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes as bright and blue as the spring sky. He had a knack for finding wonder in the ordinary, and his heart was always open to the stories the wind carried. Finn lived with his grandmother, a wise old woman with a gentle smile and hands that never tired of weaving tales as she knitted by the fire. One chill autumn evening, as the fire crackled warmly in their hearth and shadows danced upon the walls, Finn's grandmother told him of a magical object hidden deep within the greenwood, a compass unlike any other. This compass, she said, didn't point north, but instead guided its bearer to what they truly needed, be it courage, wisdom, or even a lost friend. It was a relic of the forest, passed down by the ancient dryads themselves, intended for those pure of heart. Finn's eyes sparkled with the glow of the flames as he listened. The idea of such a compass captured his imagination, and he felt a pull, a gentle urging to seek it out, not for the sake of adventure alone, but for the deep sense of purpose that stirred within him. His grandmother, sensing his burgeoning resolve, smiled softly and reminded him of the virtues of patience and kindness. The next morning, wrapped in the golden light of dawn, Finn set off into the greenwood with a small satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweet berry juice. As he stepped beneath the canopy of trees, the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves seemed to whisper encouragement. The sun dappled the forest floor, and the path ahead was veiled in mystery and promise. As Finn wandered deeper into the woods, he marveled at the hidden world that unfolded around him. The forest was alive with secrets. Tiny flowers peeked shyly from beneath ferns, and mushrooms formed fairy rings in shaded glens. Squirrels chattered playfully as they leaped between branches, and a family of deer watched him with curious, gentle eyes. It was amidst this vibrant tapestry of life that Finn encountered his first companion, a clever, amber-eyed fox named Lyra. Lyra had been quietly observing Finn from afar, intrigued by the boy's gentle nature and the melody in his heart. With a graceful bound, she joined him on the path, her presence a comforting warmth in the cool forest air. "Are you searching for the compass?" Lyra asked, her voice as soft and fluid as the brook's song. Finn nodded, surprised yet delighted by her company. "Yes," he replied. "I seek it not for riches or fame, but to find what my heart truly needs." Lyra nodded, approving of his sincerity. "Then I shall guide you, for the forest is vast and full of wonders, but also dangers." With Lyra's guidance, Finn's journey took on a new rhythm. Together, they navigated the winding trails and crossed the silver streams. Lyra knew the forest well, and she shared stories of the creatures that dwelled within its depths. The old owl who kept the wisdom of the woods, the playful otters who danced in the river, and the stately stag who watched over all with a noble heart. As they ventured further, Finn and Lyra encountered a challenge, a swift and treacherous river that barred their path. The waters roared with a fervor that spoke of distant storms, and the stones beneath the surface were slick and unsteady. Finn hesitated, uncertainty clouding his resolve. "Do not fear," whispered Lyra, her gaze steady and calm. "Trust in the strength within you and the kindness that guides your steps." Taking a deep breath, Finn nodded. He remembered his grandmother's words, and with renewed courage, he carefully made his way across, feeling the river's force but also the reassuring presence of Lyra beside him. Step by step, they reached the other side, triumphant and stronger for having faced the challenge together. With each trial they overcame, Finn felt himself changing, growing not just in courage but in understanding. He learned to listen to the forest, to hear the stories the trees told in their rustling leaves, and to appreciate the delicate balance of life that surrounded him. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lyra arrived at a clearing. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air was thick with the scent of lilacs and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled oak, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. Beneath the oak's sprawling canopy lay a small, unassuming stone, covered in intricate carvings that glimmered faintly in the twilight. There was an energy about it, a gentle hum that resonated with the pulse of the earth. Finn approached it with reverence, sensing that this was the heart of the forest, where the compass was hidden. As he knelt beside the stone, he felt a warmth spread through him, a comforting embrace that spoke of home and belonging. And then, from beneath the stone, a soft light emerged, revealing the compass, a simple yet exquisite artifact with a needle that shimmered like liquid gold. Finn held the compass in his hands, feeling its gentle weight and the warmth it radiated. As he gazed into its depths, the needle began to move, not with the erratic dance of a magnetic pull, but with a gentle, purposeful grace, pointing him towards what his heart sought most. With Lyra by his side, Finn followed the compass's guidance, feeling a quiet certainty blossoming within. The journey led them through the forest, each step revealing more of its enchanting beauty. A hidden waterfall that sparkled like a cascade of diamonds, a meadow where fireflies danced in the twilight, and an ancient grove where the air was alive with the songs of crickets. Their path eventually brought them to a hidden glen, where the forest opened up to reveal a tranquil pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the starlit sky. It was here that Finn felt the compass's pull grow strongest, guiding him not to an object or treasure, but to a realization deep within himself. Kneeling by the pond's edge, Finn gazed into the water, seeing his reflection surrounded by the beauty of the night. In that moment, he understood that the compass had led him to his own heart, to the courage and kindness that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. Lyra, standing beside him, nodded with a knowing smile. The true magic of the compass is not in what it finds, but in what it reveals within you. Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through him like the golden glow of dawn. He realized that the journey had changed him, not by bringing him something new, but by helping him uncover the strength and wisdom that had always been a part of him. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn and Lyra began their journey back to the village. The forest, which had once seemed vast and mysterious, now felt like an old friend, its paths familiar and welcoming. As they walked beneath the canopy of stars, Finn knew that he would carry the lessons of the forest with him always, a compass guiding him through life's journey. When Finn returned to Windmere, he found his grandmother waiting by the door, her eyes bright with joy and pride. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change in him, the quiet strength and understanding that had blossomed during his adventure. Finn shared his story with her, speaking of the compass and the forest, of the trials he had faced and the friends he had made. His grandmother listened with a gentle smile, her heart full of peace, knowing that her grandson had found what he truly needed. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Finn and his grandmother sat together, the warmth of their home wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. Outside, the wind sang a lullaby through the trees, and the stars watched over the village with a gentle, twinkling gaze. And so, in the quiet of the night, with the compass safely tucked away as a reminder of his journey, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the whispers of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. And in his heart, the compass's light continued to shine, guiding him always towards the courage and kindness that would see him through whatever paths lay ahead. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a village where rainbows danced across the sky and teacups sang merry tunes, there lived a most peculiar family, the Tinglesprockets. At the head of this whimsical clan was old Mr. Tinglesprocket, whose mustache could tie itself into perfect bows and whose belly laugh shook the very foundations of their cozy cottage. His wife, Mrs. Tinglesprocket, was a masterful baker whose pies could make even the sourest lemon smile with delight. Their daughter, Juniper, had hair the color of ripened blueberries and a penchant for speaking in riddles that left everyone utterly befuddled, yet charmed. And finally, there was young Teddy, the youngest Tinglesprocket, who could wiggle his ears so rapidly that he could take flight like a playful butterfly. One crisp autumn morning, as the family sat down for their customary breakfast of rainbow-swirled porridge, a most peculiar incident occurred. Teddy's ear-wiggling had grown so out of control that his entire body began to levitate off the ground. "Oh dear," exclaimed Mrs. Tinglesprocket, clasping her flour-dusted hands together. "It seems our little Teddy has caught a case of the flutter-wiggle flurries." Mr. Tinglesprocket stroked his bow-tied mustache thoughtfully. "Ah, yes, a rare and whimsical affliction indeed. But worry not, my dears, for I know just the remedy." with a twinkle in his eye, he led the family into the enchanted garden behind their cottage, where a magnificent tree stood tall, its branches heavy with glistening glass apples. "These are no ordinary apples," Mr. Tinglesprocket explained. "They are the fabled twizzle-twist fruits, grown only in this very garden. One bite, and Teddy's flutter-wiggle flurries will be cured." Juniper, ever the riddler, stepped forward with a mischievous grin. "But how to reach the highest branches, where the ripest twizzle-twist fruits grow? For even Teddy's wiggly ears cannot lift us that high." Just then, a friendly badger wearing a tiny top hat emerged from a nearby burrow. "Perhaps I can be of assistance?" he said, tipping his hat politely. With a wave of his paw, the badger conjured a ladder crafted from taffy, its sweet aroma wafting through the air. Up the sticky rungs climbed Juniper, plucking the plumpest twizzle-twist fruit from the highest branch. Teddy took a hesitant bite, and to everyone's delight, his flutter-wiggle flurries melted away like a dream upon waking. His feet touched the ground once more, and he let out a joyous giggle that filled the garden with warmth and wonder. As a gesture of gratitude, Mrs. Tinglesprocket presented the badger with one of her famous pies, its flaky crust and tangy filling sending his whiskers into a happy dance. From that day on, the Tinglesprockets made sure to keep a steady supply of twizzle-twist fruits on hand, just in case any more flutter-wiggle flurries should strike. And whenever they gathered around the table for a meal, laughter and riddles and ear-wiggling antics filled the air, reminding them that even the most peculiar of problems could be solved with a little creativity, a dash of magic, and an abundance of love and friendship. Story 19. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was perpetually infused with the sweet scent of pine and earth, there existed a hidden world. This world thrived in the delicate balance of nature's eternal dance, with creatures as gentle as the murmuring brook and as wise as the oldest oak. The forest was a tapestry woven with sunlight and shadow, where the verdant canopy above played host to a symphony of rustling leaves and the melodious songs of birds. In this enchanted realm, the seasons were not mere divisions of time, but living, breathing entities that imbued the forest with their own magical phenomena. As autumn descended upon the land, the forest transformed into a mosaic of gold, crimson, and amber. The crisp air carried a hint of wood smoke, mingling with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. It was during this time of change that the creatures of the forest gathered for their most sacred tradition, a meeting known as the Gathering of Seasons. Among the forest's inhabitants was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's lore, entrusted with the wisdom passed down through generations. His slow, deliberate movements belied the sharpness of his mind, and his kind eyes gleamed with the knowledge of ages. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Thistle made his way to a clearing nestled deep within the forest. There, the gentle rustle of grass announced the arrival of other creatures, each with their own role in maintaining the forest's harmony. There was Willow, the graceful deer whose antlers were adorned with twinkling fireflies, casting a soft glow in the gathering dusk. Beside her stood Bramble, the clever fox with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves, his eyes sparkling with mischief and warmth. As the last rays of sunlight faded, a figure appeared, gliding silently through the air. It was Luna, the wise owl, her feathers as soft and silent as falling snow. She perched on a low branch, her golden eyes surveying the assembly with a serene gaze. The gathering of seasons began with Thistle's gentle voice, carrying through the clearing like the soothing murmur of a distant stream. "We are the stewards of this forest," he began, "entrusted with the balance that sustains us all. As we gather tonight, let us renew our vows to care for our home and each other." The creatures listened intently, their hearts attuned to the ancient wisdom that bound them together. Thistle spoke of the magic inherent in each season, the way spring's gentle rains awakened the sleeping earth, summer's warmth nourished the land, autumn's harvest prepared them for the lean months ahead, and winter's stillness offered rest and reflection. "Our magic is intertwined with the cycles of nature," Thistle continued, "and it is through our unity that we ensure the harmony of this forest." As he spoke, the air shimmered with a quiet enchantment, and the creatures felt the forest pulse with life. Willow stepped forward, her voice as soft as a breeze through the trees. "We have long lived in accord with the seasons," she said, "each of us playing our part. Let us continue to cherish this balance, for it is the source of our strength." Bramble, with a playful grin, added, "And let us not forget the joy that comes from our friendship. Together, we are more than the sum of our parts." Luna, her voice a gentle hoot, concluded, "Wisdom grows when shared, and love multiplies when given freely. These are the gifts we offer to one another and to our forest." As the night deepened, the creatures shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the warmth of companionship. The gentle glow of the fireflies danced around them, casting a tapestry of light and shadow that mirrored the very essence of the forest. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, they knew that their unity was as enduring as the ancient trees themselves. The gathering of seasons was a testament to the harmony they upheld, a reminder that through wisdom, friendship, and love, they could weather any storm. As dawn approached, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts filled with the quiet assurance of their place in the great cycle of life. The forest, bathed in the soft glow of early morning light, seemed to sigh in contentment, cradling its inhabitants in a gentle embrace. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, its hidden lives intertwined in an unbreakable bond of harmony and peace. The magic of the seasons flowed through its veins, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom and friendship, whispered from one generation to the next. Story 20. Title: The Lantern of Luminara. In a small village, nestled between the whispering forests of Elderglow and the shimmering shores of Lake Serendipity, there lived a young boy named Rowan. His heart was ever curious, and his eyes, the color of the twilight sky, twinkled with the promise of adventure. Rowan lived with his grandmother, a wise woman who had woven many tales of wonder and mystery into the tapestry of his dreams. Among all her stories, one spoke of a magical object known as the Lantern of Luminara, hidden deep within the heart of Elderglow. The lantern, she said, was no ordinary light. It was a beacon of hope and wisdom, capable of illuminating the truth hidden in the shadows. It had the power to reveal the unseen and guide those who were lost. But most importantly, it was said to be a friend to the lonely and a comfort to the weary. One chilly evening, as the winds played a gentle lullaby through the rustling leaves, Rowan sat by the hearth, listening to his grandmother recount this tale once more. The fire's warmth wrapped around him like a tender embrace, and the glow danced across the walls, casting playful shadows that leaped and twirled with each flicker. "Tell me, grandmother," Rowan asked, his voice barely above a whisper, "is the lantern real?" His grandmother chuckled softly, her eyes crinkling with the kind of warmth that only years of love and laughter could carve. "In every story lies a seed of truth, dear Rowan. Whether it grows into reality is up to the heart that believes." That night, as Rowan lay cocooned in the soft embrace of his quilt, he dreamed of the lantern. It floated in the air, its light a gentle glow that painted the world in hues of peace and wonder. When he awoke, the dream lingered like a sweet melody, urging him to seek the truth of the tale. With the first blush of dawn kissing the sky, Rowan set out towards the forest. The path to Elderglow was one he knew well, lined with ancient oaks whose gnarled branches seemed to wave him onward. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of autumn leaves, while the morning mist clung to the ground like a silken veil. As Rowan ventured deeper, the forest came alive with the symphony of nature. Birds sang their morning songs, and the gentle rustle of small creatures scurrying through the underbrush accompanied his footsteps. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting golden patches on the forest floor that danced with the breeze. Rowan's heart swelled with the beauty of it all, but beneath his wonder lay a flicker of uncertainty. How would he find the lantern? Was it truly hidden in these woods, or was it merely a figment of imagination? His musings were interrupted by a soft, musical voice. "Rowan," it called, gentle as the whisper of leaves. Startled, he turned to see a small creature perched on a moss-covered rock. It was a squirrel, but unlike any he had seen before. Its fur was a rich auburn, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. "I am Lyra," the squirrel introduced herself with a graceful nod. I have watched you, young seeker, and I sense the longing in your heart. You seek the lantern, do you not? Rowan nodded, wonder mingling with disbelief. Yes, but how did you know? Lyra's eyes twinkled with a mischievous light. The forest has many eyes and ears, dear Rowan. It listens and watches over those who tread its paths with an open heart. I can guide you if you wish. Grateful for the unexpected companionship, Rowan agreed, and together they journeyed deeper into Elderglow. As they walked, Lyra shared tales of the forest, stories of hidden groves where time stood still, and of ancient trees that whispered secrets to those who could hear. The day wore on, and as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and amber, they reached a small clearing. At its center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Nestled among its roots was a small hollow nook, and within it something glimmered faintly. Rowan approached with bated breath, the forest hushed around him as if holding its breath in anticipation. As he knelt before the tree and peered into the nook, his heart leaped with joy. There it was, the lantern of Luminara, its glass casing etched with intricate patterns that shimmered in the fading light. Gently, Rowan lifted the lantern, its surface cool and smooth against his fingers. As he cradled it, a gentle warmth spread through him, and the lantern began to glow softly, casting a serene light that enveloped the clearing. "Thank you, Lyra," Rowan whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. The squirrel nodded, her eyes soft with approval. "The lantern is yours now, Rowan. May its light guide you always." With the lantern in his hands, Rowan felt a sense of completeness, as if he had found a long-lost friend. As they made their way back through the forest, the lantern's glow illuminated their path, casting a warm halo that seemed to hold the darkness at bay. Returning to the village, Rowan found his grandmother waiting by the door, her face alight with a knowing smile. "I see you have found your truth," she said, her voice a gentle caress. Rowan nodded, his heart overflowing with warmth. Yes, and it was more beautiful than I ever imagined. That night, as Rowan lay in bed with the lantern by his side, he felt a deep peace settle within him. The lantern's glow was a gentle lullaby, lulling him into a dreamless sleep, where the only sound was the soft murmur of the wind and the distant echo of the forest's song. In the days that followed, Rowan discovered that the lantern was more than just a source of light. It seemed to have a life of its own, responding to his thoughts and emotions. When he felt doubt or fear, its light would brighten, filling the room with a comforting warmth. When he felt joy or peace, its glow would soften, casting a serene luminescence that enveloped everything in its gentle embrace. One evening, as Rowan and his grandmother sat by the fire, he asked her about the lantern's origins. Her eyes twinkled with the same light that danced within the lantern. The lantern of Luminara was crafted long ago by the guardians of light, beings of great wisdom who lived in harmony with the world. They imbued it with their knowledge and love so that it might guide those who seek truth and friendship. Rowan listened intently, his swelling with the weight of the lantern's legacy. "Will it always be with me?" he asked, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. His grandmother placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "The lantern will remain as long as you need it, Rowan. Its light is a reflection of your heart, and as long as you hold on to the values it represents, it will never truly leave you." With each passing day, Rowan's bond with the lantern grew stronger. He began to notice subtle changes within himself. The doubts and fears that had once clouded his mind seemed to dissipate, replaced by a newfound confidence and clarity. He also found himself drawn to the forest more often, spending hours exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories it had to tell. His friendship with Lyra deepened, and together they uncovered the forest's secrets. From the hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors to the crystal-clear springs that mirrored the sky. One afternoon, as they sat by a babbling brook, Lyra turned to Rowan with a thoughtful expression. "There is something I must show you," she said, her voice a soft murmur above the water's song. Curious, Rowan followed her deeper into the forest, until they reached a secluded grove. At its center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with strange symbols that seemed to pulse with an inner light. "This is the Circle of Echoes," Lyra explained. "It is a place of reflection, where one can hear the whispers of the past and the echoes of the future. The lantern will reveal its true power here. Rowan stepped into the circle, the lantern held aloft. As its light bathed the stones, the symbols glowed brighter, and a gentle hum filled the air, vibrating through the ground and up into his very bones. Images began to form in the air around him, like visions woven from light and mist. He saw the village, its people living in harmony and peace. He saw himself, older and wiser, guiding others with the same kindness and wisdom he had learned from his grandmother. But he also saw shadows creeping at the edges, a darkness that threatened to envelop the light. It whispered of fear and doubt, of division and loneliness. Rowan's heart clenched at the sight, but the lantern's light flared, banishing the shadows and revealing a path forward. It was a path of unity and understanding, of friendship and love. As the visions faded, Rowan felt a sense of resolve settle within him. He understood now that the lantern's true power was not just in its ability to illuminate the visible world, but in its capacity to light the path of the heart, to guide and inspire. With Lyra by his side, Rowan returned to the village, the lantern's glow a beacon of hope. He shared his experiences with the villagers, speaking of the importance of community and understanding, of the strength that lay in friendship and unity. His words resonated deeply, and the villagers began to gather more often, sharing stories and laughter, supporting one another through both joy and hardship. Rowan's grandmother watched with pride, her heart full of love for her grandson, who had embraced the lantern's legacy and made it his own. In the years that followed, Rowan grew into a wise and compassionate leader, his bond with the lantern and the forest unbroken. The village flourished, a testament to the power of hope and friendship. And though the lantern remained with him, guiding and comforting, Rowan knew that its light was not just his to keep. It was a gift to be shared, a beacon for all who sought the truth and the warmth of friendship. As the sun set on another day, Rowan stood at the edge of the forest, the lantern's light casting a gentle glow over the world. He felt the wind's soft caress, heard the forest's eternal song, and knew that he was never truly alone. In the quiet of the evening, the lantern whispered promises of new beginnings and endless possibilities. And as Rowan turned to walk back to the village, he carried with him the knowledge that the true magic of the lantern lay not in its light, but in the love and friendship it inspired. And so, the lantern of Luminara continued to shine, its glow a gentle reminder that even in the darkest of times, a single light can illuminate the way, guiding all who seek its warmth and wisdom towards a brighter, more harmonious future. Story 21. The Whispering Woods and the Luminous Stone. Once upon a time, nestled in a verdant valley cradled by misty mountains, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to flow like the gentle brook that meandered through the village square, its waters sparkling under the dappled sunlight. This was a community where each cottage had its own patch of garden, bursting with wildflowers that filled the air with a sweet, earthy fragrance. Beyond the village, the Whispering Woods stretched out like an emerald sea, its towering trees stirring softly in the breeze, their leaves rustling secrets to anyone willing to listen. In Elderglen lived a young girl named Lyra. She was known for her curious nature and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Lyra had a mane of curly auburn hair that seemed to dance with every step she took. Her eyes were a deep shade of hazel, ever watchful and always bright with wonder. Lyra's days were filled with adventure, exploring the winding paths of the village, befriending the creatures that called the Whispering Woods home, and pondering the mysteries of the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was cloaked in a blanket of golden leaves, and the air was ripe with the scent of apples ready for harvest, Lyra set out on a journey that would change her life forever. She had heard tales from the village elders of a hidden world within the woods that could only be discovered by those pure of heart and rich in imagination. It was said that within this world lay a magical object, a luminous stone that held the power to illuminate the darkest of paths and reveal the deepest of truths. With a heart full of excitement and a satchel packed with a loaf of bread, a flask of cider, and a small lantern, Lyra made her way to the edge of the Whispering Woods. As she stepped beneath the canopy of ancient oaks and maples, the world seemed to hush, enfolding her in a cocoon of tranquility. Sunlight trickled through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the chirping of crickets and the soft crooning of doves. Lyra had ventured deep into the woods many times before, but today felt different. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something magical to unfold. Guided by an instinct she could not explain, Lyra followed a narrow path that twisted and turned like a ribbon through the forest. As she walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around her, the moss-covered stones, the delicate ferns swaying gently in the breeze, and the occasional flash of a rabbit's tail as it darted into the underbrush. After hours of wandering, just as the sun began its descent into the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and lavender, Lyra came upon a glade unlike any she had seen before. It was a perfect circle, surrounded by towering trees whose branches arched overhead, forming a natural cathedral. In the center of the glade, nestled amidst a bed of soft clover, lay a stone that glowed with a gentle, ethereal light. The stone was no larger than an apple, yet its luminescence was such that it bathed the entire glade in a warm, golden glow. It was as if a piece of the sun had fallen to earth, its radiance undiminished by the shadows of night. Lyra approached the stone with a sense of reverence, her heart pounding with awe and disbelief. As her fingers brushed against its smooth surface, a rush of warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. Suddenly, the air around her shimmered, and the forest seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed as if acknowledging her presence, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. It was then that Lyra realized the true magic of the stone. It was a gateway, a bridge to the hidden world she had always longed to find. With the stone cradled in her hands, Lyra stepped forward, and the world around her dissolved into a tapestry of light and color. She found herself standing on the edge of a meadow that stretched as far as the eye could see, filled with flowers that glowed with their own inner light. The air was alive with the sweet scent of blossoms and the soft hum of bees. Overhead, the sky was a vast expanse of sapphire, sprinkled with stars that twinkled like diamonds. As Lyra ventured deeper into this enchanted world, she encountered creatures of all kinds. Gentle deer with antlers like branches of silver, birds with feathers of iridescent hues, and foxes whose fur shimmered like moonlight on water. Each greeted her with a nod or a friendly glance, as if welcoming her into their realm. It was in this land of wonder that Lyra met Finn, a young fox with eyes as bright as the stars and a coat that glistened with the colors of the dawn. Finn was both mischievous and wise, with a heart full of adventure and a spirit that matched Lyra's own. From their first meeting, an unspoken bond formed between them, a friendship that transcended words and defied expectations. Together, Lyra and Finn explored the hidden world, uncovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. They discovered waterfalls that sang songs of ages past, meadows where time seemed to stand still, and groves where the trees whispered tales of wisdom and courage. With each step, Lyra felt herself changing, growing in ways she had never imagined. She learned to listen, to see beyond the surface, and to appreciate the magic in the everyday. Yet, as with all journeys, there came a time when Lyra had to return to her own world. The luminous stone, which had been her guide and protector, began to dim, its light fading as if urging her to return. With a heavy heart, Lyra bid farewell to Finn and the enchanted land that had become her second home. As she stepped back into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, the world around her seemed to sigh in relief, the leaves rustling in welcome. The stone in her hand was now a simple rock, its magic spent, but its lessons forever etched in her heart. Lyra returned to Elderglen a changed person. She carried with her the wisdom of the hidden world and the memories of a friendship that had taught her the true meaning of courage and love. She shared her stories with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by the magic of her words. In time, Lyra grew into a wise and kind-hearted woman, her life a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of the unknown. And though she never returned to the hidden world, she knew that it would always be a part of her. a reminder that magic is all around us, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to believe. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the whispering woods hummed their gentle lullaby, Elderglen slept, cradled in the embrace of dreams and the promise of new adventures. For in the heart of every child, and in the soul of every dreamer, the magic of the hidden world lives on, a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that is ever-changing, yet always full of possibilities. Story 22. In the heart of the whispering woodlands, where ancient trees stretched their limbs skyward and cradled the sky in their leafy embrace, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her cottage was nestled amidst the gentle swells of the forest, where the sun would dappling through the canopy, painting the earth in patterns of gold and green. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, a comforting aroma that Lila had known all her life. Lila was a gentle soul, her eyes always wide with wonder, yet her heart felt heavy with the weight of change. The world outside her serene woodland seemed to be calling her, and the thought of leaving her familiar forest filled her with unease. She longed to explore, to discover what lay beyond the boundaries of her home, but the fear of the unknown kept her rooted, like the great oaks surrounding her. One crisp autumn morning, when the forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the chatter of woodland creatures preparing for winter, Lila sat by the edge of a sparkling brook. The water sang a soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones, and the air was cool against her skin. She stared into the depths of the stream, watching the leaves float by, their colors a vibrant tapestry of orange, red, and gold. It was then that she noticed something peculiar, a small, shimmering stone nestled among the pebbles. Curiosity sparked within her, and she reached into the chilly water, her fingers brushing against the smooth surface of the stone. As she lifted it out of the water, it glowed softly in her palm, casting a warm, gentle light. It was as if the stone held a secret, a promise of something wonderful yet to come. As Lila marveled at her discovery, a gentle voice broke through the quiet of the forest. "Ah, you have found the Heartstone," said the voice, rich and warm like honey. Lila looked up to find an elderly woman standing before her, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. Her hair was silver like moonlight, and she wore a cloak woven from the colors of the forest itself. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice a mix of wonder and apprehension. "I am Mirabelle," the woman replied with a smile. "I am the guardian of this forest, and it seems the Heartstone has chosen you." "The Heartstone," Lila repeated, her fingers closing around the glowing stone. "Indeed," Mirabelle nodded. "It is a magical stone, a guide for those who seek transformation and growth. It will help you find your path if you are willing to listen." Lila hesitated, glancing between the stone and the wise woman. She felt a flutter of hope in her heart, tempered by the familiar fear of change. "But I'm scared," she admitted softly. Mirabelle's expression softened, and she stepped closer, her presence comforting like a warm blanket on a cold night. "Change is never easy, dear one. But remember, it is through change that we grow. The Heartstone will light your way, and I will be here to help you, should you need it." With Mirabelle's reassurance, Lila felt a newfound courage begin to kindle within her. She rose from her place by the brook, the Heartstone aglow in her hand, and took her first tentative steps beyond the boundaries of her home. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the Heartstone's gentle light seemed to guide her, illuminating hidden paths and whispering secrets of the woods. Along the way she encountered many creatures, an inquisitive fox with fur like burnished copper, a family of deer who watched her with gentle, knowing eyes, and a wise old owl who hooted softly from the branches above. Each creature offered Lila a lesson, small yet profound. The fox taught her the value of curiosity, urging her to explore and question the world around her. The deer showed her the strength in gentleness, reminding her that kindness can be as powerful as courage. The owl, with its deep, soulful gaze, imparted the wisdom of patience, encouraging her to trust in the journey, even when the path was unclear. With each lesson, Lila felt herself growing, her heart expanding with newfound understanding. The fear that once held her back began to melt away, replaced by a sense of wonder and anticipation. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila found herself at the edge of a wide, shimmering lake. The water was still, reflecting the heavens above like a mirror, and the heartstone glowed brightly in her hand. She sat by the water's edge, her heart full of the beauty and mystery of the world around her. As she gazed into the depths of the lake, she saw her reflection staring back at her, no longer the timid girl she once was, but someone brimming with the light of discovery and the strength of newfound wisdom. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey had changed her, just as the seasons transform the forest. She had grown, not only in knowledge but in heart, and the fear that once bound her had been replaced by the joy of endless possibilities. With a soft sigh of contentment, Lila placed the heartstone gently on the ground beside her. It pulsed warmly, a silent promise that she was never truly alone, and that the magic of the heartstone would always be a part of her. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lila turned her gaze upward, her heart full of gratitude and peace. She realized that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to become who she was meant to be. With Mirabelle and the creatures of the forest as her guides, she had discovered the beauty of transformation and the joy of embracing the unknown. And so, with the forest whispering its lullaby around her, Lila closed her eyes, her mind alight with dreams of all the adventures yet to come. She was ready for whatever lay ahead, knowing that with each step she would continue to grow, to learn, and to find her place in the world. In the gentle embrace of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her heart content and her spirit free. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies with the wind, nestled a quaint little village called Starling Hollow. The village was known for its cottages, crowned with mossy roofs and windows that glowed warmly like the embers of a fire. Each morning the sun would drape the village in a golden shawl, and by night the moon would sprinkle it with silver dust. Life in Starling Hollow was peaceful, and its inhabitants cherished the simple joys of nature and companionship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced down the lanes like playful children, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village bell, a sturdy old thing that hung from a wooden arch in the square, started to ring on its own accord. Its gentle chime echoed through the cobblestone streets, calling the villagers to gather, though there was no festival nor any special occasion. The villagers, wrapped snugly in woolen shawls and scarves, exchanged puzzled glances. Among them was a young girl named Lila, with eyes as bright as the morning dew and hair the color of chestnuts. She had always been curious, a seeker of stories and wonders, and this mysterious bell tolling piqued her interest more than anyone else's. Standing beside Lila was her grandmother, a wise old woman with a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. She leaned down, whispering, "There is something peculiar about that bell tonight, dear Lila. Perhaps it is trying to tell us something." Lila nodded, her mind already whirring like a hummingbird's wings. She decided that she would discover the mystery behind the ringing bell. As the crowd began to disperse, she felt a soft nudge at her side. It was Tumble, her loyal squirrel companion, who often nestled in her coat pocket during chilly nights. With the moon rising high, casting a silvery glow over the village, Lila set off towards the village square. The path was lined with lanterns that flickered softly, casting dancing shadows upon the ground. Tumble scampered along beside her, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. Upon reaching the bell, Lila noticed something unusual. A series of tiny footprints, glowing faintly with an iridescent shimmer, led away from the bell and into the deeper parts of the woods. Intrigued, she followed the trail, her heart beating with a gentle thrill of adventure. Tumble darted ahead, eager to uncover what lay at the end of their path. The whispering woods, though familiar to Lila, felt different under the moon's watchful eye. The leaves whispered secrets in the breeze, and the ground was soft beneath her feet, muffling her footsteps. As they ventured deeper, Lila began to hear a soft humming, a melody that seemed to weave itself into the very air around them. Guided by the footprints and the music, Lila and Tumble arrived at a clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base, a cluster of small, luminescent creatures danced, their wings shimmering like the finest silk. They were the Fae, gentle spirits of the forest, known for their kindness and wisdom. One of the Fae, who seemed to be their leader, fluttered forward. Her wings cast a warm golden light. "Welcome, young seeker," she sang softly. "We have been waiting for you." Lila blinked in surprise. "Waiting for me? But why?" The Fae leader smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "The bell was our call for help. A mischievous breeze has gone astray, and it's been playing tricks upon the village, ringing the bell and causing small mischiefs. We need someone with a pure heart and a keen mind to help set things right." Tumble chattered in agreement, and Lila felt a swell of determination. "I will help," she declared. "But how do we find this breeze?" The Fae leader pointed to a path that seemed to glow with moonlight. "Follow this path, and at the end you will find the Hall of Echoes. There you will hear the whispers of the breeze. Listen carefully, and you will know what to do." With a grateful nod, Lila and Tumble set off once more, the path guiding them through the heart of the forest. The Hall of Echoes was a natural cave, its ceiling encrusted with shimmering crystals that caught the moonlight and cast rainbows on the walls. Within, the air was filled with a symphony of sounds, rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and the gentle sighs of the wind. Lila closed her eyes, letting the sounds wash over her. Gradually, she distinguished a playful, giggling note among the whispers. It was the mischievous breeze, flitting about with a carefree spirit. "Little breeze," Lila called softly, "why do you play these tricks on us?" The breeze swirled around her, its touch cool and gentle. "I did not mean to cause trouble," it sighed. "I was simply lonely and wanted to play." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. "If you return to the forest and promise to be gentle, I will visit you often. We can play together, and you will not be alone." The breeze seemed to pause, considering her offer. Then, with a delighted whirl, it danced around Lila and Tumble, as if sealing a pact. With the breeze now content, Lila and Tumble made their way back to the Fae. The creatures greeted them with joyful songs, their wings flashing in celebration. "You have done well, young one," the Fae leader praised. "The balance is restored, and peace will reign once more." As a token of gratitude, the Fae presented Lila with a charm, a tiny acorn that glistened with magic. "This will remind you of the friends you have in the forest and the wisdom you carry within." With a heart full of warmth and a spirit at ease, Lila returned to Starling Hollow. Tumble nestled comfortably in her pocket. The village bell was silent, resting peacefully under the starry sky. As she lay in bed that night, the charm resting on her bedside table, Lila knew that she had found not just an adventure, but a deeper connection to the world around her. And so, in the gentle embrace of dreams, Starling Hollow slept, cradled by the woods and watched over by the moon, knowing that with kindness and understanding, even the strangest mysteries could be unraveled, and harmony would always prevail. Story 25. In the tranquil village of Elmsworth, nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, there was a legend as old as the trees themselves. It spoke of a magical willow tree that stood by the edge of the Silverbrook River, its branches whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. The tree, known to the villagers as the Whispering Willow, was said to possess the ability to reveal hidden truths and guide lost souls. On a crisp autumn morning, when the air was scented with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, and the sun cast a warm glow over the landscape, a young girl named Lila wandered into the woods. Lila was a gentle soul with a curiosity as boundless as the horizon. She had heard tales of the Whispering Willow from her grandmother, who spun stories of its mysteries by the fireside on chilly evenings. Lila's journey to the willow was not born out of mere curiosity, but a need that tugged at her heart. Her village had been shrouded in an inexplicable gloom, a pall that dulled the vibrant colors of the fields and muted the songs of the birds. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, their faces etched with worry. Lila believed that the Whispering Willow held the key to dispelling this darkness. As she walked deeper into the forest, the rustling leaves beneath her feet created a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant call of a woodpecker. Lila's heart swelled with the beauty around her, yet she felt a pull, an urging to move forward. After a while, she reached the edge of the Silverbrook River. The water flowed gently, its surface shimmering like liquid silver under the sun's gaze. There, near the riverbank, stood the whispering willow, its branches swaying gracefully in the breeze. The tree was magnificent, with a trunk that twisted elegantly towards the sky and leaves that glimmered with an ethereal glow. Lila approached the tree cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She placed her hands on the rough bark, feeling the life pulsating beneath her fingertips. Closing her eyes, she listened intently, hoping the tree would share its secrets. At first, all she could hear was the gentle rustle of leaves, but then, like a soft melody, words began to form. "Seek the heart of the forest, where the light meets the dark. There you will find the answer you seek," the tree whispered. Lila opened her eyes, a sense of determination igniting within her. She thanked the willow and turned to follow the river deeper into the woods, toward the heart of the forest. The path was narrow and winding, dappled with sunlight and shadow. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of pine and moss. As she ventured further, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a small ancient stone circle, overgrown with ivy and wildflowers. It was a place of serenity, where time seemed to stand still. Lila felt a strange, comforting presence enveloping her as she stepped into the circle. In the heart of the circle lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to dance in the light. Lila picked up the box, feeling its weight in her hands. It was warm, as if imbued with life. She knew instinctively that this was the answer the willow had spoken of. Carefully she opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, was a small, glowing crystal. It pulsed gently, casting a warm, soothing light. The moment she touched it, a wave of peace washed over her, and she understood. This crystal was the heart of the forest, a source of ancient magic that could drive away the darkness plaguing her village. With the crystal in hand, Lila hurried back through the forest. The path seemed shorter now, the trees guiding her way with gentle whispers. As she neared the edge of the woods, she could see the village in the distance, its rooftops glinting in the afternoon sun. Upon reaching the village, Lila gathered the villagers in the town square. She held the crystal high, its light illuminating their faces. The gloom that had settled over them began to lift, replaced by a vibrant glow that spread across the fields and into their hearts. The villagers cheered, their spirits lifted by the magic of the forest. They thanked Lila, their eyes filled with gratitude and awe. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden hue over Elmsworth, Lila realized that the journey had changed her. She felt a deeper connection to the world around her, a newfound respect for the mysteries of nature. That night, as the villagers gathered around a roaring bonfire to celebrate the return of their joy, Lila sat quietly, reflecting on her adventure. She understood that the magic of the forest was not just in the crystal, but in the harmony of life itself. It was a reminder that sometimes the answers we seek lie within, waiting to be discovered through courage and kindness. As the stars twinkled overhead, Lila felt a sense of peace settle over her. The villagers sang songs of gratitude and hope, their voices rising into the night sky. The darkness had been vanquished, not by force, but by the gentle power of nature and the unwavering spirit of a young girl. And so, the story of the Whispering Willow and the brave girl who listened became a cherished tale in Elmsworth, passed down through generations. It was a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is always light to be found, if only we have the courage to seek it. With her heart full and her spirit renewed, Lila knew that she would always carry the wisdom of the forest with her, guiding her on future adventures. The Whispering Willow had shared its secrets, and in doing so, had woven a bond between the girl and the land she called home. And in the heart of the forest, the willow continued to whisper, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, a timeless guardian of secrets and dreams. Story 26. In a quaint village nestled between verdant hills and the whispers of a gentle sea breeze, stood an ancient bookstore that time had forgotten. Its wooden sign, faded by the sun and rain, creaked softly as it swayed in the wind. Inside, the air was filled with the comforting scent of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint aroma of lavender that drifted from a nearby field. Amidst the tall shelves, a young girl named Lila spent her afternoons. Her eyes, bright and curious, would wander over rows of books whose spines were decorated with titles that promised adventures and mysteries. Lila had always felt a special connection to this place, as if the walls themselves whispered stories only she could hear. One rainy afternoon, as the patter of raindrops played a soothing melody on the roof, Lila discovered a peculiar book tucked away on a high shelf. Its cover was worn, yet it shone with a soft, inviting glow. She reached for it, feeling a thrill of anticipation. The book was heavier than it seemed, and as she opened it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. The pages were filled with delicate sketches of a world unlike any she had seen. Towers of twinkling stars, rivers that shimmered like liquid silver, and trees that sang in the wind. But it was the last page that caught her breath. A map, intricately drawn with paths that twisted and turned like a labyrinth, leading to a small, glowing circle marked the Heart of Wonder. Lila's heart fluttered with excitement. She felt an unexplainable urge to follow the map, to see where it led and what secrets it held. Gathering her courage, she set off on her journey, tucking the book safely under her arm. As she stepped out of the bookstore, the rain had ceased, leaving the world fresh and sparkling. The path on the map led her through the village, where cobblestones glistened like gems and the scent of wet earth mingled with blooming flowers. She passed the baker's shop, where the warm aroma of freshly baked bread wrapped around her like a comforting hug. Her first stop was the meadow at the village's edge, a sea of green dotted with wildflowers swaying lazily in the breeze. Here she met her first helper, a small, wise tortoise named Oliver. His shell was a mosaic of earthy tones, and his eyes sparkled with ancient wisdom. He spoke in a slow, melodic voice. "Ah, Lila, the book has chosen well. Follow the path with patience, and the world will unveil its wonders." With Oliver at her side, they ventured deeper into the meadow until they found a hidden grove, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the ground. In this serene haven, Lila and Oliver encountered a family of rabbits, each with fur as soft as clouds. The eldest rabbit, a gentle soul named Clara, offered them a gift, a small golden key, its purpose yet unknown. Continuing their journey, Lila and her companions reached the edge of a vast forest, its towering trees whispering secrets only the wind could understand. Here they encountered a fox named Finn, whose coat was the color of autumn leaves. Finn was mischievous yet kind-hearted, and he joined their quest, his sharp eyes and quick wit proving invaluable. Together, they navigated the forest's winding paths, where shafts of sunlight danced through the canopy, illuminating patches of vibrant moss and the occasional flurry of butterflies. In the heart of the forest, they found an ancient oak, its mighty branches stretching toward the sky. At its base was a door, intricately carved with symbols that glowed softly in the dusky light. Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whisper from the book she carried. She knew that the key Clara had given her was meant for this door. With a deep breath, she inserted the key, and the door creaked open, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into the heart of the earth. The descent was gentle, the air cool and filled with the earthy scent of the forest above. At the bottom, they emerged into a cavern lit by shimmering crystals embedded in the walls. In the center stood a pedestal, upon which lay a small, heart-shaped stone that pulsed with a soft golden light. Lila approached the stone, feeling its warmth envelop her like a gentle embrace. As she touched it, a soothing voice echoed in her mind. "You have found the Heart of Wonder. Its magic lies in the eyes that see, the ears that listen, and the heart that understands." In that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the book and her journey. It was not the destination, but the path. Not the treasure, but the friendships and wisdom gained along the way. Her heart, now filled with wonder and gratitude, echoed with the lessons she had learned. As they made their way back to the village, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Lila felt a deep sense of peace, knowing she had discovered something truly special within herself. Back at the bookstore, she placed the book on the shelf, its glow now a gentle reminder of her adventure. As she turned to leave, she knew that the magic would always be with her, a part of the world she loved so dearly. And so, under the watchful eye of the moon and stars, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new wonders waiting just beyond the dawn. Story 28, In the gentle embrace of a universe vast and mysterious, nestled among the twinkling constellations, lay the planet of Miriath, a world swathed in hues of lavender and gold, where the skies shimmered with the light of two playful moons. Here the air was sweet with the scent of lilac blooms, and the gentle hum of the planet's vibrant energy could be felt beneath one's feet. It was a place where dreams seemed to dance in the air, lightly brushing against the heart. On this enchanting world, a young Miriathan named Solon lived. Solon was a creature of light and shadow, his skin a soft, opalescent hue that caught the glow of the moons and reflected it in a myriad of colors. He was gentle and introspective, with eyes like pools of deep blue water, always curious, always seeking. One serene evening, as the moons began their celestial waltz, Solon sat by the edge of a rippling lake, its surface a mirror to the starlit sky. He was lost in thought, pondering the stories told by the elders of his village about distant worlds and the beings who inhabited them. It was then that the sky was split by a streak of light, a shooting star that burned brighter and brighter until it landed with a soft thud not far from where Solon sat. Heart pounding with both fear and excitement, Solon crept toward the source of the disturbance. There, nestled amidst the lavender grasses, was a peculiar vessel. It was unlike anything Solon had seen before, its surface smooth and metallic, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. From within the vessel emerged a figure, tall and slender, with skin a deep, rich green and eyes like molten gold that shone with intelligence and warmth. This was Zephyra, a traveler from the distant planet of Lumea, a world where emerald forests touched the sky and the air was thick with the scent of pine and rain. Zephyra had journeyed far, seeking knowledge and connection among the stars. At first, Solon and Zephyra regarded each other with uncertainty, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Solon's voice trembled with apprehension as he spoke, his words a melody of soft tones. Zephyra responded in kind, her voice a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. Their initial interaction was awkward, marked by misunderstandings and misinterpretations. Solon offered a traditional Miriathan greeting, a complex dance of light patterns across his skin, which Zephyra, unfamiliar with such customs, mistook for a threat. In return, Zephyra extended her hand, a gesture of friendship in her culture, which Solon hesitated to reciprocate, unsure of its meaning. Despite these early missteps, a shared curiosity blossomed between them, a desire to understand and learn from one another. They spent hours by the lake, exchanging stories of their worlds, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the wind. As they grew more comfortable in each other's presence, they began to face challenges together. When a sudden storm swept across the landscape, threatening to tear Zephyra's vessel from its moorings, Solon used his knowledge of the land to guide them to safety, his light leading the way through the swirling darkness. In turn, when Solon found himself ensnared by a creeping vine, its tendrils tightening around him, Zephyra used her strength and agility to free him, her touch gentle and reassuring. Through these shared trials, they discovered the power of trust and the beauty of companionship. Solon learned to appreciate the quiet strength within Zephyra, her steadfast determination and kindness that shone brightly even in the face of adversity. Zephyra, in turn, found solace in Solon's gentle wisdom and his ability to find light even in the darkest of times. As the days turned to weeks, their bond deepened, and they began to see beyond their differences, recognizing the shared dreams and hopes that lay within their hearts. They spent their evenings by the lake, watching the dance of the stars and the reflection of the moons upon the water. One night, as the sky was painted in shades of blue and silver, Zephyra turned to Solon, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Thank you," she said softly, "for showing me the true meaning of friendship. Though we come from different worlds, I feel as though I have found a kindred spirit." Solon's eyes glistened with emotion, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging he had never known before. "And I, too, have found a friend in you," he replied, his voice carrying the gentle lilt of the Miriathan breeze. In that moment, a gentle peace settled over them, a warmth that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. They sat in companionable silence, knowing that, no matter where the stars might lead them, they had discovered something precious, a connection that transcended the boundaries of worlds and species. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the tender glow of the moons, Solon and Zephyra forged a friendship that would light their paths for years to come. In their hearts, they carried the knowledge that, despite the vastness of the universe, true friendship could be found in the most unexpected places, a lesson they would cherish forever. Story 29. In the heart of the tranquil village of Windmere, nestled among rolling hills and lush meadows, lived a young girl named Astrid. Her hair was the color of honey, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a crisp spring day. Astrid was known throughout the village for her insatiable curiosity and her gentle heart, traits she inherited from her grandmother, who had raised her with stories of wonder and wisdom. One sunny afternoon, as golden rays danced through the leaves of the ancient oak trees, Astrid set out for an adventure in the nearby forest. The villagers often spoke of this forest in hushed tones, believing it to be enchanted, but Astrid was drawn to its mystery and beauty. She loved the way the sunlight peeked through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor, and how the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Astrid stumbled upon a narrow, winding path she had never seen before. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation as she decided to follow it. The path led her to a small, serene glade bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient, weathered stone pedestal, upon which rested a curious object, a delicate silver locket, intricately engraved with patterns of stars and vines. The locket seemed to shimmer with a light of its own, drawing Astrid closer. She hesitated for a moment, remembering her grandmother's tales of magical objects that could change one's destiny. Her fingers tingled with anticipation as she reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place. As soon as she clasped it in her hands, she felt a warm, comforting glow spread through her body, as though she was being embraced by an invisible force. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of emotions, Astrid sat down on a soft patch of grass. As she opened the locket, she discovered a tiny, intricately detailed map tucked inside. The map depicted a hidden world within the forest, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred. It was a world her grandmother had spoken of, Eldergrove, a realm of ancient wisdom and untold wonders. Determined to uncover the secrets of Eldergrove, Astrid set off on her journey, guided by the map and the gentle whispers of the forest. With each step, she felt the world around her transform. The trees seemed to bend and sway in greeting, their leaves rustling like an ancient melody. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the soft chirping of birds provided a harmonious backdrop to her adventure. As she ventured deeper into Eldergrove, Astrid encountered a variety of gentle creatures, each with their own unique charms. There was Bramble, a mischievous squirrel with fur as soft as silk, and eyes that gleamed with wisdom beyond his years. Bramble offered to be Astrid's guide, leading her through the labyrinthine paths of the enchanted forest with nimble grace. Together, they journeyed to the heart of Eldergrove, where the ancient tree of whispers stood, its gnarled roots entwined with the very fabric of the land. The tree's bark shimmered with a rainbow of colors, and its leaves sang softly in the breeze. It was said that the tree of whispers held the memories of the forest, and could reveal the truths of the past and the possibilities of the future. As Astrid approached the tree, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the tree recognized her. Bramble encouraged her to place the locket against the tree's trunk, and as she did, she felt a surge of warmth and light. The tree began to glow with a golden radiance, and a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Dear child of the forest," the voice intoned, "you have journeyed far to seek the wisdom of Eldergrove. Your heart is pure, and your intentions noble. The locket you hold is a gift from the forest, a symbol of your bond with nature and the magic within you." Astrid listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. She realized that the locket was not just a magical object, but a key to understanding her own connection to the world around her. She had always felt a deep affinity with nature, and now she knew why. She was a guardian of Eldergrove, chosen to protect its secrets and preserve its magic for future generations. With this newfound understanding, Astrid's journey took on a new purpose. she explored the hidden corners of Eldergrove, learning from its inhabitants and discovering the wonders of the enchanted realm. She met Lumina, a wise old owl who shared stories of the forest's history, and Willow, a gentle deer who taught her about the delicate balance of nature. Through her adventures, Astrid learned important lessons about friendship, courage, and the power of kindness. She discovered that true strength came not from physical prowess, but from the ability to understand and empathize with others. She also learned that every creature, no matter how small, had a role to play in the intricate tapestry of life. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the forest, Astrid knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to visit Eldergrove whenever she could. With the locket safely tucked around her neck, she made her way back along the winding path, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. When she emerged from the forest, the village lay before her, bathed in the soft light of dusk. As she walked through the familiar streets, she felt a sense of peace and contentment, knowing that she had discovered something truly special within herself. That night, as she lay in bed, the locket glowing softly on her chest, Astrid drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of Eldergrove. She knew that her adventures were just beginning, and that the lessons she had learned would guide her through whatever challenges lay ahead. And so, the story of Astrid and the enchanted forest became a cherished tale in the village of Windmere, passed down from generation to generation. It was a story of friendship, wisdom, and the magic that dwells within each of us, waiting to be discovered. In the end, Astrid had found not only the hidden world of Eldergrove, but also a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. And as she grew older, she continued to share her story, inspiring others to seek out their own hidden worlds and embrace the magic within. Story 37. In the heart of a lush, evergreen forest, where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there nestled a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The cottages of Willowbrook were woven together with vines and bright wildflowers, their thatched roofs curling like the pages of an old storybook. The villagers lived in harmony with the enchanting forest, sharing their days with the gentle creatures that called it home. Among these villagers was young Lila, known for her curious mind and warm heart. Lila had a knack for noticing the little things others might overlook, a trait she inherited from her grandmother, who had once been the village's wise woman. One crisp autumn evening, as the stars peeked through the canopy and the air filled with the scent of wood smoke, a gentle commotion stirred in the village. Murmurs of puzzlement and intrigue flowed through the air like the soft melody of a lullaby. The source of this gentle uproar was a peculiar occurrence. The village's beloved sunstone, a radiant gem that sat at the heart of the village square, had begun to glow with an unusual silvery light. The sunstone was special, revered for its warm golden glow that mirrored the sun's rays even on the cloudiest of days. It was said to bring good fortune and peace, its light a guiding beacon for all who called Willowbrook home. But now, its transformation to a shimmering silver was as puzzling as it was beautiful, leaving the villagers both enchanted and concerned. Lila, intrigued by this mystery, decided to seek the wisdom of Eldon, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest. Eldon's branches were gnarled and strong, stretching high above the forest floor, and his bark was etched with the tales of centuries. Many villagers came to Eldon for guidance, finding comfort in his deep, rumbling voice that resonated like the earth itself. With a lantern in hand, casting a warm glow that danced upon the leaves, Lila made her way through the forest. The path was familiar, lined with soft moss and the gentle rustle of nocturnal creatures. As she approached Eldon, the moonlight filtered through the branches, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. "Good evening, Eldon," Lila greeted, her voice a soft melody in the night. "Have you heard of the Sunstone's change?" Eldon's branches rustled thoughtfully, and his voice, deep and soothing, replied, "Ah, young Lila, the forest has whispered to me of this change. It is not an omen of ill fortune, but a sign, a gentle message from the forest itself." Lila listened intently, her heart warmed by Eldon's reassurance. "What does it mean?" she asked, her curiosity ever present. "The forest speaks in symbols and signs," Eldon explained. And sometimes it is the smallest creatures who hold the answers. Seek the guidance of the silver sprites, for they are the keepers of the moon's light and may offer you the clarity you seek. Thanking Eldon, Lila made her way to the edge of the moonlit pond, where the silver sprites were known to dance under the light of the moon. These tiny, luminous beings flitted like silver fireflies, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. As Lila approached, the sprites gathered around her, their eyes twinkling with mischief and wisdom. "We heard you're looking for answers, dear Lila," one chimed, her voice like a bell. "Yes," Lila replied, smiling at the tiny creatures. "The sunstone has changed, and I hope you might know why." The sprites giggled, swirling in the air, leaving trails of silver in their wake. "The sunstone mirrors the balance of day and night," another sprite explained. "Its glow reflects harmony. When its light shifts, it is a reminder to cherish both sunlit days and moonlit nights." Lila pondered their words, her heart understanding the delicate balance they described. "Then the change is a reminder, not a warning," she mused, feeling the gentle truth of the sprite's wisdom. "Exactly," the sprites chimed in unison, their voices like a chorus of stars. "Harmony is the key, dear Lila. Share this with your village, and the sunstone will guide you as it always has." Thanking the sprites, Lila returned to Willowbrook, the lantern light guiding her way through the forest. The village was quiet, the cottages bathed in the soft glow of the sunstone, which now seemed to pulse gently with a soothing silver light. Gathering the villagers in the square, Lila shared the wisdom of Eldon and the sprites. She spoke of balance, of day and night, and the importance of cherishing both. Her words wove a tapestry of understanding and peace, and as she spoke, the sunstone's light warmed to a gentle, golden hue once more. The villagers nodded in agreement, their hearts lightened by the newfound understanding. They whispered their thanks to the forest and its creatures, grateful for the gentle reminder of the harmony that guided their lives. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, the sunstone continued to glow, not just with the light of the sun, but with a gentle reminder of the moon's embrace. Lila lay in her cozy bed, the soft rustle of leaves lulling her to sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of its creatures. And so, with balance restored and hearts at ease, Willowbrook nestled deeper into the embrace of the forest, its stories whispered to the stars above, forever cherished in the gentle glow of the sunstone. Story 38. In a cozy woodland glade, where sunbeams danced through the canopy and wildflowers dotted the forest floor, there lived a community of enchanting creatures. Among them was Willow, a kind-hearted squirrel with an insatiable curiosity. One morning, Willow awoke to find her acorn stash mysteriously scattered across her cozy den. Perplexed, she set out to investigate, consulting her dear friend Oakley, the wise old oak tree. "How peculiar," mused Oakley, stroking his mossy beard. "Let us gather clues and observe the patterns. Perhaps the answer lies within the whispers of the wind." Over the next few days, strange occurrences continued to unfold. Mushroom circles appeared overnight, leaves swirled in peculiar patterns, and dewdrops glistened with an otherworldly shimmer. Willow diligently noted every detail, determined to unravel the mystery. One warm evening, as Willow sorted through her findings, a soft chime drew her gaze upward. There, hovering amidst the fireflies, was a radiant fairy sprite named Glimmer. "Greetings, dear Willow," Glimmer said with a melodious laugh. "I couldn't help but notice your sleuthing and must say you're on the right track." Willow's eyes widened with wonder as Glimmer explained the magic afoot. "Tonight marks the annual woodland renewal, when nature's energies are replenished and balanced. The scattered acorns, the mushroom circles, the swirling leaves, all signs of the forest's rejuvenation." As Glimmer spoke, the glade seemed to hum with a serene vitality. Willow watched in awe as glowing sprites danced among the trees, coaxing new buds to unfurl and renewing the earth's vibrant embrace. "But why the mysterious clues?" Willow inquired, her tail twitching with curiosity. Glimmer winked mischievously. "We sprites delight in whimsy and riddles. It keeps sharp minds like yours ever observant and in tune with nature's wonders." Enlightened by the enchanting revelation, Willow's heart swelled with gratitude for the magical world around her. As the night drew to a close and the sprites bid farewell, she nestled into her cozy den, dreaming of the forest's eternal dance of renewal. From that day on, Willow remained ever watchful, her curiosity fueled by the knowledge that mysteries and miracles abounded in the whimsical woodland realm. And whenever strange occurrences arose, she knew the answer lay in the patient unfolding of nature's grand, magical design. Story 40. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees stood as silent sentinels, and the air was thick with the scent of wild mushrooms and damp earth, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. They were the guardians of this verdant realm, tasked with maintaining the delicate balance that harmonized every living thing within these enchanted woods. Among them was Willow, a wise old rabbit whose fur shimmered like moonlight on still waters. Her whiskers twitched with the knowledge passed down through countless generations, and her eyes held the secrets of the forest's most sacred traditions. It was said that Willow could commune with the very essence of nature itself, her ears attuned to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to turn brilliant shades of crimson and gold, Willow emerged from her burrow, her nose twitching at the scent of change carried on the cool breeze. She knew that this was a time of transition when the forest prepared to slumber beneath a blanket of snow, and the creatures who called it home must ready themselves for the long winter ahead. With a flick of her tail, Willow summoned the woodland creatures to gather around her. Squirrels scampered down from their lofty perches, their fluffy tails twitching with excitement. Deer emerged from the thickets, their graceful movements like poetry in motion. Even the shy field mice poked their whiskered noses out of their burrows, drawn by the magnetic pull of Willow's presence. As the creatures settled around her, Willow began to weave her tale, her voice low and melodic like the gentle gurgle of a brook. She spoke of the cycles of nature, the ebb and flow of seasons that had governed the forest since time immemorial. She told them of the great oak whose roots stretched deep into the earth, anchoring the very fabric of this enchanted realm. The oak, Willow whispered, is the heart of our forest, and we must ensure its strength and vitality, for without it, our home would wither and fade. The creatures listened, entranced, as Willow described the intricate web of life that bound them all together. She spoke of the importance of respecting the delicate balance, of taking only what was needed and leaving the rest to nourish the earth. As the sun began to dip behind the horizon, painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of fiery hues, Willow's tale took a magical turn. She told of the autumn equinox, a time when the veil between the natural and supernatural worlds grew thin, allowing glimpses of wondrous phenomena. Tonight, she said, her voice hushed with reverence, the forest will come alive with the dance of the will-o'-the-wisps, ethereal lights that guide the way for those who have lost their path. A collective gasp rippled through the gathered creatures, for the will-o'-the-wisps were a rare and enchanting sight, believed to be the spirits of fallen leaves returning to the earth to be reborn. As night fell, the forest transformed into a realm of ethereal beauty. Tiny orbs of luminous light flickered among the trees, bobbing and weaving in an intricate dance. The creatures watched, awestruck, as the will-o'-the-wisps led them on a winding path through the forest, their radiance casting a warm golden glow upon the fallen leaves that carpeted the ground. It was a night of wonder and magic, a celebration of the changing seasons and the eternal cycles of life that bound all creatures together in this sacred place. And as the first snowflakes began to drift lazily from the sky, heralding the arrival of winter, the creatures knew that Willow's wisdom would guide them through the long, slumbering months ahead, until the forest awakened once more in a blaze of vibrant renewal. For in this enchanted realm, the lessons of harmony and balance were woven into the very fabric of existence, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms, ensuring that the delicate dance of nature would continue, unbroken, for ages to come. Story 41. Once upon a time, in a cozy cottage nestled deep in the heart of an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart overflowed with a love for the wonders of nature that surrounded her. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the woods to gather fallen leaves for a craft project. As she crouched down to collect a vibrant red leaf, something extraordinary caught her eye. A tiny acorn, glowing with a soft, golden light. Willow's breath caught in her throat as she gently picked up the acorn. Its warmth radiated through her fingertips, and she could sense a magical energy pulsing within it. Suddenly, a voice as gentle as a summer breeze whispered in her ear, "You have been chosen, little one, to embark on a journey of discovery." Filled with a sense of wonder and trepidation, Willow clutched the acorn close to her heart and followed the voice's guidance deeper into the forest. As she walked, the trees seemed to bend and sway, as if welcoming her into their realm. Before long, Willow encountered two peculiar companions, a wise old oak tree named Oakley and a mischievous squirrel named Chitter. Oakley's weathered bark held the wisdom of 1,000 seasons, while Chitter's boundless energy and playful antics brought laughter to even the darkest of days. Together, they embarked on a wondrous adventure, following the acorn's magical trail. Along the way, they encountered challenges that tested their courage and wit. One day, they found themselves faced with a raging river, its waters churning with ferocity. Willow felt fear creeping into her heart, but Oakley's calm voice reassured her. "The path to wisdom is not always the straightest, my dear. Sometimes we must flow like the river, adapting and changing course when obstacles arise." With Oakley's guidance and Chitter's boundless optimism, they discovered a way to cross the river safely, using fallen branches and vines to construct a sturdy bridge. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the acorn's glow intensified, and Willow began to understand its true purpose. It was a seed of wonder, a catalyst for unlocking the magic that lay dormant within her own heart. Through their adventures, Willow learned to see the world through new eyes, appreciating the beauty in even the smallest of things. She discovered that true strength comes not from force, but from compassion, and that the greatest challenges can be overcome through wisdom and friendship. Finally, they reached a clearing where a towering oak tree stood, its branches reaching towards the heavens. The acorn's glow grew blinding, and Willow knew that this was the end of their journey. With a grateful heart, she planted the acorn at the base of the oak tree, and as she did, a radiant light enveloped her. In that moment, Willow understood that the true magic had been within her all along, waiting to be awakened by the simple act of believing. From that day forward, Willow carried the lessons she had learned close to her heart. She embraced the wonder of the world around her, cherishing the beauty in every blade of grass and every falling leaf. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, she would close her eyes and remember the wise words of Oakley and the joyful laughter of Chitter, reminding her that true magic lies in the simplest of things, a kind heart, a curious mind, and the unwavering bonds of friendship. Story 42. In a cozy valley nestled between rolling hills, there lay the whimsical village of Mossbark. Its thatched roof cottages were adorned with climbing ivy and window boxes overflowing with fragrant blooms. A crystalline stream wound its way through the heart of the village, serenaded by the gentle tinkling of wind chimes. On this particular morning, young Willow was awoken by the excited chatter of birds outside her window. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she peered out to find an astonishing sight. Every flower in the village had blossomed overnight into the most vibrant, lush petals imaginable. The entire valley seemed bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors. Willow scurried downstairs to share the wondrous news with her mother. "Mum, you have to see what's happened outside. The flowers are more beautiful than ever before." Her mother's brow furrowed in confusion. "That's peculiar, dear. The village blooms reach their peak around midsummer, not this early in spring." Word quickly spread, and villagers emerged from their homes, marveling at the breathtaking floral display. However, their awe turned to concern as they realized this was no ordinary occurrence. That evening, as dusk settled over Mossbark, the village elder Maple called a meeting. "My friends, we find ourselves in the midst of a peculiar mystery. Our flowers have miraculously blossomed months too soon, defying the natural cycle. We must uncover the cause of this strange event before it disrupts the delicate balance of our home." A murmur of worried whispers rippled through the crowd. Just then, a tiny voice piped up from near Willow's feet. "If you permit me, I may be able to shed some light on this puzzling matter." Willow looked down to find Bramble, an elderly hedgehog who served as protector of the wildwood forest surrounding Mossbark. The village respected Bramble's wise counsel, for he had roamed the forest longer than any of them could remember. Maple smiled warmly. "Of course, dear Bramble, the floor is yours." Bramble cleared his throat. "You see, the unusual blossoming stems from the magic that permeates our lands. Just as the turning of the seasons governs the natural world, the ebb and flow of magic guides the rhythms of our enchanted valley. If this energy has been disrupted, it could throw all of nature's cycles out of harmony." Thoughtful nods rippled through the listeners as Bramble's words sank in. The hedgehog continued. "I suggest we seek counsel from the ancient oak tree spirit who dwells deep in the wildwood. He has presided over these lands for centuries and will surely have insight into restoring the balance." With Bramble leading the way, Willow and several other children were chosen to accompany a small group of elders into the forest at dawn. As the sun peeked over the horizon, its golden rays filtered through the gnarled canopy, dappling the path with specks of warm light. After a long trek, the group arrived at the mighty oak's clearing. His massive, twisting branches seemed to stretch up and embrace the entire sky. Willow felt a sense of humbling tranquility in his presence. Bramble approached the ancient trunk and bowed his head respectfully. "Great oak, we have come seeking your wisdom to understand why the cycles of spring have awoken too soon this year." A long, drawn-out creak echoed through the forest as the oak shifted his weight. When he finally spoke, his voice resonated like the deepest vocals of the earth itself. "Indeed, young ones, the magic that flows through these lands has been disrupted by an imbalance. Just as day follows night and spring follows winter, so too must light and darkness, warmth and cold, remain in perfect equilibrium for nature's rhythms to proceed unbridled." The oak paused, his branches groaning pensively. "Ages ago I presided over the creation of a mystic orb, a living embodiment of this primal equilibrium. It was entrusted to my oldest children, the woodlouse pixies, to ensure its balance and seal would never falter. However, a melancholy sigh drifted through the trees. It seems this sacred duty may have been forgotten over the long centuries." With a rustle of leaves, dozens of tiny luminescent pixies flitted into the clearing on gossamer wings. They materialized into human-like form, wringing their hands in distress. "Please forgive us, Father Oak," cried their radiant leader. "We grew complacent over the passing ages, and the great orb's equilibrium has slipped from balance." Willow studied the orb floating before them. It appeared as a perfect crystal sphere, though its core burned with a bright golden radiance that flickered and pulsed in an irregular rhythm. The mighty oak responded with infinite patience. "My dear children, you have still much to learn. As keepers of the orb and its sacred light, you must vigilantly maintain the balance between its positive and negative forces." One of the elders stroked his beard contemplatively. "So what can be done to restore this equilibrium and prevent any further disruption?" The pixie leader fluttered closer to the faltering orb, her gossamer wings refracting its brilliance in dazzling prisms. "The orb's misalignment has already begun impacting the physical world, advancing the turning of seasons before their due time. But there is still a path forward." She gestured to a dark, flickering tendril latching onto the sphere's surface. "We must carefully extract these vines of entropy from the positive light at its core. Too quick a removal risks permanent damage, but a gentle unwinding may yet permit harmony to be restored." The assembled villagers exchanged worried glances. This delicate procedure sounded incredibly precarious. Just then, young Willow felt a featherlight tap on her shoulder. She turned to find a glowing pixie gazing at her with solemn eyes. "You, dear one, possess the purest heart and clearest aura of any child present. Would you consent to assist us in this perilous task?" Willow felt her stomach flutter with apprehension. Still, she knew her role was pivotal to restoring balance for her beloved village. Squaring her small shoulders, she nodded resolutely. "I'll do whatever is required of me." Guiding Willow forward, the pixies carefully positioned her before the ailing orb. Its radiant core shone brilliantly, yet darkened tendrils coiled and throbbed against its brilliance in a sickening shimmer. "Now, child," the leader instructed in a hushed tone, Reach out and grasp one of these shadowed vines. Slowly, steadily, you must begin unraveling its grip from the light force. We shall lend you our strength and focus. Willow took a deep, steadying breath. Extending her hands, she gingerly grasped one of the undulating tendrils and began winding it away, looping it gently back upon itself. A warm, golden aura enveloped her from the pixie's enchantments, calming her nerves and amplifying her senses. For what felt like an eternity, Willow painstakingly unwound the murky vines, freeing the light at the sphere's core little by little. Beads of perspiration formed on her brow from the concentration required to maintain absolute precision in her motions. At long last, the final sable strand uncoiled from the orb's radiant heart, and it was at last permitted to blaze forth in unbridled harmony. The assembled villagers shielded their eyes from its brilliance as the forest seemed to exhale a collective sigh of relief. In that transcendent moment, a profound sense of tranquility bloomed in Willow's heart, like the most brilliant of flowers. The light's soft, golden warmth suffused her being, allowing her to feel the living pulse resonating through every vein of nature, now unencumbered to resume its eternal dance. The pixies embraced her with incandescent tears of joy. "You have restored the balance, sweet child. The orb's pristine essence shall once more guide the seasonal cycles as decreed." True to their words, the villagers marveled as rich green buds began swelling on the boughs, ready to burst into their full spring splendor. The oak's ancient voice rumbled with paternal approval. "Well done, my children. The orb's light now shines pure and true, unshackling spring's vibrant rebirth. As for you, brave Willow, your deed shall be remembered and honored for generations to come." From that day forward, the blossoms of Mossbark Valley regained their timeless, natural rhythm. And each year, as the warm winds of spring breathed life into the meadows once more, Willow smiled, for she had glimpsed the profound radiance pulsing through all creation, and felt spiritually attuned to its eternal song of renewal. Story 43. Once upon a time, in a charming village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange things began to happen. Little Willow, a curious young girl with rosy cheeks and a bright smile, first noticed the peculiarities one crisp autumn evening. As Willow was preparing for bed, she heard the faintest tinkling sound drifting in through her open window. She peeked outside, but saw nothing out of the ordinary, just the familiar twinkle of fireflies dancing among the trees. Brushing it off as her imagination, she snuggled beneath her quilted blanket and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Willow bounded downstairs to find her mother's prize rosebush in full bloom, even though winter's chill was just around the corner. "How odd," her mother remarked, gently tracing a velvety petal with her finger. Willow's brow furrowed as she tried to make sense of it. Over the following days, more strange occurrences puzzled the residents of the village. Old Mr. Thatcher's prized turnips grew to triple their normal size overnight. The squirrels gathered acorns with unprecedented speed, stuffing their cheeks until they could barely scurry. And the creek that trickled through the heart of the village began tinkling with a musical cadence, as if enchanted. Willow knew there had to be a reasonable explanation, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She decided to seek the counsel of her dear friend, Oakley the wise oak tree. Oakley had been a steadfast presence in the forest for centuries, observing the comings and goings of all who dwelled beneath his branches. "Dear Oakley," Willow called out, rapping gently on his sturdy trunk, "I'm awfully perplexed by the strange happenings around our village. Have you noticed anything unusual?" Oakley's leaves rustled in a thoughtful manner. "Why, yes, little one. I've sensed a certain magic in the air as of late, a warmth and vitality that seems to be renewing and energizing all it touches." Willow's eyes widened. But what could be causing such a wondrous thing? "Ah," chuckled Oakley, "that, I believe, is a mystery only you can unravel. You have a gift for observing the world around you, Willow. Trust your senses, and the answer will soon become clear." With a nod of determination, Willow set off to examine every nook and cranny of the village and its surrounding woodland. She studied the patterns of the squirrels and their acorn gathering, listened intently to the music of the babbling creek, and inhaled the sweet fragrance of her mother's prematurely blooming roses. Then, as she was wandering through a sunlit glade, something caught her eye. a shimmer of iridescent light flitting between the trees. She froze, holding her breath, and watched as the light began to multiply and take shape. Dozens of tiny winged figures emerged, each one a vibrant burst of color and energy. "Sprite folk!" Willow gasped in delight. She had read about these mythical creatures in storybooks, but never imagined they were real. The sprites swirled around her, trailing stardust and musical giggles. Their antics were infectious, and Willow soon found herself caught up in a whirlwind of joy and laughter. At last, one sprite, with dragonfly wings and hair spun from dandelion fluff, alighted on Willow's outstretched finger. "We are the sprites of spring," she explained in a voice as light as a raindrop. "Each year, we emerge from our winter slumber to coax the world back to life with our magic. This season, however, we awoke a little early." She let out a tinkling laugh. "I suppose we were just too eager to get started." Willow's face split into a beaming smile as the pieces fell into place. The sprite's premature return had jump-started the cycle of rebirth all around the village, from the rose blooms to the supercharged squirrels. "Your magic is simply wonderful," Willow told the sprite, realizing she had been surrounded by enchantment all along. She just hadn't recognized it until now. From that day on, Willow shared a special bond with the sprites of spring. Each year, she awaited their arrival with bated breath, ready to welcome the first whispers of their whimsical magic. And whenever life seemed a bit drab or ordinary, she need only look closely to find the extraordinary all around her. Story 44. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees reached for the sky and sunlight danced through the canopy, there lived a world unseen by human eyes. This was the realm of the forest folk, guardians of nature's most sacred secrets. The forest folk were a diverse community of creatures, from the wise old oak spirits to the mischievous stream nymphs. Each played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of the woodland realm, a harmony woven by the very essence of life itself. One such guardian was Willowbark, a gentle dryad whose roots were intertwined with an ancient willow tree. Her bark was patterned like the ripples on a still pond, and her eyes shone with the wisdom of countless seasons. It was Willowbark's sacred duty to ensure the health and vitality of the forest's waters, for without them, all life would wither and fade. As the first blush of spring crept over the forest, Willowbark could sense the stirrings of renewal in the air. The once frozen streams began to thaw, their icy surfaces cracking like delicate crystal as the water flowed freely once more. Willowbark beckoned the water nymphs to emerge from their winter slumber, and together they coaxed new life from the riverbanks, encouraging the vibrant green shoots of wildflowers to unfurl their petals and welcome the return of the warm sun. Yet, not all was serene in the forest this year. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and the rumble of thunder echoed through the ancient boughs. Willowbark could sense the imbalance in the air, a disruption in the natural rhythm that governed their world. Seeking counsel, she turned to the elder oak spirits, whose gnarled trunks had borne witness to countless seasons. It was here that the wisdom of generations was stored, passed down through the whispering of leaves and the language of the wind. The eldest of the oak spirits, Ancient Rootkeeper, spoke in a voice that resonated like the creaking of ancient timber. "A great storm brews, one that could unleash untold devastation upon our forest home. The very fabric of our world is at risk of unraveling." Willowbark listened intently, her heart heavy with concern. "What must we do to restore the balance, wise one?" Rootkeeper's branches swayed as if in deep contemplation. "The key lies in the heart of the storm itself, where the forces of nature converge in a powerful nexus. Only there can the ancient rites be performed to calm the tempest and ensure the forest's survival." With a solemn nod, Willowbark accepted her sacred quest. Gathering her courage, she embarked on a journey to the very eye of the storm, guided by the whispers of the wind and the gentle nudges of unseen forces. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the tempest, the world around her transformed. Lightning crackled through the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her roots. Yet Willowbark pressed on, her resolve unwavering. At last, she reached the nexus, a swirling vortex of elemental power that crackled with raw energy. Here, the boundaries between the physical and ethereal realms blurred, and Willowbrook could sense the presence of ancient magics at work. Drawing upon the collective wisdom of the forest folk, she began to weave her own magic, a tapestry of song and ritual that danced in harmony with the rhythm of the storm. Her melodic chants intertwined with the rumbling of thunder, and her movements flowed like the winding currents of a river. Slowly but surely, the storm began to abate, its fury gradually subsiding. The dark clouds parted, revealing a brilliant sunset that painted the forest in a warm, golden glow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of petrichor and the gentle patter of rainfall upon the leaf-strewn ground. As Willowbrook emerged from the nexus, she was greeted by the joyous cheers of the forest folk, their voices raised in celebration of the restored balance. The elder oak spirits looked upon her with pride, their ancient boughs swaying in approval. From that day forward, the tale of Willowbrook's courage and the harmony she restored became woven into the very fabric of the forest's lore, a testament to the enduring bond between nature and those who guard its sacred mysteries. And as the seasons continued to turn, the forest folk carried on their sacred duties, ever vigilant in preserving the delicate equilibrium that sustained their wondrous realm, a hidden world where magic and reality intertwined in a celestial dance of eternal beauty. Story 45. In a quaint village nestled amid rolling hills and ancient forests, a young girl named Amara spent her days playing in the meadows and exploring the winding trails. Though she loved her home dearly, there was a part of her that felt a longing for something more, a connection to a heritage she knew little about. One crisp autumn evening, as Amara sat by the crackling hearth, her grandmother's eyes shone with a mist of nostalgia. "My dear," she said, her voice rich with wisdom, "there is a legacy that flows through our veins, a tapestry woven by our ancestors long ago." Amara listened, entranced, as her grandmother spoke of their people, the Kani, and their profound reverence for nature's rhythms. She learned of the sacred artifacts that had been passed down through generations, a bronze sundial that tracked the celestial dance, a carved wooden staff imbued with the essence of the ancient oak trees, and a delicate dream catcher crafted from willow branches and silvery strands of moonlight. With each tale, Amara felt a kindling within her soul, a yearning to unravel the threads of her lineage, and so with her grandmother's blessings, she embarked on a journey through the verdant forests and misty glades, seeking the remnants of her ancestors' ways. In a secluded grove, Amara discovered a ring of standing stones, their weathered surfaces etched with intricate symbols. As she traced the patterns with her fingertips, she felt a surge of energy pulsing through the earth, connecting her to the spirits of those who had walked this path before her. Deep within the forest's embrace, she stumbled upon a crystalline pool, its waters reflecting the dappled sunlight like 1,000 diamonds. Here, she learned the ancient rituals of purification, submerging herself in the cool depths and emerging reborn, her spirit cleansed and invigorated. With each discovery, Amara felt a profound sense of belonging wash over her. She understood the reverence her ancestors held for the natural world, the intricate balance they sought to maintain. The lessons of the past resonated within her, whispering of harmony, resilience, and the eternal cycle of life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Amara would return to her grandmother's hearth, her eyes alight with newfound wonder. Together, they would sit in reverent silence, sharing the ancient stories and traditions that had been safeguarded through the ages. In those quiet moments, Amara felt a profound connection to her roots, a taproot that delved deep into the fertile soil of her ancestry. The artifacts she had uncovered became talismans, imbued with the wisdom and strength of her people, guiding her on a path of self-discovery and spiritual awakening. And as the embers of the fire danced before her, Amara knew that she carried within her the legacy of the Kani, a legacy that would forever shape her journey, weaving her into the rich tapestry of life that had been lovingly tended for generations. Story 46. Once upon a dream, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient forest, a world hummed with the gentle rhythms of nature. Towering trees stretched their emerald boughs toward the dappled sunlight, their bark etched with the whispers of countless seasons. Beneath their sheltering canopy, a vibrant tapestry of life unfolded, where the lines between the natural and the mystical blurred into enchantment. Among the ferns and mossy logs, a community of woodland creatures lived in quiet harmony. Rabbits with fur, the color of cinnamon, darted between the undergrowth, their velvety noses twitching with each tantalizing scent carried on the breeze. Squirrels, nimble and mischievous, chattered and frolicked from branch to branch, their bushy tails swaying in a dance as old as time itself. Yet these creatures were not mere animals. They were the guardians of the forest, imbued with an ancient wisdom that flowed through their veins like sap through a mighty oak. For in this realm, the forces of nature held sway, and each living thing played its part in the intricate tapestry of life. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest pulsed with magic, its vibrant hues shifting in a kaleidoscope of change. In the spring, the air was thick with the heady fragrance of wildflowers, their petals unfurling like 1,000 tiny suns. Newborn fawns took their first tentative steps, their spotted coats blending seamlessly with the dappled light. The brook, swollen with snowmelt, burbled joyously, its crystal waters dancing over moss-covered stones. Summer brought the verdant embrace of lush foliage, a canopy of emerald that sheltered the creatures from the golden rays of the sun. Butterflies, their wings a riot of color, flitted among the blossoms, their delicate dance a silent symphony. The air hummed with the lazy buzz of bees, their striped bodies heavy with nectar as they diligently tended to the flowers. Autumn painted the forest in a blaze of fiery hues, the leaves whispering secrets with every rustle of the wind. Squirrels scurried to gather their winter stores, their cheeks bulging with acorns and nuts. The crisp air carried the spicy scent of decaying leaves, a rich tapestry of earth and life intertwined. Winter's icy embrace transformed the forest into a crystalline wonderland. Snow blanketed the ground, muffling the world in a hushed silence. Icicles glittered like diamonds, catching the pale moonlight in their frozen splendor. Yet even in the depths of winter, life persisted, for the creatures knew that beneath the frozen earth, the seeds of rebirth lay dormant, waiting for the first warm breath of spring. Through it all, the ancient wisdom of the forest flowed like a gentle stream, passed down from generation to generation by those who walked its hallowed paths. It was a wisdom born of patience and respect, a reverence for the delicate balance that sustained all life. The eldest among them, a majestic stag with antlers that seemed to cradle the very stars, would gather the young ones beneath the boughs of the ancient oak. With a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, he would spin tales of the forest's mysteries, of the sacred bond between all living things, and of the magic that pulsed through every leaf and stone. "Listen to the whispers of the wind," he would say, his deep eyes shining with a timeless knowledge, "for it carries the voices of those who came before us, echoes of a time when the world was young and unblemished." The young ones would huddle close, their eyes wide with wonder as the stag wove his stories. They learned of the intricate dance of life, how each creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the tapestry. They learned to respect the delicate balance, to take only what they needed and give back in equal measure. And as the seasons turned, the young ones grew wise in the ways of the forest, their hearts swelling with reverence for the magic that surrounded them. They understood that the true power lay not in dominance, but in harmony, in walking softly upon the earth and treading lightly upon its sacred paths. For in this realm, where the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, the greatest wisdom was found in simply being a part of the great cycle of life. And as the creatures watched over the forest, they knew that they were not merely its inhabitants, but its caretakers, entrusted with preserving its timeless beauty for generations yet to come. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children, Lily loved to explore the winding lanes and secret nooks around her home, always on the lookout for new adventures. One crisp autumn day, Lily was wandering through the forest when she stumbled upon an old oak tree with a peculiar door carved to its trunk. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she reached out and turned the tiny knob. To her surprise, the door swung open, revealing a hollow space within the tree. Inside, Lily found a single object, an ordinary-looking acorn. Yet, as soon as her fingers brushed its smooth surface, a warm tingle spread through her hand. She gasped, realizing this was no ordinary acorn, but a vessel brimming with magic. As the days passed, Lily discovered that the acorn possessed a remarkable ability. It could bring her drawings to life. Whenever she sketched a creature or landscape, a gentle shake of the acorn would cause the image to animate, leaping off the page in a whirlwind of color and movement. Lily's newfound talent quickly attracted the attention of her friends, Ollie the wise old owl and Pepper the curious squirrel. Together, they embarked on a journey to explore the wonders of the enchanted acorn, creating vibrant worlds and fantastical beings with each stroke of Lily's pencil. However, their adventures were not without challenges. One day, as they were bringing a majestic dragon to life, the powerful creature grew restless and threatened to wreak havoc on the village. Lily and her friends realized they needed to find a way to calm the dragon's fiery spirit. With Ollie's guidance, they learned that the dragon's rage stemmed from a deep loneliness. Using the acorn's magic, Lily carefully sketched a serene meadow filled with other friendly dragons, providing the creature with a sense of belonging and community. As the newly drawn companions joined the dragon, its anger melted away, replaced by joyful roars and playful antics. Lily and her friends had discovered that true wisdom often lies in understanding and empathy, rather than force or confrontation. From that day forward, Lily's adventures with the enchanted acorn continued, each one teaching her valuable lessons about friendship, compassion, and the power of imagination. With Ollie's wisdom and Pepper's boundless curiosity, she explored realms beyond her wildest dreams, all while cherishing the extraordinary magic that lived within the most ordinary of objects. And as the fireflies danced among the trees and the moon cast its gentle glow, Lily would drift off to sleep, dreaming of the countless wonders yet to be discovered, her heart filled with gratitude for the incredible journey she had embarked upon. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Willow was an inquisitive child, always wondering about the hidden stories behind the ordinary objects that filled her world. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow was helping her mother tidy the attic, she stumbled upon an old worn book tucked away in a dusty corner. Unlike the storybooks she was used to, this one had no title or illustrations on its faded cover. Intrigued, Willow opened the book and was instantly captivated by the intricate designs that danced across the yellowed pages. As she traced the swirling patterns with her finger, the lines began to shimmer and move, forming words that seemed to whisper secrets only she could hear. Willow gasped in wonder, realizing that this was no ordinary book. It was a magical tome filled with ancient knowledge and forgotten tales. From that moment on, Willow was determined to unravel the book's mysteries, spending every spare moment poring over its enchanted pages. With each turn of the leaf, she uncovered remarkable stories of brave heroes, mischievous fairies, and wise woodland creatures, all woven together by the book's magic. One day, as Willow was reading about a legendary garden filled with rare and wondrous plants, the pages began to glow, and a tiny seed fell into her palm. Cradling the seed carefully, Willow followed the book's instructions, planting it in a small pot and tending to it with love and care. To her amazement, the seed soon sprouted into a vibrant sapphire vine, its leaves shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. Willow realized that this was no ordinary plant. It was a magical creation born from the book's enchantment. As the vine grew, it seemed to whisper to Willow, beckoning her to follow its trail deeper into the forest that surrounded her village. Willow knew that this was a journey she had to take, a quest to uncover the secrets that lay waiting amidst the ancient trees. With a sense of purpose, Willow set out on her adventure, the magic book tucked safely in her satchel and the sapphire vine guiding her way. Along the path, she encountered a quirky cast of characters who became her faithful companions. First, there was Thistle, a feisty hedgehog with a heart of gold, who joined Willow's quest after she rescued him from a thorny briar patch. Then came Flutter, a gentle moth fairy with iridescent wings, who offered to light their way through the darkest parts of the forest. Together, this unlikely trio faced challenges and obstacles, from treacherous ravines to mischievous trolls determined to lead them astray. but with wisdom and perseverance, they overcame each trial, forging an unbreakable bond of friendship along the way. As they ventured deeper into the ancient woods, the sapphire vine led them to a clearing where a magnificent tree stood tall, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Willow recognized it from the book's illustrations, the Tree of Tales, a living repository of stories and legends. With bated breath, Willow approached the tree, and as she ran her fingers along its bark, the magical book in her satchel began to glow and hum. Suddenly, the pages flew open, and the tree's branches began to weave together, forming intricate patterns that mirrored the designs in the book. In that moment, Willow realized the truth. The book and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. The book contained the stories, while the tree was the vessel that brought them to life, its magic infusing the world around it with wonder and possibility. As Willow and her friends watched in awe, the tree's branches shifted and swayed, telling a grand tale of courage, friendship, and the enduring power of imagination. With each twist and turn of the story, the clearing seemed to transform, bringing the narrative to vivid life before their very eyes. When the tale reached its conclusion, Willow felt a warmth in her heart and a newfound appreciation for the magic that surrounded her. She understood that the true wonder lay not in the extraordinary, but in the ability to see the extraordinary within the ordinary. From that day forward, Willow carried the lessons of her journey with her, sharing the magic of the Tree of Tales with all who would listen. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would open the book, allow its enchanted pages to guide her, and remember the incredible adventure that had forever changed her perspective on the world. For in a world where ordinary objects hold extraordinary secrets, the greatest magic of all is the power of imagination and the boundless wonder that lies within each of us, waiting to be discovered. Story 49. Once upon a dreamy summer eve, as the forest basked in the golden hues of twilight, a young rabbit named Thistle ventured out from her burrow. The soft earth cushioned her small paws as she hopped through the undergrowth, her nose twitching with curiosity. Thistle's whiskers tingled with the scents of wild honeysuckle and dewy moss. A gentle breeze stirred the canopy above, sending dappled sunlight dancing across her path. In the distance, a babbling stream sang its soothing melody, beckoning her onward. As she neared the water's edge, Thistle caught sight of her dear friend Cedric the squirrel perched on a gnarled oak branch. His bushy tail swished back and forth as he munched on a ripe acorn. "Good evening, Cedric," Thistle called out. "Have you seen the willow whispers yet?" Cedric's eyes grew wide with excitement. "Not yet, but I've been waiting all season for this magical night." The willow whispers were an enchanting phenomenon that occurred only on the first evening of summer, when the forest came alive with ethereal wonders. Passed down through generations, the tales spoke of willows that could share ancient wisdom and secrets of the natural world. As the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a warm zephyr swept through the trees, carrying with it a shimmering mist that swirled and danced around the willows lining the stream. Thistle and Cedric watched in awe as the mist coalesced into gossamer threads that wove themselves into intricate patterns. The willows seemed to lean closer, their leaves trembling with unspoken stories. "Listen closely, little ones," a voice as soft as falling petals whispered. "The earth has many lessons to share, if you open your hearts." The willows spoke in hushed tones of the delicate balance that sustained the forest, weaving tales of how every creature and plant played its part in the tapestry of life. They shared the secrets of seed dispersal, the importance of decomposers, and the interconnected web bound all living things together. Thistle and Cedric listened raptfully, their eyes shining with wonder. As the willow's whispers faded into the night, a profound reverence for nature settled over the pair. From that evening on, they vowed to tread more lightly upon the earth, respecting the intricate dance of life that unfolded all around them. They shared the willow's wisdom with their woodland companions, and the forest thrived in harmony, its magic protected by those who understood its precious secrets. As summer melted into autumn's fiery embrace, Thistle and Cedric eagerly awaited the next cycle of enchantment, for the forest's magic was eternal, renewing itself with every changing season. And they knew that as long as they honored the ancient rhythms of nature, the whispers would continue to guide them, reminding all who listened of the beauty that flourished in the heart of the wild. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart was full of wonder for the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, Lily was helping her grandmother in the kitchen, carefully drying the dishes after their morning meal. As she reached for a plain-looking wooden spoon, something extraordinary happened. The spoon began to glow with a warm, golden light, and Lily gasped in surprise. "Grandma, look!" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Grandmother chuckled softly, her kind eyes twinkling with delight. "Ah, my dear, it seems you have discovered the magic within that simple spoon." Lily's mind raced with questions. "Magic? But how? It's just an ordinary spoon." Grandmother smiled mysteriously. "In this world, even the most ordinary things can hold extraordinary secrets, if you know how to unlock them." From that day on, Lily's life was filled with enchantment. With grandmother's guidance, she learned to harness the magic within the spoon, using it to stir up delightful treats and heartwarming brews. But deep down, Lily sensed that there was more to discover, a greater adventure waiting for her beyond the boundaries of their village. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily and grandmother sat by the crackling fireplace, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Grandmother's eyes twinkled knowingly as she beckoned Lily to answer it. On the doorstep stood two peculiar yet friendly figures, a wise old owl named Hoots and a mischievous raccoon named Rascal. They had heard whispers of Lily's extraordinary gift and had come to seek her help on a quest of great importance. "Young Lily," Hoots spoke in a voice rich with wisdom, "a dark cloud has fallen over the enchanted forest, and its magic is fading. We must journey to the heart of the forest and find the source of this troubling phenomenon." Lily's heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation. She had always dreamed of venturing beyond the village, but the thought of facing unknown dangers made her tremble. Rascal, ever the optimist, chimed in with a playful grin. "Oh, come now, Lily. Where's your sense of adventure? With your magic spoon and our combined wits, we'll have that forest sparkling like new in no time." After a moment's hesitation, Lily met grandmother's encouraging gaze and knew what she had to do. With a deep breath, she clutched the magical spoon close to her heart and stepped out into the great unknown. The journey was not without its challenges. They traversed dense forests, navigated treacherous streams, and encountered all manner of curious creatures. But through it all, Lily's companions remained steadfast and supportive. Hoots, with his ancient wisdom, guided them through perilous situations and taught Lily the importance of patience and thoughtfulness. Rascal, with his boundless energy and mischievous antics, kept their spirits high and reminded Lily to embrace the joy of living. At last, they reached the heart of the enchanted forest, where a dark, ominous cloud loomed overhead. Lily's heart sank as she beheld the withered trees and faded flowers that had once been vibrant with life. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the clearing. "Who dares trespass in my domain?" A towering figure emerged from the shadows, a fearsome troll with a scowl etched deep into his craggy face. Rascal, ever the brave one, stepped forward. "We mean no harm, good troll. We've come to restore the magic of this forest before it's lost forever." The troll eyed them suspiciously, his gaze lingering on Lily's unassuming wooden spoon. "And what makes you think a puny little girl with a kitchen utensil can undo the damage I've wrought?" Lily trembled, but Hoots placed a reassuring wing on her shoulder. "Look deeper, young one. The true magic lies not in the spoon itself, but in the heart that wields it." With newfound courage, Lily raised the spoon high, and it began to glow with a brilliant, warm light. She closed her eyes and focused on all the love, kindness, and wonder she had experienced in her life. The comforting embraces of grandmother, the laughter shared with Rascal, the wise lessons from Hoots. As she concentrated, the light from the spoon grew brighter and brighter until it enveloped the entire clearing. The dark cloud dissipated, and the forest seemed to awaken from its slumber. The trees regained their lush green hues, and vibrant flowers bloomed all around them. The troll, his fierce scowl melting into a look of wonder, sank to his knees. How did you do this?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Lily smiled gently, her heart overflowing with joy. With kindness and understanding, even the darkest shadows can be banished. From that day forward, the enchanted forest thrived once more, its magic restored and protected by Lily and her extraordinary companions. And whenever Lily looked upon her humble wooden spoon, she was reminded that true magic lies not in grand gestures or powerful spells, but in the simple acts of love and friendship that warm the heart and nourish the soul. Story 51. In a cozy woodland grove where sunbeams danced through the canopy and painted the forest floor in golden warmth, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. Though content in her little burrow, she often found herself gazing wistfully beyond the trees, wondering what marvels lay undiscovered in the great unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow foraged for twigs and berries, a gentle breeze carried a peculiar sound, like the tinkling of tiny bells. Her ears perked up, and she scampered towards the melodious chimes, her curiosity piqued. As she delved deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to part before her, revealing a shimmering, crystalline grotto unlike anything she'd ever seen. Towering spires of amethyst and rose quartz surrounded a tranquil pond, its waters glittering like liquid starlight. Willow's breath caught in her throat, for floating above the pond were dozens of ethereal creatures, their gossamer wings humming that enchanting song. "Woodland sprites," she whispered in awe, watching them flit and swirl in intricate dances. One particularly vibrant sprite alighted on a nearby mushroom, its iridescent wings folding neatly behind it. "Welcome, little one," it chirped sweetly. "Few from the outside world stumble upon our hidden sanctuary." "It's beautiful," Willow breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "I've never seen anything like it." The sprite giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Then you must explore further. There are countless wonders awaiting in the fairy realm." With a flutter of its wings, the sprite led Willow deeper into the grotto, revealing sights that left her utterly spellbound. Crystalline streams bubbled with rainbow-hued waters, and glowworms illuminated towering fungi like living chandeliers. Curious pixies peeked out from behind toadstools, while dragonfly-like fairies zipped overhead, trailing sparkling contrails in their wake. As Willow marveled at the ethereal beauty surrounding her, she felt her trepidation melting away, replaced by a sense of childlike joy and wonder. She scampered alongside the sprite, chasing will-o'-the-wisps and delighting in the magical flora that seemed to bloom with every hop. Yet, even in this enchanted paradise, Willow faced gentle challenges. A sudden rainstorm threatened to drench her, but the sprites quickly wove her a cloak of living moss to keep her dry. A narrow chasm barred her path, but by summoning her courage, she managed to leap across with the sprite's encouragement. Through each obstacle, Willow discovered newfound strength and resilience within herself. And as the sun began to set, bathing the fairy realm in a warm, golden glow, the sprite led her back to the grotto's shimmering pond. "You've been so brave, little one," the sprite said warmly. "The fairy realm reveals itself only to those with open hearts and minds." Willow smiled, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you for sharing your magical world with me. I'll never forget this wondrous adventure." As she made her way back to her burrow, Willow felt a newfound sense of contentment and purpose. The unknown would no longer be a source of fear, but a chance for exploration and discovery. And though the fairy realm would remain her cherished secret, its enchantment would forever sparkle within her heart, a reminder to embrace the extraordinary in every moment. Story 52. In a small village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her family's garden and exploring the winding trails that snaked through the lush countryside. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow was gathering wildflowers in a sun-dappled meadow, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath a gnarled oak tree lay a tiny wooden door, no bigger than her hand. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently pushed it open, revealing a narrow passageway burrowing into the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Willow crawled inside, her heart racing with excitement. The tunnel twisted and turned, the walls aglow with luminescent moss that cast a soft, ethereal light. After what seemed like an eternity, she emerged into a world unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering mushrooms dotted the landscape, their caps as wide as wagon wheels. Streams of crystalline water trickled over beds of glittering gemstones, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of blooms that defied description. Willow stood in awe, certain she had discovered a hidden realm within the very forest she called home. As she wandered deeper into this enchanted place, she noticed movement among the mushroom stalks. Tiny figures darted to and fro, their gossamer wings fluttering like iridescent butterflies. Willow gasped in delight. Fairies! They were real, and she had stumbled upon their secret world. One particularly brave fairy flitted up to Willow, its luminous eyes regarding her with equal parts curiosity and wariness. "Welcome, child of the upper realm," it spoke in a voice like tinkling bells. "Few humans have ever laid eyes upon our sanctuary." Willow introduced herself, her words tumbling out in an excited rush. "This place is more wonderful than I could have ever imagined, but why have you remained hidden from us?" The fairy's expression grew somber. "Long ago, our kind lived in harmony with your people. But as your kind grew in number and greed, they began to plunder our lands for their precious metals and rare plants. We retreated here to this realm beyond the veil, to preserve our way of life." Willow's heart ached at the thought of such betrayal. "But I would never dream of harming you or your home," she vowed. "Surely we can find a way to live together in peace." The fairy considered her words carefully. "Perhaps you speak true, young one, but first you must prove yourself worthy of our trust." With a wave of its delicate hand, a glowing acorn appeared before Willow. "Take this seed and guard it well. If you can nurture it to fruition, you will have shown your commitment to our world." Willow cradled the acorn reverently, marveling at the warm energy pulsing from its core. "I will not fail you," she promised. And so began Willow's journey to bridge the divide between the human and fairy realms. Each day she tended to the acorn with loving care, singing gentle melodies and whispering words of encouragement as it slowly unfurled into a sapling. As the sapling grew, so too did Willow's connection to the fairy realm. The fairies taught her the secrets of their magic, how to coax life from the earth, how to communicate with the creatures of the forest, and how to weave spells of protection and healing. In turn, Willow shared with them the wisdom of her people, teaching them the value of compassion, curiosity, and open-mindedness. Slowly but surely, the two worlds began to intertwine, their inhabitants forging bonds of friendship and mutual understanding. One fateful day, as Willow was tending to the now towering oak that had sprouted from the acorn, a group of human loggers stumbled upon the fairy realm. Their eyes grew wide with greed at the sight of the glittering gemstones and rare flora, and they began hacking away at the delicate ecosystem without a second thought. The fairies scattered in terror, their cries of anguish piercing the air. Willow stood her ground, wielding the magic she had learned to erect a shimmering barrier between the loggers and the realm. "You will not despoil this sacred place," she shouted, her voice ringing with a power she never knew she possessed. The loggers, taken aback by the display of sorcery, retreated in confusion and fear. Willow collapsed to her knees, drained from the exertion of her magical feat, but jubilant in the knowledge that she had protected her fairy friends and their home. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the fairy realm, acting as a bridge between the two worlds and ensuring their peaceful coexistence. She taught her fellow villagers to respect the natural world and its inhabitants, and in turn, the fairies shared their magic with those who proved themselves worthy. Years passed, and Willow grew from a young girl into a wise and revered woman. Her hair had turned silver, but her eyes still sparkled with the same sense of wonder she had felt upon first discovering the fairy realm. As she sat beneath the mighty oak that had borne witness to her incredible journey, she reflected on the transformative power of friendship, understanding, and a deep reverence for the natural world. The once hidden fairy realm had become a cherished part of her village, its magic woven into the very fabric of their lives. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Willow knew that her life's work had been a resounding success. She had forged a lasting bond between two realms, a testament to the enduring strength of unity and the boundless potential of the human spirit. With a contented smile, she closed her eyes and listened to the whispers of the forest, her heart full of gratitude for the incredible journey that had led her to this moment of profound peace and harmony. Story 53. In a land where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, there lived a young bear named Finley. With fur as soft as clouds and eyes that sparkled like morning dew, Finley was no ordinary bear. He possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to weave dreams into existence. Each night, as the stars danced across the velvety sky, Finley would curl up in his cozy den and let his imagination run wild. With a gentle flick of his paw, he could create entire worlds filled with wondrous sights and enchanting sounds. From soaring mountains that pierced the heavens to whimsical forests brimming with curious creatures, Finley's dreams knew no limits. One night, as the moon cast its silvery glow upon the forest, Finley found himself lost in a particularly vivid dream. He had conjured a towering tree with branches that stretched out like welcoming arms, its leaves whispering ancient secrets. Nestled within its embrace was a hidden door, beckoning him to unlock its mysteries. Curiosity piqued, Finley stepped through the door and found himself in a realm unlike any he had ever dreamed before. Vast meadows of wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their petals scattering rainbows of color across the landscape. Crystalline streams wound their way through the lush greenery, their waters shimmering like liquid diamonds. As Finley wandered deeper into this enchanted world, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny village nestled among the trees, its inhabitants unlike any he had ever seen. These were the Dream Weavers, a community of mystical beings who guarded the fabric of dreams and guided lost dreamers back to their slumbering selves. One of the Dream Weavers, a wise old owl named Willow, took Finley under her wing. She explained that his gift was rare and precious, and that he had a vital role to play in preserving the delicate balance between dreams and reality. "Our world is in peril, young Finley," Willow said, her eyes filled with concern. "The Nightmare King, a malevolent force, seeks to unravel the very fabric of dreams, plunging all realms into endless darkness." Finley listened intently, his heart swelling with determination to protect the wondrous world he had discovered. Willow entrusted him with a magical Dreamweaver's staff, a slender branch imbued with the power to shape and mold dreams. Armed with this powerful artifact, Finley embarked on a journey through the dream realm, encountering challenges and obstacles that tested his courage and ingenuity. He befriended a playful sprite named Zephyr, whose ability to manipulate the wind proved invaluable in their quest. Together, they ventured deep into the heart of the Nightmare King's domain, a twisted labyrinth of shadowy corridors and haunting whispers. Along the way, they encountered creatures born from the darkest corners of the subconscious, grotesque nightmares that sought to trap them in endless cycles of fear and despair. But Finley's unwavering spirit and the bond he shared with Zephyr proved mightier than any nightmare. With each obstacle they overcame, their friendship grew stronger, forging an unbreakable bond that defied the very essence of the Nightmare King's influence. In a climactic confrontation, Finley and Zephyr stood face to face with the Nightmare King himself, a towering figure wreathed in inky shadows, his very presence sapping the warmth and light from the realm around them. Summoning every ounce of courage and drawing upon the power of his Dreamweaver's staff, Finley wove a tapestry of dreams so dazzling and radiant that it pierced the Nightmare King's defenses. As the darkness recoiled, Zephyr unleashed a whirlwind of cleansing winds, banishing the Nightmare King's influence from the dream realm forever. With the balance restored, Finley and Zephyr returned to their respective realms, but their bond remained unbroken. Finley's dreams now carried a newfound depth and vibrancy, infused with the lessons he had learned and the friendships he had forged. As he drifted off to sleep each night, Finley knew that he had undergone a profound transformation. He was no longer just a dreamer. He was a dreamweaver, a guardian of the sacred realm where imagination took flight and the impossible became reality. And in the depths of his slumber, Finley's dreams continued to weave their magic, touching the lives of others, and reminding them that even in the darkest of times, the power of friendship and imagination could conquer any nightmare. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived a curious young earthling named Zara. With her wide eyes and boundless spirit, she dreamed of exploring the vast cosmos beyond her home planet. Little did she know, her wish was about to come true in the most extraordinary way. One starry night, Zara witnessed a brilliant streak of light blazing across the sky. It crashed deep in the nearby forest, piquing her curiosity. She ventured into the woods, her heart racing with excitement, and stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, spherical spacecraft with a curious creature inside. This creature was unlike anything Zara had ever seen. With shimmering scales that reflected the moonlight and a pair of large, soulful eyes, it introduced itself as Kiro, a traveler from the distant planet Zelion. Kiro's spacecraft had malfunctioned, leaving them stranded on Earth. At first, Zara and Kiro eyed each other warily, their differences seeming insurmountable. Zara couldn't understand Kiro's chirping language, and Kiro found Zara's gestures bewildering. But as they spent more time together, a bridge of understanding began to form. Through patient observation and a shared sense of wonder, they slowly learned to communicate. Zara taught Kiro about Earth's wonders, like the vibrant colors of a sunset or the soothing sounds of a babbling brook. In turn, Kiro shared glimpses of Zelion's breathtaking landscapes and advanced technology. Despite their initial misunderstandings, a bond of friendship blossomed between the unlikely companions. They realized that beneath their physical differences, they shared a deep appreciation for the beauty of the universe and a desire to explore its mysteries. Together, they embarked on a series of adventures, facing challenges that tested their newfound friendship. When Kiro's spacecraft sustained further damage, Zara worked tirelessly to repair it, drawing upon her resourcefulness and determination. And when Zara found herself lost in the vast forest, Kiro's natural navigation skills guided them back to safety. Through these shared experiences, they learned the true meaning of friendship, the ability to support and understand one another, even in the face of adversity. Zara marveled at Kiro's unwavering loyalty and patience, while Kiro admired Zara's boundless curiosity and resilience. As the time came for Kiro to return to Zelion, both felt a pang of sadness. But they knew their friendship had transcended the boundaries of space and time. Zara promised to keep exploring and sharing the wonders of Earth, while Kiro vowed to visit her again one day, perhaps with other travelers from Zelion. And so, with heavy hearts but spirits filled with hope, they parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other within their hearts. For in that moment, they understood that true friendship knows no bounds. It is a universal language, spoken through acts of kindness, understanding, and shared wonder. From that day on, whenever Zara gazed up at the twinkling stars, she felt a warmth in her heart, knowing that somewhere out there, her friend Kiro was looking back, their bond as unbreakable as the vast expanse of the cosmos itself. Story 55. Once upon a starry night, when the forest was cloaked in silvery moonlight, a young rabbit named Willow emerged from her burrow. Her nose twitched, catching the scent of dewy ferns and mushrooms peeking through the mossy undergrowth. As Willow hopped along the winding trail, she noticed a warm glow flickering between the towering oak trees. Curiosity piqued, she followed the gentle luminescence deeper into the ancient woods. There, in a secluded clearing, Willow witnessed an enchanting spectacle. Hundreds of tiny fireflies danced and swirled in mesmerizing patterns, their brilliant bodies igniting the night like miniature lanterns. An elderly owl perched on a gnarled branch, watching over the magical display with wise amber eyes. "Greetings, little one," the owl hooted softly. "You have arrived just in time for the Firefly Festival, a sacred ceremony that heralds the summer solstice." Willow's whiskers trembled in wonder as the fireflies twirled and spiraled, their lights ebbing and flowing in synchronicity. The air was alive with their blinking melodies, an ancient song passed down through generations of forest dwellers. "You see, young Willow," the owl continued, "when the warm days stretch long into the evening and the earth brims with life's energy, the fireflies gather to celebrate nature's delicate balance. Their dance ensures the continued harmony between all living things in our woodland realm." As if on cue, a refreshing breeze swirled through the clearing, carrying the sweet fragrances of wildflowers and ripening berries. Willow closed her eyes, feeling the forest's vital essence pulsing all around her. The elderly owl ruffled her feathers contentedly. This annual rite renews the sacred bond between our woodland community and the turning of the seasons. As long as the fireflies perform their lustrous ballet, Immer's abundance will flourish, and we shall want for nothing. Willow watched, entranced, as the flickering lights wove intricate patterns, each firefly in perfect step with its kin. Their luminous dance seemed to weave the very fabric of the summer night, celebrating the forest's life cycle in a breathtaking tapestry of light and shadow. When at last the final firefly winked out, the clearing fell into a tranquil hush. The owl stretched her wings and prepared to take flight. "Remember this enchanting sight, little Willow," she said. "One day, when you are gray of fur, it will be your turn to pass down the tales of the Firefly Festival to the next generation, ensuring our beloved rituals endure for seasons to come." With a reverent nod, Willow hopped back along the moonlit trail towards her burrow, her heart aglow with wonder. From that night on, she carried the memory of the firefly's splendid dance, a flickering reminder of the magic pulsing through the ancient forest's veins. Story 56. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived two unlikely companions from vastly different worlds. Zara was a curious young Apigean, her skin shimmering with bioluminescent patterns that pulsed in rhythm with her emotions. She hailed from the lush, water-covered planet of Hydros, where her people lived in harmony with the ocean's ebb and flow. Vin, on the other hand, was a scrappy, mechanically inclined Fernation, his metallic exoskeleton glistening under the twin suns of his arid homeworld, Karis. Born into a society that valued logic and efficiency above all else, he had a knack for tinkering with machines and solving complex puzzles. Their paths crossed quite by chance when Zara's scout ship became stranded on Karis after a perilous meteor shower. Vin, ever the problem solver, offered to help repair her damaged vessel, intrigued by the sleek, organic design he had never encountered before. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Zara struggled to breathe in the dry, thin air of Karis, while Vin found the constant humidity of her scout ship stifling. Misunderstandings abounded, with Zara's poetic metaphors sailing over Vin's literal mindset, and Vin's technical jargon leaving Zara utterly bewildered. Yet as they worked side by side, slowly but surely, they began to appreciate each other's unique perspectives. Zara marveled at Vin's ingenious engineering skills, while Vin found himself drawn to the lyrical cadence of her speech and the vibrant patterns that danced across her skin. When a rogue sandstorm threatened to bury them alive, they realized they had to pool their strengths if they wanted to survive. Zara used her deep connection with the natural elements to sense the storm's approach, while Vin's quick thinking allowed them to fortify their shelter and conserve their limited resources. In those harrowing moments, huddled together against the howling winds, they truly saw each other for the first time. Not as strange, alien beings, but as kindred spirits united in their will to endure. They shared stories of their worlds, their dreams, and their fears, forging a bond that transcended their physical differences. As the storm passed and Zara's ship was finally spaceworthy again, they both felt a pang of sadness at the thought of parting ways. In that brief time together, they had learned so much from one another, their perspectives forever broadened. With a heartfelt embrace, Zara invited Vin to join her on her journey through the stars, promising to show him wonders he could scarcely imagine. Vin, his thirst for knowledge rekindled, eagerly accepted, ready to embark on a new adventure with his newfound friend. And so the unlikely duo set off into the vast cosmos, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding, acceptance, and the unbreakable bonds that can form between even the most disparate of souls. Story 57. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, a world of wonder and enchantment thrived. This was the realm of the Woodland Guardians, a secret society of creatures who lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. Among the guardians were the wise old oak, whose bark held the whispers of 1,000 seasons, and the playful rabbits, whose nimble feet danced across the mossy undergrowth. There were also the industrious beavers, whose dams created tranquil pools that mirrored the ever-changing sky, and the majestic deer, whose gentle eyes reflected the serenity of the forest. Each creature played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of this verdant sanctuary. The bees pollinated the vibrant wildflowers, ensuring the continued cycle of growth and renewal. The birds, with their melodious songs, heralded the changing of the seasons, while the squirrels diligently gathered and stored nuts, preparing for the long winter ahead. But the true magic of the forest was woven into the very fabric of nature itself. As the first buds of spring unfurled, a shimmering mist would rise from the dew-kissed leaves, carrying the whispered promises of new beginnings. In the heat of summer, the air would dance with the flickering lights of fireflies, their ethereal glow casting a warm radiance over the woodland paths. Autumn brought a symphony of colors, as the trees shed their vibrant cloaks, carpeting the forest floor with a tapestry of crimson and gold. It was during this season that the guardians gathered to honor the turning of the year, celebrating the bounty of the harvest and the wisdom of the ages. Winter transformed the forest into a crystalline wonderland, where icicles hung like delicate chandeliers from the bare branches. It was then that the guardians would huddle close, sharing stories passed down through countless generations, tales of courage, friendship, and the profound connection that bound all living things together. One such story spoke of a young rabbit who ventured too far from home, only to find herself lost in a blinding snowstorm. Trembling and afraid, she huddled beneath a fallen log, her hopes fading with each passing hour. But just when all seemed lost, a warm glow flickered in the distance, guiding her back to the safety of her warren. The source of this miraculous light, the elders whispered, was the winter's lantern, a magical phenomenon that appeared only to those pure of heart and true to the ways of the forest. From that day forward, the young rabbit carried the lessons of her journey close to her heart, understanding that even in the darkest of times, hope and guidance could be found in the natural world around her. As the seasons cycled endlessly, the guardians remained steadfast in their roles, tending to the intricate web of life that sustained their cherished home. For they knew that true magic resided not in fleeting spells or dazzling displays, but in the quiet beauty of nature itself. The gentle rustling of leaves, the melodic trickle of a stream, and the unbreakable bonds that connected all living beings to the beating heart of the forest. Story 58. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, a world of enchantment thrived. The towering trees, with their gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens, stood as silent sentinels, guarding the secrets of the wild. Beneath their canopy, a tapestry of life unfolded, woven together by the threads of harmony and balance. In this verdant realm, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony with nature, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the seasons. The wise old oak tree, whose roots delved deep into the earth, whispered ancient tales to those who would listen, passing down the wisdom of generations past. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the forest awoke to a symphony of birdsong. Tiny feathered creatures flitted from branch to branch, their melodies announcing the arrival of a new day. The air was thick with the scent of damp moss and decaying leaves, a rich fragrance that spoke of life and renewal. Beneath the forest floor, a network of tunnels and burrows bustled with activity. Families of rabbits tended to their young, their noses twitching as they foraged for tender shoots and succulent roots. Nearby, a badger kept a watchful eye, its striped snout poking out from the entrance to its den, ever vigilant against potential threats. As the sun climbed higher, the forest took on a golden hue, the leaves filtering the light into a warm, inviting glow. Squirrels scampered along the branches, their bushy tails trailing behind them as they gathered nuts and seeds for the coming winter. Their chatter and the rustling of leaves created a gentle symphony that echoed through the woods. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear stream meandered through the undergrowth, its waters sparkling like diamonds in the dappled sunlight. Here, deer would come to drink, their graceful forms reflected in the rippling surface. They moved with a quiet dignity, their ears twitching at the slightest sound, ever alert to the world around them. As the seasons shifted, the forest transformed, each change heralding a new chapter in the eternal cycle of life. In the autumn, the leaves burst into a kaleidoscope of fiery hues, their vibrant reds, oranges, and golds painting the forest in a magnificent tapestry. The crisp air carried the scent of wood smoke and the promise of frost to come. It was during this time that the forest revealed its most wondrous secret, the dance of the will-o'-the-wisps. As night fell, these ethereal lights would flit among the trees, their soft glow leading those who were pure of heart along hidden paths. It was said that these magical orbs were the spirits of the forest, guiding travelers who had lost their way back to safety. Winter brought a hushed stillness to the woods, the world blanketed in a pristine layer of snow. The trees stood bare, their branches etched against the pale sky like delicate lace. Yet even in this seeming slumber, life persisted. Tiny footprints crisscrossed the snowy expanse, left by the creatures who called this frozen wonderland home. It was during these cold months that the forest revealed another of its mysteries, the aurora borealis. On clear nights, the northern lights would dance across the heavens, ribbons of vibrant color undulating in a mesmerizing display. The animals would pause in their nightly routines, transfixed by the celestial spectacle unfolding above them. As spring arrived, the forest burst into life once more. The first tentative buds appeared, their delicate hues a promise of the lush greenery to come. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, their petals unfurling to greet the warm caress of the sun. In a secluded meadow, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, a dazzling display took place. Here, the forest sprites would gather, their gossamer wings catching the light as they danced among the blooms. It was said that these tiny beings were the guardians of the forest, ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was maintained. Throughout the changing seasons, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each playing their part in the intricate tapestry of life. They understood that all things were connected, and that to disrupt the balance was to invite peril. As the years passed, the ancient wisdom was passed down from one generation to the next, a sacred trust to be cherished and protected. For in this enchanted realm, the secrets of the forest were not mere tales, but a living, breathing testament to the magic that thrived in the world, if only one knew where to look. And so, the forest endured, a verdant sanctuary where the boundaries between reality and enchantment blurred, a place where the rhythms of nature held sway and the whispers of the wild echoed through the ages. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a cozy valley nestled between rolling emerald hills, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. She had always been a timid sort, preferring the safety and familiarity of her burrow to the great unknown beyond. Willow's best friend, a wise old owl named Gerda, often encouraged her to spread her wings and explore. "Why, there's a whole world out there waiting to be discovered," Gerda would hoot, but the very thought made Willow's paws tremble. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured just a little further than usual to nibble on the sweet clover that grew near the stream. As she munched away, she failed to notice the tiny acorn sprout peeking up beside her. Before she knew it, the little seedling had sprouted into a great towering oak, its branches stretching up toward the sky. Poor Willow found herself trapped underneath, the oak's vast canopy blocking the warm sunlight. She pounded on the rough bark with her paws and cried for help, but her piteous squeaks were swallowed by the rustling leaves. Willow sank to the mossy ground, overwhelmed by her predicament. Just then, a melodic tinkling sound floated through the air. Willow looked up to see a glimmering trail of stardust weaving between the oak's branches. It coalesced into the form of a radiant fairy with gossamer wings. "Do not be afraid, little one," the fairy said in a lilting voice. "This mighty oak represents the growth and change that lies ahead. Though it may seem daunting and unfamiliar now, it is a journey rich with beauty if you remain open to it." The fairy waved her hand, and the rough bark transformed into a shimmering staircase carved with intricate whorls and patterns. "Climb upward with courage, and you shall be rewarded with a most breathtaking view." Still uncertain, Willow nevertheless began to ascend the twisting stairs, buoyed by the fairy's gentle encouragement. With each upward step, the fear in her heart melted away, replaced by a blossoming sense of wonder. At last, she emerged through the oak's canopy and gasped at the magnificent vista that greeted her. Miles of undulating hills rolled out before her like waves on an emerald sea, dappled with wildflowers of every vibrant hue. A dazzling rainbow arched across the heavens, its colors so rich and vivid they seemed to dance before her very eyes. In that breathtaking moment, all of Willow's fears and doubts fell away. She understood then that growth and change, though often intimidating, reveal splendors and marvels we could scarcely imagine from our limited view below. When finally she descended, Gerda and all the forest creatures were there to greet her with cheers of celebration. From that day forth, Willow vowed to embrace each change and challenge that came her way, for she knew that wondrous new perspectives awaited her with every upward step. And whenever her paws grew weary or her determination waned, she need only look up at the magnificent oak that now stood as an eternal reminder. For those brave enough to climb, the most dazzling vistas will unfold before them. Story 60. In a galaxy where stars danced and planets hummed with life, there lived a young Venusian named Aura. Her scales shimmered like rainbows in the perpetual twilight of her cloud-shrouded world. Ever curious, Aura would gaze up at the twinkling lights in the endless violet sky and dream of the wonders that lay beyond. One fateful evening, a strange object came hurtling through the atmosphere, crashing into the nearby crystalline forests. Aura raced to investigate and found a battered spacecraft and its lone occupant, a rough-skinned alien she had never encountered before. The creature stirred, blinking its 4 beady eyes. "Ugh, where am I?" it grumbled in a grating language Aura could not comprehend. Aura trilled a friendly greeting, but the alien recoiled in fear. "Stay back, you scaly menace!" it cried, fumbling for a blaster. Aura's friendly overtures only seemed to heighten the creature's panic. With a lurch, it fired a bright stun bolt that narrowly missed her iridescent crest. Aura fled, her heart racing, as the alien cursed in its bizarre tongue. Over the next few days, Aura watched the hapless visitor stumble through the vibrant forests, struggling to find food and shelter. Its clumsy movements trampled delicate flora and startled the docile fauna. Yet Aura could not help but feel a pang of pity for the lost and frightened being. Screwing up her courage, she approached once more, this time leaving a trail of succulent lunavine fruits to tempt the ravenous alien. To her delight, it devoured the offering, its 4 eyes widening in surprise at the sweet, nourishing flavor. A fragile truce was formed over that alien delicacy. Though they could not understand each other's speech, Aura and her unlikely companion began to communicate through gestures and expressions. She learned his name was Grunk, and that he hailed from a distant desert world of blistering sunlight. As the days passed, Grunk marveled at the wonders of Venus, the hovering opal clouds that bathed the landscape in a lavender glow, the luminous, meandering riverbeds that flowed with shimmering liquid diamonds, the gently undulating canopies of vermilion meadows that seemed to breathe in time with the planet's steady pulse. In turn, Aura became enthralled by Grunk's fantastic tales of his home planet, the endless dunes that sang in the scorching winds, the blazing crimson sunsets that turned the rocky badlands into a molten sea. For a world so harsh, it harbored its own exotic beauty and hardy resilience. Inevitably, their bonding was not without difficulties. When Grunk carelessly plucked a flashing willow blossom, he received a startling electric shock that made his fur bristle. When Aura tried some of Grunk's iron-rich rations, her delicate senses were overwhelmed by the bitter, metallic tang. Yet these misunderstandings only brought them closer, as each learned about the other's culture and physiology. They began to anticipate one another's needs and accommodate their differences with infinite patience and good humor. Then came the day when a rescue ship at last arrived to retrieve the stranded Grunk. As the craft's engines roared to life, Aura felt a profound sadness grip her soul. Her scaly companion had become so much more than just a curiosity from the stars. He was a true friend. Grunk seemed to share her melancholy. "You know, Scaly," he said, fumbling with the unfamiliar word in her lyrical language, "I'm really going to miss this crazy place, and you, most of all." Aura nuzzled him gently with her sleek snout, her kaleidoscopic eyes shimmering. In that moment, no words were necessary. They had transcended the barriers of language and biology to forge an ineffable bond of friendship and understanding. As Grunk's ship climbed back through the clouds and into the vastness of space, he gazed back at the achingly beautiful planet. No matter how far the cosmos would carry him, he knew a piece of his heart would remain forever on Venus with his iridescent friend, Aura. And somewhere amongst those winking stars, Aura hoped their paths would cross once more. For though their worlds were lifetimes apart, she had glimpsed the truth that bound all living things across the universe, the radiant light of friendship that burned brighter than any star. Story 61. In a cozy woodland glade where mushroom cottages nestled among towering trees, there lived a young squirrel named Nutkin. He was an inquisitive little fellow, always scampering about and poking his nose into every nook and cranny. One crisp autumn morning, Nutkin awoke to a strange sight. The once vibrant colors of the forest had faded to dull grays and browns. Alarmed, Nutkin scurried to consult his dear friend, the wise old oak tree, Oakley. "Why has the magic gone from our beloved forest?" he asked, fidgeting with his bushy tail. Oakley's branches creaked thoughtfully. "A great mystery indeed, young Nutkin, but fear not, for all will be well if we remain patient and observant." Together they set out to investigate, Nutkin's sharp eyes scanning every detail. At the babbling brook, the water flowed clear but colorless. The birds sang their melodies, but their feathers were a drab gray. Even the wildflowers had lost their brilliant hues. As they pondered this peculiar predicament, a glimmer of hope appeared. A tiny fairy named Glow, her gossamer wings still shimmering with iridescent light. "Oh, friends," she cried, "a terrible thing has happened. The wicked Shade, a dark sorcerer, has stolen the forest's magic colors." Nutkin and Oakley were aghast. Without its vibrant palette, the forest would surely wither and fade. Glow explained that Shade coveted the colors for his own selfish purposes, to dye his drab lair and weave dazzling illusions. Determined to recover the stolen hues, the trio consulted the ancient spellbook of nature. They learned that Shade had hidden the colors in 7 secret locations, each guarded by a cunning riddle. With Glow's guidance, they embarked on a whimsical quest, following the trail of clues. At the mossy bank, they deciphered the riddle of the iridescent mushroom ring. In the sunlit meadow, they solved the mystery of the kaleidoscope wildflowers. One by one, they unlocked the hiding places, retrieving vibrant reds, blues, greens, and yellows. Yet the most challenging riddle awaited them at Shade's foreboding lair. As they pondered the perplexing clue, wise Oakley noticed a peculiar pattern in the shadows cast by the twisted branches. "Aha!" he exclaimed. "The final colors lie within the shadows themselves." Nutkin scampered nimbly along the branches, while Glow illuminated the intricate shadow shapes with her glowing light. Sure enough, hidden inside were the last shimmering hues of purple, orange, and pink. With the full spectrum of colors restored, the forest blossomed back to life in a breathtaking kaleidoscope. Shade, humbled by their determination, vowed to use his powers for good from that day forth. As the trio celebrated their triumph, Oakley imparted one last sage wisdom. Though the world may sometimes lose its luster, never forget that true beauty lies in observing life's small wonders with open eyes and an open heart. Nutkin nestled contentedly in a bed of ferns, dreaming of more enchanting adventures to come in their magical, technicolor woodland home. Story 62. Once upon a dreamy eve, as the forest awoke to the whispers of twilight, a world of wonder stirred beneath the canopy of ancient boughs. Here, where moss-laden branches embraced the soft earth, the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded in a tapestry of magic and mystery. At the heart of this verdant realm dwelt the wise old oak, a towering guardian whose roots stretched deep, anchoring the forest in harmony. Nestled among his gnarled bark resided a community of tiny sprites, the Whisper Folk, whose voices carried the secrets of the woodlands. As night fell, the Whisper Folk emerged, their translucent wings catching the moon's ethereal glow. They danced among the ferns, weaving melodies that coaxed forth the awakening of the nocturnal creatures. Owls took flight on silent wings, their haunting calls echoing through the trees. Fireflies blinked in synchrony, their golden sparks illuminating the undergrowth like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Deep within a hollowed log, a family of hedgehogs stirred, their quills rustling as they foraged for succulent mushrooms and ripe berries. Nearby, a badger lumbered forth, snuffling the rich earth for grubs and roots, its striped coat blending seamlessly with the dappled shadows. In a secluded glade, a majestic stag raised his noble head, his antlers adorned with the trailing vines of ivy. His deep, soulful eyes reflected the ancient wisdom passed down through generations, a knowledge that bound all living things to the rhythms of the forest. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the magic of this woodland realm intensified. In spring, the whisper folk heralded the arrival of new life, their voices mingling with the melodies of songbirds and the gentle patter of rain upon tender leaves. Summer brought a riot of color and fragrance, as wildflowers carpeted the glades and sunbeams danced through the verdant canopy. Autumn cast a golden cloak over the forest, and the whisper folk wove their spells into the tapestry of falling leaves. They guided the squirrels in their industrious gathering, ensuring each hollow was well stocked for the long winter ahead. As the first frost descended, the sprites retreated deep into the heart of the oak, cocooned in slumber until the earth awoke once more. Through every season, the forest thrived in perfect equilibrium, each creature playing its part in the intricate balance of nature. The wise old oak stood sentinel, his branches sheltering all who dwelled within his embrace, a testament to the enduring harmony that bound the living and the magical. As night surrendered to dawn's embrace, the whisper folk whispered their farewells, retreating into the shadowed hollows until twilight fell once more. Yet their voices lingered, carrying the ancient melodies that echoed through the centuries, reminding all who listened that magic dwelled in every flutter of a wing, every rustle of a leaf, and every breath of the wind through the boughs. For in this forest, where the veil between worlds grew thin, the hidden lives of nature's creatures danced in an eternal symphony, their existence intertwined with the ebb and flow of the seasons, the elements, and the very essence of life itself. Story 63. Once upon a starry night, deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a family of rabbits huddled together in their cozy burrow. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Little Thumper, the youngest of the litter, snuggled close to his mother, his eyes wide with wonder. "Mama, can you tell us a story?" he asked, his nose twitching with excitement. Mama Rabbit nuzzled him affectionately and began to speak in a soft, soothing voice. Long ago, before the forest was as you see it today, the trees, plants, and creatures lived in perfect harmony. The wise old oak, whose branches stretched skyward like gnarled fingers, was the guardian of this delicate balance. The kits listened, enraptured, as their mother's words painted a vivid picture in their minds. Each season brought its own magic, and the creatures of the forest knew to respect the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms. In spring, the melting snow would trickle down into clear streams, nourishing the tender shoots that poked through the rich soil. The air was filled with the sweet melodies of songbirds, welcoming the renewal of life. Thumper closed his eyes, imagining the vibrant greens and the warmth of the gentle sun on his fur. Summer brought lazy afternoons basking in the dappled shade, the buzz of busy bees, and the juicy sweetness of wild berries. The forest was alive with 1,000 shades of emerald, jade, and olive, a verdant tapestry woven by nature's masterful hand. The kits could almost taste the tangy berries and feel the cool grass beneath their paws. As autumn's chill crept in, the leaves transformed into a breathtaking display of crimson, gold, and amber. The squirrels scurried to gather their winter stores, and the deer grazed on the last lush greens before the frost set in. Thumper shivered, picturing the crisp, cool air and the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot. Winter brought a hushed stillness, a blanket of pristine snow muffling the forest's sounds. The bare branches stood stark against the pale sky, their slender limbs etched with delicate patterns of frost. Yet even in this seeming dormancy, life pulsed beneath the frozen earth, awaiting the first hints of spring's awakening. The kits huddled closer, captivated by the tale of the forest's eternal cycle. Through it all, the wise old oak watched over his woodland realm, his roots reaching deep into the earth, drawing strength from the very essence of nature. He whispered ancient secrets to those who listened, reminding them of the delicate balance that sustained the forest's magic. Mama Rabbit's voice grew soft and reverent. The creatures learned to live in harmony with the changing seasons, respecting the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms. They understood that each part, no matter how small, played a vital role in the greater tapestry of life. She nuzzled her kits once more, her warm breath ruffling their downy fur. And so, my dears, we too must honor the wisdom of the forest, treading lightly upon the earth and cherishing the precious gifts she bestows upon us. For in doing so, we preserve the magic that has flowed through these ancient woods for generations untold. As the last embers of the story faded, the kits snuggled closer, their eyes heavy with sleep, their dreams filled with the wonders of the enchanted forest. And somewhere high above, the wise old oak stood watch, his branches swaying in the gentle breeze, a silent guardian of nature's eternal dance. Story 64. Once upon a twilight gleam, nestled deep within the ancient evergreen forest, a realm of enchantment thrived in perfect harmony with nature's rhythms. Here, the hidden lives of creatures great and small unfolded in a delicate dance, woven with whispers of magic that ebbed and flowed like the seasons themselves. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the forest stirred to life. Dewdrops glistened like diamonds on emerald ferns, each one a tiny mirror reflecting the world anew. A family of deer emerged from their thicket, led by a majestic stag whose antlers seemed to cradle the morning mist. With graceful steps, they made their way to a crystalline stream, drinking deeply from its cool, revitalizing waters. Nearby, a pair of mischievous squirrels frolicked amid the branches, their bushy tails swishing playfully. They scampered from tree to tree, gathering acorns and pine cones for the coming winter. Little did they know, their antics were observed by a wise old owl perched on a gnarled oak, her amber eyes twinkling with amusement. As the day wore on, the forest hummed with activity. Woodland creatures of all shapes and sizes went about their business, tending to their homes, foraging for food, and raising their young. Yet, even amid this constant bustle, there existed an undercurrent of profound reverence for the delicate balance that sustained them all. For in the evergreen forest, every living thing, from the mighty oak to the tiniest mushroom, was inextricably linked by an ancient magic that ebbed and flowed with the changing seasons. When autumn's golden mantle descended, the trees shed their leaves in a vibrant display, their bounty nourishing the soil for the cycle to begin anew. In winter, a hush fell over the forest as creatures burrowed deep, conserving their energy until spring's gentle awakening. It was during these transitions that the magic was most potent, manifesting in wondrous phenomena that dazzled the senses. On the first frost of winter, gossamer strands of ice would transform the forest into a glistening cathedral, each branch and twig adorned with intricate crystalline sculptures. In spring, a carpet of wildflowers would burst forth, their vibrant hues and sweet fragrances heralding the return of life and renewal. At the heart of this enchanted realm resided the ancient willow tree, a gnarled and revered guardian whose roots delved deeper than any other. It was here that the forest's eldest denizens, the wise owls, the cunning foxes, and the majestic stags, would gather to share the wisdom of generations past. On nights when the full moon cast its silvery glow, these elders would impart their knowledge to the young, teaching them the sacred ways of the forest. They spoke of respecting the delicate balance, of taking only what was needed, and giving back in kind. They shared tales of the great forces that governed the seasons, and the magic that flowed through every living thing, binding them all together in a vast, interconnected tapestry. As the young ones listened, rapt with wonder, they could feel the ancient magic pulsing around them, a tangible reminder of their place in the grand cycle of life. They learned that even the smallest creature played a vital role in maintaining the harmony of the forest, and that true wisdom came from living in reverence of this eternal truth. Thus, generation after generation, the hidden lives of the evergreen forest's creatures unfolded in a timeless dance, guided by the rhythms of nature and the whispers of magic that echoed through the ages. And though the world beyond its borders might change and shift, within these ancient woods, the delicate balance would forever endure, a testament to the enduring wisdom of those who called it home. Story 65. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, in a quaint forest cottage, there lived a young girl named Willow. She had always been a shy, timid creature, finding safety and comfort in her familiar routines. Change terrified her, and she dreaded anything that disrupted the patterns she knew so well. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to discover something utterly bewildering had occurred overnight. Delicate vines now curled along her bedroom walls, and tiny buds were blossoming among the green tendrils. She gasped, her eyes widening with trepidation. At that moment, a glimmering light flickered in the corner. A tiny creature no bigger than Willow's hand alighted on her bedpost. It was a radiant fairy with shimmering gossamer wings and a gentle smile. "Greetings, Willow," the fairy spoke in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Gwendolyn, Fey Keeper of Growth and Renewal. These vines appeared because it's time for you to blossom and transform." Willow shrank back, clutching her blankets. "But I don't want to change. Everything is fine just the way it is." Gwendolyn shook her delicate head. "My dear, growth is the way of all living things. Like a flower bud, you cannot stay tightly furled forever. You were meant to bloom into your full magnificence." The vines began sprouting delicate lavender blossoms, their sweet fragrance filling the air. Willow couldn't deny the magic was beautiful, yet she still feared what other upheavals awaited if she embraced this transformation. Over the following days and weeks, Gwendolyn became Willow's constant companion, gently coaxing her into experiencing new things one careful step at a time. With the fairy's encouragement, Willow tried her first bite of Honeycrisp apple and discovered its tangy sweetness. She built a teepee of fallen branches for local critters and giggled at their antics. She learned to accept compliments about her lovely singing voice with a humble smile. With each novel experience, Gwendolyn would procure a new flowering vine for Willow's room, and the girl felt her spirit unfurling like the fragrant petals. While her shy nature still ran deep, she gained confidence to greet the world openly instead of hiding behind shuttered windows. One sunny morning, a cheerful knock sounded at Willow's door. She opened it to find two neighborhood children, twins Ollie and Ivy, with baskets of berries and wildflowers. "Hello, Willow," Ollie piped up. "We're going on a picnic in the meadow. Would you like to come along?" In the past, Willow's shyness would have compelled her to refuse, but after her recent growth, she heard herself saying, "I would love to. Let me grab a basket." As Willow joined the happy children down the sun-dappled trail, she glanced up to see Gwendolyn perched on a branch, beaming with pride. The wise fairy gave a wink before taking flight, her work complete for now. That meadow picnic marked Willow's first foray into making friends outside her home's solitary confines. From there, she only continued blossoming, embracing new relationships and opportunities. The vines and flowers adorning her room eventually covered every surface, a vibrant, living mural of her personal transformation. While Willow never lost touch with her quiet, gentle core, she unfurled into a radiant young woman, blooming into her truest self. Having learned to adventure beyond her comfort zone, she welcomed fresh experiences and savored each one like a flower soaking in warm sunlight. Whenever Willow felt twinges of doubt or apprehension, she remembered the wise words of Gwendolyn. "Like a flower bud, you cannot stay tightly furled forever. You were meant to bloom into your full magnificence." And with that wisdom budding within her, the beauty of Willow's spirit continued flourishing in glorious renewal, one petal at a time. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was an inquisitive child, always curiously examining the world around her, as if waiting for its secrets to unfold. One crisp autumn day, Willow was raking leaves in her backyard when she uncovered an old, tarnished lantern buried beneath the fallen foliage. Intrigued, she brushed away the dirt and lifted the lantern, marveling at its intricate etchings and the warm glow that seemed to emanate from within. As her small fingers traced the delicate patterns, the lantern suddenly flickered to life, bathing the yard in a soft, golden light. Willow gasped, her eyes wide with wonder, for she realized this was no ordinary lantern. From within the warm radiance stepped a tiny figure, no bigger than Willow's hand. It was a peculiar little creature with pointed ears and a gentle smile. "Greetings, dear Willow," it said in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Glow, the keeper of this enchanted lantern." Willow could scarcely believe her eyes, but Glow's kind demeanor instantly put her at ease. The little being explained that the lantern held the power to illuminate the hidden wonders of the world, revealing the magic that often goes unseen. Filled with curiosity and a newfound sense of adventure, Willow embarked on a journey with Glow as her guide. Together, They explored the winding forest paths, where ancient trees whispered secrets long forgotten. Willow marveled as the lantern's warm light revealed the intricate patterns etched into the bark, telling tales of the forest's rich history. Along the way, they encountered a wise old owl named Hoots, who offered his wisdom and guidance. With a twinkle in his eye, he regaled them with stories of the enchanted realm, teaching Willow to appreciate the magic that surrounded her. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Willow and her companions faced a challenge, a dark, looming mist that threatened to extinguish the lantern's light. Glow explained that this sinister fog was born from doubt and fear, feeding on the negativity that often clouds the human heart. Hoots reminded Willow that true magic lies not in physical strength, but in the power of hope, kindness, and a pure heart. With newfound courage, Willow held the lantern high, allowing its warm glow to penetrate the darkness, dispersing the mist and revealing a breathtaking hidden glade. In that moment, Willow realized that the true magic had been within her all along, the ability to see the beauty and wonder in even the simplest of things. As she returned home, she carried with her not only the enchanted lantern, but also a heart filled with wonder, gratitude, and a deep appreciation for the extraordinary world around her. From that day on, Willow continued her journey of discovery, guided by the gentle light of the lantern and the wisdom of her newfound friends. She learned that magic is not something reserved for fairy tales, but a constant presence in the world, waiting to be unveiled by those with open hearts and inquisitive minds. And as she drifted off to sleep each night, the soft glow of the lantern casting dancing shadows on her walls, Willow knew that the true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the beauty of the ordinary, if only one took the time to truly see it. Story 67. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, a hidden world thrived beneath the dappled canopy. This was a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic intertwined, where the whispers of nature carried ancient secrets passed down through generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the emerald foliage, the forest stirred to life. Dewdrops glistened like diamonds on delicate fern fronds, and the crisp morning air carried the scent of pine and earth. A family of red squirrels scampered along the twisted boughs, their bushy tails flickering like flames in the golden light. Nearby, a majestic stag lifted his noble head, his antlers adorned with intricate etchings that shimmered with an ethereal glow. He was a guardian of the forest, a living embodiment of its strength and resilience. As he moved through the undergrowth, his hooves left no imprint on the mossy ground, for he tread with the grace of one who belonged to this enchanted place. Beneath the forest floor, a network of roots pulsed with ancient magic, connecting every living thing in a vast tapestry of life. Here, the tiny folk, sprites, pixies, and fairies, tended to the delicate balance of nature, ensuring that the cycles of growth and decay remained in harmony. One such sprite, a diminutive being with gossamer wings and eyes that sparkled like morning dew, flitted among the wildflowers, her mere presence coaxing forth vibrant blooms. Her name was Willow, and she was a guardian of the spring, tasked with ushering in the season of renewal and rebirth. As Willow danced among the blossoms, a gentle breeze carried the laughter of a nearby stream, its waters tumbling over smooth stones in a melodic chorus. It was here that the river nymphs made their home, their ethereal forms shimmering beneath the surface like liquid moonlight. One nymph, her hair a cascade of aquamarine tresses, emerged from the rushing current and beckoned to Willow. "The winter spirits approach," she whispered, her voice like the tinkling of crystal bells. "The forest must prepare for the changing season." Willow nodded, her wings fluttering with anticipation. For in this realm, the cycles of nature were not merely physical phenomena, but a dance orchestrated by magical beings who governed the ebb and flow of life itself. As autumn's golden mantle draped over the forest, the air grew crisp and fragrant with the scent of decaying leaves. It was a time of transition, of letting go and embracing the slumber that preceded rebirth. Deep within a hollow oak, an ancient oak spirit stirred, his gnarled form adorned with twisting bark and moss. He was the keeper of wisdom, a living repository of the forest's collective memory. As the woodland creatures gathered around him, he regaled them with tales of seasons past, his voice a rumbling baritone that resonated through the very roots of the trees. "Remember, my friends," he intoned, his amber eyes glowing with the warmth of 1,000 autumns. "The cycle of life is eternal, and each season holds its own beauty and purpose. Winter's slumber is but a prelude to spring's awakening." As the oak spirit's words echoed through the forest, a hush fell over the creatures, for they understood the profound truth within his teachings. They were all part of a greater tapestry, woven together by the threads of nature's magic, each playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of their enchanted realm. When winter's icy mantle finally descended, blanketing the forest in a crystalline slumber, the winter sprites emerged from their hidden havens. With a wave of their frosted wands, they coaxed intricate patterns of ice and snow to form, transforming the landscape into a breathtaking wonderland. In the deepest reaches of the forest, where the ancient oak stood as an eternal sentinel, a whisper carried on the wind, a promise of renewal and rebirth. For in this realm, the cycles of nature were not merely physical phenomena, but a dance orchestrated by the hidden lives of magical creatures, each playing their part in maintaining the harmonious balance that had endured for eons. And as the seasons turned once more, the forest would awaken anew, its secrets guarded by those who dwelled within its enchanted borders, guardians of a world where magic and reality intertwined in a timeless embrace. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a corner of the forest where the moonlight danced through the canopy of ancient oaks, there lived a young squirrel named Hazelnut. Hazelnut was a curious creature, always fascinated by the world around her, and she possessed a remarkable ability. She could understand the language of the trees. The forest was an enchanting realm, filled with secrets and wonders, but it was also a place where harmony was often disrupted. Hazelnut dreamed of a day when all the creatures of the wood could live in peace, without fear or strife. One misty morning, as Hazelnut scampered along the winding paths, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glowing acorn, nestled beneath a bed of fallen leaves. Intrigued, she approached cautiously, her heart fluttering with excitement. As she touched the acorn, a warm glow enveloped her, and a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Hazelnut, you have been chosen to embark on a journey that will change the course of the forest forever." With those words, Hazelnut found herself transported to a hidden world within the roots of an ancient oak, a realm she never knew existed. Here, the trees towered like sentinels, their branches intertwined in an intricate dance, and the air hummed with the melodies of unseen creatures. In this mystical place, Hazelnut met a wise old oak named Grandfather Willow, who revealed the true purpose of the glowing acorn. "This acorn holds the power to bring harmony to the forest," he explained, his voice echoing like the whispers of 1,000 leaves. "But its magic can only be unlocked by one who understands the language of the trees and possesses a pure heart." Hazelnut's eyes widened with wonder, realizing that she had been chosen for a great quest. Grandfather Willow entrusted her with the acorn and instructed her to seek out 4 enchanted artifacts, each guarded by a different creature of the forest. With her newfound mission and the glowing acorn tucked safely in her pouch, Hazelnut set out on an adventure that would test her courage, her wisdom, and her friendship with the inhabitants of the wood. Her first challenge led her to the banks of a sparkling stream, where she encountered a family of beavers diligently building their dam. The beavers were in a state of distress, for a mischievous otter had stolen one of their most prized possessions, a golden twig that held the power to weave the strongest of dams. Hazelnut, determined to help her friends, sought the counsel of the willows that lined the riverbank. The trees whispered of the otter's hiding place, and with their guidance, Hazelnut found the playful creature frolicking in a secret grotto. Through gentle words and a promise of friendship, Hazelnut persuaded the otter to return the golden twig to the beavers. In gratitude, the beavers presented Hazelnut with the first enchanted artifact, a shimmering river stone that glowed with the power of resilience. Hazelnut's journey continued, and she faced challenges that tested her wit, her strength, and her ability to bring harmony to the forest. She befriended a family of squabbling raccoons and helped them resolve their differences, earning the second artifact, a silky tuft of fur imbued with the power of understanding. In the heart of the forest, Hazelnut encountered a majestic stag, whose antlers had become entangled in a thicket of thorns. With patience and care, she freed the noble creature, and in return, the stag bestowed upon her the third artifact, a gleaming shard of horn that radiated the power of courage. As Hazelnut's journey neared its end, she found herself in the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows seemed to whisper secrets long forgotten. Here, she met a wise old owl named Athena, who guarded the final artifact, a feather that held the power of wisdom. Athena challenged Hazelnut with riddles and puzzles, testing her knowledge of the forest and her ability to think beyond the obvious. With each challenge overcome, Hazelnut's understanding of the world around her deepened, and she realized that true wisdom lay not only in knowledge, but also in the ability to see from different perspectives. At last, Athena deemed Hazelnut worthy and bestowed upon her the final artifact, the Feather of Wisdom. With all 4 enchanted artifacts in her possession, Hazelnut returned to the hidden realm within the ancient oak, where Grandfather Willow awaited her. The wise old tree guided her through an ancient ritual, combining the power of the artifacts with the magic of the glowing acorn. As Hazelnut held the acorn aloft, a brilliant light burst forth, spreading through the forest like ripples on a still pond. The trees seemed to sway in wonder, and the air thrummed with a melody of joy. From that day forward, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their differences forgotten, as they basked in the warmth of understanding and friendship. Hazelnut had not only unlocked the magic of the acorn, but had also undergone a profound transformation herself, emerging as a beacon of wisdom, courage, and compassion. And as the seasons turned, the tales of Hazelnut's journey became woven into the very fabric of the forest, inspiring generations of creatures to come. For in that enchanted realm, where the language of the trees whispered secrets of old, the power of friendship and unity had triumphed, and the magic of the glowing acorn would forever shine as a reminder of the wonders that can be achieved when hearts are pure and souls are united. Story 69. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, whispering secrets to the wind, there lived a community of woodland creatures. They were the guardians of this enchanted realm, living in harmony with the rhythms of nature. As the seasons changed, so too did the magic that permeated every corner of the forest. In the springtime, when the first buds unfurled their delicate petals, the air was filled with the sweet scent of new beginnings. The chirping of birds heralded the arrival of warmth, and the gentle patter of raindrops on leaves accompanied the awakening of the earth. It was during this time that the wise old oak tree, whose branches had borne witness to countless cycles of life, would gather the young creatures around its gnarled trunk. With a voice as rich as the soil itself, the oak would spin tales of the forest's past, passing down the wisdom of generations. "Listen closely, my children," the oak would say, its leaves rustling in the breeze. "For in this forest, every living thing is connected, woven together by the threads of nature's tapestry." The oak would then regale them with stories of the hidden lives of the forest dwellers, the industrious beavers who built their dams with remarkable engineering prowess, the playful squirrels who tended to the mighty oak's acorns, and the graceful deer who danced through the glades, their hooves leaving barely a trace. As summer's warmth enveloped the forest, the magic took on a different hue. The air shimmered with the vibrant energy of life, and the creatures basked in the golden rays that filtered through the canopy. It was during this season that the streams and rivers ran clear and cool, their waters infused with the essence of the earth itself. Amidst the lush greenery, the creatures would witness wondrous phenomena: rainbows that danced among the waterfalls, fireflies that twinkled like tiny lanterns in the twilight, and the melodious chorus of crickets and frogs that serenaded the long summer nights. And yet, even in the midst of this abundance, the oak would remind them of the importance of balance. For every seed that sprouts, a tree must one day fall, nourishing the soil from whence it came, the oak would say, its branches swaying in the gentle breeze. As autumn's chill crept in, the forest would don a vibrant cloak of crimson and gold. The creatures would scurry about, gathering nuts and berries, preparing for the long winter ahead. It was during this season that the magic took on a solemn yet beautiful hue, as the leaves drifted down like crimson snowflakes, blanketing the forest floor. The oak would then spin tales of the cycles of life and death, reminding the creatures that even in the darkest of winters, the seeds of renewal lay dormant, waiting to burst forth once more. And when winter's icy grip finally loosened its hold, the first tender shoots would emerge, heralding the return of spring. The creatures would rejoice, for they knew that the magic of the forest was eternal, ever-changing yet ever-present, a constant companion on their journey through life. As the oak's ancient voice echoed through the trees, the creatures would listen with rapt attention, their hearts filled with wonder and reverence for the natural world that surrounded them. And in that moment, they understood that true wisdom lay not in mastering the magic, but in living in harmony with its ebb and flow, embracing the rhythms of the forest that had nurtured them since time immemorial. Story 70. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young squirrel named Nutkin. He was a curious and adventurous soul, always seeking new wonders and mysteries to unravel. Little did he know that a chance encounter would soon set him on a remarkable journey, one that would forever change his perspective on the world. One crisp autumn morning, as Nutkin scurried among the fallen leaves, he stumbled upon a peculiar object, a golden acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, he reached out to touch it, and in an instant, a surge of energy rippled through his tiny body, granting him the extraordinary ability to communicate with the trees and creatures of the forest. At first, Nutkin was bewildered by the cacophony of voices that surrounded him, the rustling whispers of the oaks, the melodic hums of the songbirds, and the scurrying chatter of his fellow woodland inhabitants. But as the initial shock subsided, he realized that this newfound gift had opened a door to a hidden world, a realm of secrets and wonders that had been veiled from him until now. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin embarked on a journey of exploration, determined to unravel the mysteries that lay within the heart of the forest. He listened intently to the tales of the ancient oaks, who spoke of long-forgotten legends and the wisdom of ages past. He conversed with the playful squirrels, who shared their secrets for finding the most succulent acorns and the warmest nests. As Nutkin ventured deeper into the forest, he encountered a realm that defied his wildest imaginings. A hidden glade where the trees danced to the melodies of the wind, and the wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues that seemed to shimmer with magic. Here he met a wise old owl named Willow, who became his trusted friend and guide. Willow revealed to Nutkin that the golden acorn was a sacred artifact, a relic of a bygone era when the forest and its inhabitants lived in perfect harmony. She explained that long ago, a rift had formed between the woodland creatures and the trees, shattering the delicate balance that had once sustained their world. The golden acorn, she said, held the key to mending this rift and restoring the forest to its former glory. Nutkin, emboldened by the weight of this responsibility, vowed to embark on a quest to unravel the mystery behind the golden acorn's power. With Willow's guidance, he sought out the ancient guardians of the forest, the mighty oaks, the wise cedars, and the whispering pines, each holding a piece of the puzzle that would unlock the acorn's secrets. Along the way, Nutkin faced countless challenges, from treacherous ravines to cunning predators, but his newfound friendships and unwavering determination propelled him forward. He forged bonds with unlikely allies, including a mischievous raccoon named Bandit and a family of protective skunks, who taught him the value of loyalty and courage. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place, Nutkin began to understand the true nature of the golden acorn's power. It was not merely a source of magic, but a symbol of unity and balance, a reminder that all living beings, from the mightiest oak to the smallest insect, are interconnected threads in the tapestry of life. With this realization, Nutkin embarked on a final quest, seeking out the ancient tree spirits who had guarded the forest since time immemorial. In a sacred ceremony, he presented the golden acorn, and its light blazed forth, casting a warm, radiant glow that enveloped the entire forest. In that moment, the rift between the creatures and the trees was healed, and a profound sense of harmony descended upon the woodland realm. Nutkin felt a profound transformation within himself, a newfound appreciation for the delicate balance of nature and a deep respect for the interconnectedness of all living things. As the sun set over the forest, Nutkin knew that his journey had been one of personal growth and enlightenment. He had uncovered a hidden world within the natural environment, forged unbreakable bonds of friendship, and played a pivotal role in restoring the harmony that had once reigned supreme. With a contented smile, Nutkin returned to his cozy nest, the golden acorn tucked safely within his embrace. He knew that his adventures had only just begun, for the forest held countless more secrets and wonders waiting to be discovered. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle whispers of the trees lulled him into a peaceful slumber, reminding him that he was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the ancient wisdom and a steward of the natural world. Story 71. In a quiet forest glade, where sunlight danced through the canopy of ancient oaks, there lived a community of woodland creatures unlike any other. Among them was a young rabbit named Willow, whose softly twitching nose and bright, inquisitive eyes betrayed an insatiable curiosity about the wonders of the natural world around her. One warm summer evening, as Willow hopped along the mossy forest floor, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Half hidden beneath a fallen log lay an intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of the swirling bark of towering trees. Willow's heart raced with excitement as she gently nudged the box with her paw, causing it to emit a soft, melodic chime. Scarcely able to contain her curiosity, Willow lifted the lid of the box, and her eyes widened in wonder. Inside, nestled upon a bed of fragrant pine needles, lay a solitary acorn, glowing with a warm, golden radiance. As Willow reached out to touch the acorn, a shimmering tendril of light extended from its surface, swirling around her in a dazzling display of color and light. In that instant, Willow felt a profound connection to the forest, as if she could sense the very heartbeat of the ancient trees and the whispers of the wind through their branches. She understood in that moment that this was no ordinary acorn, but a powerful talisman imbued with the essence of the natural world itself. From that day forward, Willow embarked on a journey of discovery, exploring the hidden depths of the forest with her newfound ability to commune with the living creatures and spirits that dwelled within. She learned the secrets of the ancient oaklands, the whispering streams, and the soaring falcons that patrolled the skies above. Yet, as Willow's knowledge grew, so too did her awareness of the threats that faced her beloved woodland home. She witnessed the encroachment of humans, their relentless logging and pollution slowly smothering the vibrant life of the forest. Willow knew that she could not stand idly by and watch the destruction unfold. With a heavy heart, Willow set out on a quest to find allies among the other creatures of the forest, hoping to rally them to the cause of protecting their home. Her journey led her to the burrows of the wise old badgers, the treetop domains of the squirrels, and even the subterranean realms of the moles and voles. At first, her pleas for unity were met with skepticism and fear. The creatures of the forest had long lived in isolation, mistrustful of one another, and content to tend to their own affairs. But Willow persevered, her gentle determination and unwavering belief in the sanctity of the forest, gradually winning over even the most reluctant of hearts. Slowly, a coalition of unlikely allies began to take shape, united by their love for the forest and their desire to preserve its beauty for generations to come. Together they devised clever strategies to deter the loggers and protect the most vulnerable habitats, using their intimate knowledge of the woodland to outmaneuver the human interlopers at every turn. As the seasons turned and the struggle against the encroaching threat intensified, Willow found herself transformed by her experiences. She had grown from a wide-eyed young rabbit into a courageous and wise leader, respected by all who knew her. Her journey had taken her to the farthest reaches of the forest, forging unbreakable bonds of friendship and revealing hidden wonders that few had ever witnessed. In the depths of a secluded grove, Willow and her allies discovered an ancient circle of standing stones, humming with a powerful, otherworldly energy. Here in this sacred place, they held counsel and shared their hopes and fears, drawing strength from the bond they had forged through their shared struggle. And as the years passed, Willow's influence spread far beyond the boundaries of her beloved forest. Her tale of perseverance and unity in the face of adversity became a beacon of hope for all creatures, great and small, who longed to protect the natural world from the relentless march of human progress. For Willow, the journey had been one of profound personal growth and transformation, but it had also become something far greater, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and respect for the delicate balance of life that sustained them all. As the golden glow of the acorn talisman flickered softly in the twilight, Willow looked out upon the forest she had fought so tirelessly to preserve, her heart swelling with pride and gratitude. She knew that her work was not yet done, that the need to protect and cherish the natural world would always remain. But for now, she could rest easy, content in the knowledge that she had played her part in ensuring that the ancient oaklands would endure, a living testament to the resilience of nature and the unbreakable bonds of friendship that transcended all boundaries. Story 72. Once upon a time, deep within the embrace of an ancient forest, a world of enchantment thrived, where the boundaries between reality and magic intertwined seamlessly. In this realm, the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded in a symphony of wonder. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, a gentle mist clung to the mossy earth, whispering secrets of a night's slumber. Dewdrops glistened like diamonds on vibrant ferns, each one a tiny mirror reflecting the forest's majesty. The air was thick with the earthy scents of decaying leaves and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, mingling in a perfume that awakened the senses. In a hollowed-out trunk, a family of badgers stirred, their soft snuffles breaking the stillness. The mother, her fur sleek and striped, emerged first, sniffing the cool air for any sign of danger. Satisfied, she led her kits out into the dappled sunlight, teaching them the ways of their woodland home. Not far away, a flutter of wings drew the eye to a vibrant cardinal perched on a low-hanging branch. Its crimson feathers seemed to glow with an inner fire as it trilled a melodious song, a morning greeting to the forest. Nearby, a squirrel scampered along the mossy ground, gathering acorns and nuts for the coming winter, its bushy tail swishing with purpose. As the day wore on, the forest came alive with a symphony of sounds, the chitter of chipmunks, the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze, and the distant call of a hawk soaring high above. Each creature played its part in the intricate tapestry of life, existing in perfect harmony with the ancient woods. Yet this forest was not merely a sanctuary for the physical world. It was also a realm where magic wove its way through every branch and root. As the seasons changed, the forest responded with ethereal phenomena that defied logic and reason. In the spring, when the first buds began to unfurl, the air shimmered with the whispers of the Earth Mother, her gentle laughter echoing through the trees as new life blossomed all around. Tiny sprites, their gossamer wings glittering with dew, danced among the wildflowers, coaxing them to bloom with their delicate touch. As summer held sway, the forest was cloaked in a verdant emerald hue, and the air hummed with the buzz of busy bees. On warm evenings, when the fireflies emerged to cast their ethereal glow, the wise old oak trees would tell tales of summers long past, their branches swaying in time with the ancient stories. Autumn brought a riot of color to the forest, as the leaves transformed into a kaleidoscope of crimson, gold, and amber. It was during this season that the veil between worlds grew thin, and the whispers of the ancestors could be heard on the crisp breeze. The woodland creatures prepared for the coming winter, guided by an instinct as old as the forest itself. When winter's icy grip descended, the forest seemed to slumber, blanketed in a pristine mantle of snow. Yet, even in this dormant state, magic lingered. On nights when the full moon cast its silvery glow, the frozen streams and ponds became enchanted mirrors, reflecting the celestial dance of the northern lights that flickered across the inky sky. In this realm, wisdom was passed down through generations, carried on the wings of the wind and etched into the bark of ancient trees. The creatures of the forest learned from their elders, heeding the lessons of balance and respect for the natural world. One such lesson spoke of the great willow, a towering tree whose roots delved deep into the heart of the forest. It was said that this ancient guardian held the memories of countless seasons, its branches a living tapestry of the forest's history. Those who sought its counsel were rewarded with a profound understanding of the intricate web that bound all life together. As the cycles of nature continued their endless dance, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony with the ebb and flow of magic that permeated their world. They understood that their very existence was intertwined with the well-being of the ancient woods, and they honored this sacred bond with every breath they took. In this enchanted realm, where reality and magic danced as one, the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded with grace and wonder, a testament to the enduring beauty and wisdom of the natural world. Story 73. Once upon a time, in a realm where the whispering trees held ancient secrets, there lived a community of woodland creatures who existed in perfect harmony with nature. At the heart of this enchanted forest stood a mighty oak, its branches stretching skyward like embracing arms, creating a verdant canopy that sheltered all who dwelled beneath. Among the creatures was a family of gentle deer, led by the wise and noble Willow. Her amber eyes shone with the wisdom of generations past, and her every step left a trail of grace upon the mossy earth. Willow had been entrusted with the sacred duty of maintaining the delicate balance between the forest and its inhabitants, a responsibility she carried with unwavering reverence. As the seasons danced through the woodland realm, the creatures bore witness to the most extraordinary magical phenomena. In spring, when the first blossoms unfurled their petals, a soft rain of glittering dust would descend upon the forest floor, imbuing the plants with renewed vitality. The creatures would gather, their eyes wide with wonder, as the sparkling mist settled upon the tender sprouts, coaxing forth vibrant hues and fragrant blossoms. Summer brought the enchantment of the fireflies, their iridescent bodies illuminating the twilight hours with a dreamlike glow. The creatures would huddle together, mesmerized by the flickering lights that danced among the leaves, weaving intricate patterns like ethereal lanterns guiding their way through the emerald labyrinth. Autumn's arrival was heralded by a symphony of rustling leaves, each one adorned with a kaleidoscope of warm hues. As the crisp air carried the scent of earthy decay, the creatures witnessed a breathtaking display of nature's cycle. The wise Willow would gather her family and recount the tales of those who came before, reminding them of the sacred bond they shared with the forest. Winter cast its icy mantle over the realm, but even in the stillness of frozen slumber, magic persisted. Crystalline icicles hung like prismatic chandeliers, refracting the pale moonlight into a dazzling array of colors. The creatures would burrow deep within their cozy dens, listening to the whispers of the wind as they dreamed of the spring's awakening. Through it all, Willow remained the steadfast guardian, ensuring that the creatures respected and tended to the needs of the forest. She taught them the ancient ways of coexisting in perfect equilibrium, reminding them that their fates were intertwined with the fate of the woodland realm. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the creatures grew in wisdom and reverence for the wondrous magic that permeated their home. They lived in harmony, their lives woven into the tapestry of the forest, forever cherishing the enchanting rhythms of nature's eternal dance. Story 74. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child, always drawn to the ordinary things others overlooked. A shimmering dewdrop on a blade of grass, a swirl of dust motes dancing in a sunbeam. Little did she know, these simple wonders hid extraordinary secrets just waiting to be uncovered. One crisp autumn day, Lily was raking leaves in her grandmother's garden when something caught her eye, a gleam of golden light peeking out from beneath a pile of fallen foliage. Brushing away the leaves, she discovered an old-fashioned pocket watch, its intricate engravings tarnished but still beautiful. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, the watch emitted a soft chime, and the most remarkable thing happened. Time around her seemed to slow to a crawl. Lily gasped, watching in wonder as a butterfly lazily flapped its wings, each movement now visible in exquisite detail. A raindrop froze mid-fall, suspended like a glistening crystal ornament. In that moment, Lily realized she had stumbled upon a magical timepiece, one that could manipulate the very fabric of reality. Clutching the watch tightly, Lily set out on an extraordinary journey to unravel its secrets. Along the way, she encountered a cast of delightful companions who joined her quest. There was Mr. Burrows, a wise old rabbit with a penchant for riddles, and Zephyr, a mischievous wind sprite who loved nothing more than playfully tousling Lily's hair. Together, they faced obstacles that tested their wits and courage. In the frozen forest, they had to outwit a cunning ice witch who sought to steal the watch's power for her own nefarious purposes. With quick thinking and a little help from Zephyr's gusty magic, they managed to melt her icy defenses and escape unscathed. In the Twilight Meadow, they encountered a herd of unicorns trapped in an endless loop, doomed to relive the same twilight hour over and over. Using the watch's time-bending abilities, Lily was able to break the cycle and free the majestic creatures from their cursed existence. With each challenge overcome, Lily grew wiser and more attuned to the watch's power. She learned that true strength lies not in brute force, but in patience, kindness, and understanding. The most formidable obstacles could be conquered not with swords or spells, but with an open heart and a willingness to see the world from a different perspective. Finally, as the sun set on their incredible journey, Lily and her friends found themselves back in the garden where it all began. The pocket watch had revealed its last secret, a pathway to a realm where time held no sway, a place of eternal wonder and possibility. As Lily stepped through the shimmering portal, hand in hand with her faithful companions, she knew her adventures were just beginning. The ordinary world held countless extraordinary secrets, and with the magic of the pocket watch and the wisdom she had gained, she was ready to explore them all. And so, dear one, as you drift off to sleep, remember that the most wondrous things often hide in plain sight, waiting to be discovered by those with open eyes and open hearts. Who knows what marvels the world may hold for you, if only you dare to look a little closer. Story 75. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle soul, content to wander the forest paths and graze on the tender grasses. But deep within, she felt a longing for something more, a sense that her true self was waiting to blossom. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured deeper into the woods than she had ever gone before. The trees seemed to whisper secrets, and the air held a hint of magic. As she followed a winding trail, she came upon an old oak tree, its massive trunk twisted with age. Beneath its branches sat a wise old owl named Gaia. "Welcome, young Willow," Gaia hooted softly. "I've been expecting you." Willow was surprised that the owl knew her name, but there was a kindness in Gaia's eyes that put her at ease. "I sense a yearning within you, a desire for change," Gaia continued. "But fear not, for the forest holds many wonders that can guide you on your journey." With a flutter of her wings, Gaia produced a small pouch filled with glittering dust. "This is stardust, gathered from the night sky. It will help you shed your old form and embrace the transformation awaiting you." Willow hesitated, unsure of what Gaia meant, but the owl's gentle assurance gave her courage, and she allowed the stardust to sprinkle over her fur. Instantly, Willow felt a warmth spreading through her body, and her form began to shift and change. Her hooves melted into delicate feet, and her fur gave way to soft, human-like skin. When the transformation was complete, Willow stood before Gaia as a beautiful young woman, her eyes wide with wonder. "Fear not, dear Willow," Gaia soothed. "This is merely the outer reflection of the growth taking place within you." Gaia introduced Willow to her friends, a trio of wise old trees named Oak, Maple, and Willow, for the young woman's former self. These ancient guardians of the forest welcomed her warmly, offering guidance and support as she navigated her newfound form. Over the following days and weeks, Willow explored the wonders of the forest anew. She learned to climb the highest branches, to swim in the crystal-clear streams, and to commune with the creatures that called the woods their home. With each new experience, she felt a sense of freedom and joy blossoming within her. Yet, there were challenges too. Willow stumbled and fell, scraped her knees, and felt the sting of disappointment. But through it all, her friends were there to encourage her, reminding her that growth often comes through struggle. "The journey is never easy," Oak rumbled in his deep ancient voice, "but each obstacle you overcome makes you stronger, and each lesson learned brings you closer to your true self. Maple, with her vibrant autumn hues, added, "Change can be frightening, but it is also beautiful. Embrace it, and you will blossom like the flowers in spring." And the tree named Willow, her namesake, would gently remind her, "You carry within you the essence of who you were and the promise of who you will become. Trust in your own strength, and you will find your way." As the seasons turned, Willow grew in wisdom and confidence. The magic that had transformed her body had also opened her heart and mind to the wonders of the world around her. She learned to appreciate the beauty in every moment, the harmony of nature, and the interconnectedness of all living things. And when the time came for her to leave the forest, Willow did so with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit ready to embrace whatever adventures lay ahead. She knew that the lessons she had learned and the friends she had made would forever be a part of her. For Willow had discovered that true growth comes not from changing who we are, but from embracing the fullness of our potential. And with that realization, she stepped out into the world, ready to share her light and wisdom with others, just as the forest had shared its magic with her. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a forest primeval, where towering trees reached for the heavens and sunlight danced through emerald canopies, a world of wonders unfolded. This was a realm where the boundaries between the natural and the mystical intertwined, where every leaf whispered secrets and every breeze carried the echoes of ancient wisdom. At the heart of this verdant kingdom lived a clan of forest sprites, guardians of the woodland realm. Tiny and nimble, with gossamer wings that shimmered like dewdrops, these sprites were the caretakers of the forest's delicate balance. They flitted from branch to branch, tending to the needs of the trees, whispering encouragement to budding saplings, and coaxing reluctant blooms to unfurl their vibrant petals. Among the sprites, there was one whose wisdom and connection to the forest ran deeper than most. Her name was Willow, and she had been entrusted with the knowledge passed down through countless generations. Willow understood the intricate web of life that bound all creatures, great and small, and she knew that the well-being of the forest depended on maintaining this harmony. As the seasons changed, Willow and her kin would usher in the transformations that swept across the woodland realm. In spring, they would dance among the blossoms, summoning the first blush of new growth and awakening the slumbering creatures from their winter's rest. Their laughter would mingle with the melodies of returning songbirds, and the air would be alive with the promise of renewal. When summer's warmth enveloped the forest, the sprites would frolic beneath the dappled shade, coaxing ripening berries to plump with succulent sweetness and guiding the woodland creatures to the coolest streams and pools. They would bask in the golden sunlight, their wings shimmering like jewels, and revel in the vibrant symphony of life that surrounded them. As autumn's chill crept in, the sprites would gather, their wings aglow like embers, to witness the magnificent tapestry of colors that painted the canopy. They would guide the fallen leaves in swirling dances, whispering ancient blessings as the forest prepared for its annual slumber. And in the crisp night air, their voices would mingle with the haunting call of the owls, reminding all who listened of the cycles that bound the natural world. But it was during the depths of winter when the true magic of the forest sprites was revealed. As the first snowflakes drifted down, Willow and her kin would take flight, their wings trailing sparkling frost. They would weave intricate patterns in the air, summoning the delicate crystals to transform the woodland into a breathtaking wonderland. Icicles would glisten like diamonds, and the bare branches would be adorned with lacy mantles of snow, creating a hushed and ethereal beauty. Throughout the seasons, the sprites would guide the creatures of the forest, ensuring that the intricate web of life remained strong and unbroken. They would whisper encouragement to the burrowing animals, reminding them that spring's warmth would soon return. They would usher the migrating birds on their long journeys, promising safe passage and bountiful feeding grounds. And they would guard the slumbering seeds and bulbs, imbuing them with the promise of rebirth when the cycle began anew. Willow took great pride in her role as the keeper of ancient wisdom, and she delighted in sharing her knowledge with the younger sprites. She would gather them around the glowing mushroom rings and regale them with tales of the forest's beginnings, when the first seedlings took root and the creatures emerged from the primordial mists. "Remember, my little ones," Willow would say, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze. "We are all interconnected, bound by the threads of life that weave through this sacred realm. Our duty is to nurture and protect, to ensure that the balance is never disrupted. For if we fail, the consequences would ripple far beyond these ancient woods." And so the sprites continued their sacred dance, tending to the forest with unwavering devotion, their magic intertwining with the rhythms of nature. They knew that their role was pivotal, for without their guidance and care, the delicate harmony that sustained life itself might unravel. In this enchanted realm, where the veil between the natural and the mystical was gossamer thin, the sprites remained ever vigilant, their wings carrying them on the winds of change. And as long as the ancient wisdom was passed down, the forest would continue to thrive, a verdant sanctuary where magic and nature danced in perfect harmony. Story 77. In a quaint forest glade, where dappled sunlight danced through the canopy of ancient oaks, there lived a young fawn named Willow. Willow loved nothing more than frolicking amidst the wildflowers and listening to the melodies of the babbling brook. Her days were filled with simple joys and contentment. Yet, as the seasons changed and the first hints of autumn crept in, Willow felt a restlessness stir within her. The crimson leaves and crisp air brought a yearning for something more, though she couldn't quite put her hoof on what that something was. One misty morning, as Willow wandered aimlessly, she came upon a most peculiar sight, a caterpillar meticulously weaving an intricate cocoon around itself. Transfixed, she watched as the tiny creature disappeared into its silken sanctuary. "What an odd thing to do," murmured Willow. "Why would you hide away like that?" "It's not hiding, dear Willow," came a soft voice beside her. It was her dear friend, the wise old oak tree, Oakenheart. "The caterpillar is embracing change, preparing for its next phase of life." Willow furrowed her brow. "Next phase? You mean it won't always be a caterpillar?" Oakenheart chuckled. "Of course not, little one. Just as the seasons change, all living things must grow and transform. It is the way of nature." This revelation both thrilled and terrified Willow. The idea of changing, of becoming something new and unknown, was exhilarating yet daunting. In the days that followed, Willow found herself drawn to the cocoon, watching over it as the leaf-green casing hardened and took shape. Her curiosity only deepened as a pair of kind-hearted bluebirds, Skybright and Meadowlark, arrived to keep her company. "Have you ever felt a longing for something more, my friends?" Willow asked them one sun-dappled afternoon. Skybright tilted his head. "Why, of course, Willow, if that's how we knew it was time to build our nest and raise a family." "And look how we've grown," Meadowlark chimed in. "Our fledglings have taken wing, and now we're free to explore new horizons." Willow smiled, heartened by their wisdom. "I want to grow too. I'm not sure how." Weeks melted away as summer faded into autumn's fiery embrace. Then, one crisp morning, the cocoon began to stir and quiver. Willow watched in breathless anticipation as a vibrant orange wing emerged, shortly followed by another, and then the most beautiful creature she had ever seen stretched its newly formed limbs. "A butterfly!" Willow gasped in delight. The butterfly fluttered gracefully, its delicate wings catching the golden sun rays. It seemed to glow from within, as if imbued with the essence of life itself. In that moment, everything became clear to Willow. The restlessness, the yearning, the trepidation about change. It had all been leading to this awakening. "So that's what lies beyond the cocoon," she said in a hushed reverie. "A brilliant transformation." With a newfound sense of courage, Willow embraced the changes coursing through her. She frolicked with renewed vigor, her steps a little surer, her spirit a little lighter. The wildflowers seemed to bloom brighter, the brook's melodies sweeter, as if reflecting her own inner metamorphosis. As the seasons continued their cyclical dance, Willow blossomed into a radiant, confident fawn. She still delighted in the simple joys of the forest, but now she saw them through new, appreciative eyes. For she understood that change was a beautiful journey, not something to be feared, but something to be embraced wholeheartedly. and when a tiny green caterpillar would wander her way, seeking her sage advice, Willow would smile and say, "The cocoon may seem confining, little one, but what awaits on the other side is a life of vibrant possibilities. All you need is faith, courage, and the willingness to spread your wings." Story 78. In a realm where wonder filled the air like the sweet scent of honeysuckle, there lived a curious little badger named Bramble. His home was nestled in the heart of the wildwood, a forest brimming with magic and mysteries. One starry night, as Bramble was settling in for a cozy slumber, a peculiar noise stirred him awake. It was a soft, melodic humming like the distant song of a whimsical flute. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he peered out of his burrow and gasped in amazement. Tiny, twinkling lights danced merrily among the trees, weaving intricate patterns that shimmered and swayed. Bramble had heard tales of the wildwood's enchantments, but never before had he witnessed such a captivating display. Curiosity sparked within him, and he scampered out to investigate, his paws crunching softly on the fallen leaves. As he drew nearer, the humming grew louder, and the lights flickered in rhythm, as if beckoning him closer. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, "Ah, young Bramble! You've finally arrived!" Bramble turned to see a wise old owl perched on a nearby branch, his feathers ruffled, but his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Archimedes!" Bramble exclaimed, recognizing the owl who had been a mentor to many creatures of the wildwood. "What is happening here? These lights, this music, it's unlike anything I've ever seen." Archimedes chuckled, his beak curving into a warm smile. "You've stumbled upon the wildwood's most enchanting secret, my dear badger. These are the Luminara, spirits of light and melody, and they gather every 100 years to perform their celestial dance." Bramble's eyes widened in wonder as he watched the Luminara twirl and leap, their radiant forms leaving shimmering trails in the air. "But why have they graced us with this spectacle?" "Ah, that is the mystery we must unravel," Archimedes said, ruffling his feathers. "For the Luminara's dance holds a message, a riddle that only the most observant can decipher." Bramble felt a thrill of excitement course through his body. A riddle. He loved nothing more than using his wits to solve puzzles and unlock secrets. Together, Bramble and Archimedes watched the Luminara's mesmerizing performance, their eyes trained on every intricate movement and pattern. As the night wore on, Bramble began to notice subtle details. The way the lights would flicker in certain sequences, the way the melody seemed to ebb and flow like the tides. Suddenly a realization dawned on him, and he turned to Archimedes, his eyes shining with comprehension. "I think I've got it. The dance is telling the story of the wildwood's creation, from the first spark of life to the blossoming of the enchanted forest we know today." Archimedes beamed with pride. "Well deduced, my clever friend. The Luminara have chosen to share this ancient tale, a reminder of the magic that flows through every leaf and stream." As the dance reached its crescendo, the lights converged into a brilliant, pulsating orb that cast a warm, comforting glow over the entire wildwood. Bramble felt a sense of peace and wonder wash over him, his heart filled with gratitude for the extraordinary world he called home. And just as suddenly as it had begun, the performance came to an end, the Luminara fading into the night sky like shooting stars. Bramble turned to Archimedes, his eyes sparkling with the remnants of the celestial display. "Thank you for sharing this incredible secret with me, wise Archimedes," he said, his voice filled with awe. "I shall cherish the memory of the Luminara's dance forever." Archimedes merely winked, his feathers ruffling in the gentle breeze. "The wildwood is full of wonders, my friend. Keep your eyes and heart open, and you'll discover more enchantments than you can possibly imagine." With those parting words, the old owl took flight, disappearing into the night sky like a whisper on the wind. Bramble watched him go, a contented smile on his face, knowing that the wildwood would forever hold countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Story 79. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep in the heart of an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child with a thirst for adventure and a keen eye for the magic that surrounded her. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling fireplace, she heard a strange scratching sound coming from outside. Intrigued, she tiptoed to the window and peered out into the twilight. To her amazement, She saw a family of squirrels busily burying acorns in the garden, but instead of their usual brown hue, these acorns shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. Willow rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if perhaps the flickering firelight was playing tricks on her. But as she watched, the squirrels continued their peculiar task, their little paws carefully tucking each glowing acorn beneath the soil. The next morning, Willow hurried outside to investigate the mystery. As she approached the spot where the squirrels had been digging, she noticed a small sapling had sprouted overnight, its delicate leaves shimmering with the same blue radiance she had seen the night before. Willow's heart leapt with excitement. She knew she had stumbled upon something truly magical, and she was determined to unravel the mystery. Over the following days and weeks, Willow watched in wonder as more glowing saplings appeared, each one a vibrant hue of blue, violet, or indigo. She confided in her wise old neighbor, Mrs. Hawthorne, who had a deep understanding of the forest's ancient secrets. "Ah, my dear Willow," Mrs. Hawthorne said with a twinkle in her eye, "it seems you have discovered the moonlit grove, a rare and enchanted place where the trees are imbued with the magic of the night sky." Willow listened, entranced, as Mrs. Hawthorne explained that every 100 years, on the night of the autumn equinox, the squirrels of the forest would gather glowing acorns infused with starlight and plant them in a special clearing. These acorns, nurtured by the magic of the forest, would grow into the beautiful, luminous trees of the moonlit grove. With Mrs. Hawthorne's guidance, Willow learned to care for the delicate saplings, singing them soft lullabies and whispering words of encouragement as they grew taller and stronger. She marveled at the way their leaves seemed to twinkle like 1,000 tiny stars, casting a gentle, otherworldly glow across the forest floor. As the years passed, the moonlit grove blossomed into a breathtaking wonderland, its luminous trees swaying gently in the night breeze. Willow would often sit beneath their branches, basking in their celestial radiance, and listening to the whispers of the wind as it rustled through their glowing foliage. One night, as Willow sat in the grove, she heard a soft chittering sound nearby. To her delight, a family of glowing fireflies flitted through the trees, their gentle light blending seamlessly with the radiance of the moonlit grove. Willow smiled, realizing that the mystery she had uncovered was not just a single wonder, but a whole world of magic hidden within the depths of the forest. And as she watched the fireflies dance among the luminous branches, she knew that this enchanted place would forever hold a special place in her heart, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that can be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 80. Once upon a time, in a forest where the trees danced with the breeze and the sunlight trickled through the canopy like liquid gold, there lived a young girl named Luna. With eyes that sparkled like starlight and hair as dark as a moonless night, she was a curious soul who longed for grand adventures. One crisp autumn morning, Luna ventured deep into the heart of the forest, drawn by the whispers of the wind and the alluring scent of pine needles. As she wandered, she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its twisted bark adorned with mystical symbols that seemed to beckon her closer. Captivated, Luna traced the intricate carvings with her fingertips, and to her surprise, the tree began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. A hidden doorway materialized within the trunk, beckoning her inside. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Luna stepped through the doorway and found herself in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The Hidden Realm, as it was called, was a realm of magic and wonder, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. As she explored this enchanting realm, Luna encountered a variety of whimsical creatures. Friendly sprites who flitted amongst the glowing mushrooms, wise old fairies who wove spells with their gossamer wings, and majestic unicorns whose horns shimmered like rainbows. But Luna's true adventure began when she met Willow, a sprightly pixie with eyes as green as emeralds. Willow revealed that the hidden realm was in grave danger, for a wicked sorcerer had stolen the Moonstone, a powerful artifact that maintained the delicate balance between the realms. Without the Moonstone's magic, the hidden realm would slowly wither away, and its inhabitants would fade into mere wisps of memory. Willow pleaded with Luna to embark on a quest to retrieve the Moonstone and restore harmony to the realms. Uncertain but filled with a sense of purpose, Luna agreed to the perilous journey. Armed with Willow's guidance and a magical staff that glowed like a star, she set off into the depths of the hidden realm, navigating through enchanted forests, traversing treacherous mountains, and crossing shimmering rivers that danced with the reflection of 1,000 moons. Along the way, Luna encountered a host of challenges. Riddles posed by cunning griffins, mazes created by mischievous imps, and treacherous traps set by the sorcerer's minions. But with each obstacle she overcame, Luna grew stronger, her courage and resilience blossoming like a flower in the spring. In her darkest moments, when doubt threatened to consume her, Luna found solace in the friendships she forged. Willow, ever loyal, was a constant source of encouragement and wisdom. Then there was Ember, a feisty dragon hatchling who joined their quest, offering both fiery protection and a mischievous sense of humor. As their bond deepened, Luna realized that true friendship was a magic far more powerful than any spell or artifact. It was a bond that transcended realms, a connection that could weather any storm and overcome any adversity. Finally, after a journey filled with trials and triumphs, Luna and her companions found themselves at the sorcerer's lair, a foreboding castle that loomed like a menacing shadow against the twilight sky. With hearts beating like thunderous drums, they infiltrated the castle, outwitting the sorcerer's tricks and traps until they stood before him, the moonstone clutched in his gnarled hands. In a desperate bid to regain control, the sorcerer unleashed a torrent of dark magic, but Luna's unwavering spirit and the power of her friendships proved stronger than any spell. With a blinding flash of light, the moonstone was restored to its rightful place, and the sorcerer's nefarious plans were undone. As the hidden realm was bathed in the moonstone's radiant glow, Luna felt a profound sense of transformation. She had embarked on this quest as a wide-eyed dreamer, but she returned as a courageous hero, her heart overflowing with wisdom and her soul enriched by the bonds she had forged. With the hidden realm once again thriving, Luna bid a bittersweet farewell to her friends, Willow and Ember, promising to cherish their memories forever. As she stepped back through the ancient oak's doorway, she carried with her the knowledge that true magic resided not in artifacts or spells, but in the power of friendship, courage, and self-discovery. And so, Luna returned to her own world, forever changed by her journey through the hidden realm. She knew that the magic she had encountered would always be a part of her, a glimmer of wonder that would guide her through life's challenges and remind her that even the darkest nights give way to the brilliant dawn. Story 81. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, a young girl named Willow stumbled upon a wondrous secret. As she wandered among the towering trees, her curious gaze fell upon a peculiar hollow at the base of a gnarled oak. Drawn by an inexplicable force, she peered inside, and her breath caught in her throat. Nestled within the hollow lay a shimmering stone, pulsing with an ethereal glow that seemed to beckon her closer. Willow reached out, her fingers trembling, and the moment she touched the stone, a warm tingle coursed through her veins. In an instant, a world beyond her wildest imaginings unfolded before her eyes. The forest transformed, the trees stretching higher, their branches intertwining to form an emerald canopy that filtered sunlight into a kaleidoscope of dancing rays. The air hummed with the melodic whispers of unseen beings, and the ground beneath her feet came alive with a vibrant tapestry of mosses and ferns. Willow gasped, her senses overwhelmed by the raw magic that permeated every inch of this hidden realm. She clutched the stone tightly, sensing its power thrumming in sync with her own heartbeat, and a profound realization dawned upon her. She had been chosen as the guardian of this enchanted world. From that day forward, Willow's life was forever changed. She embarked on a journey of discovery, uncovering the secrets and wonders that lay hidden within the forest's embrace. The stone became her constant companion, a conduit through which she could communicate with the ancient spirits that dwelled among the trees. As the seasons turned, Willow learned the intricate language of the woodland creatures, forging unbreakable bonds with the wise old owls, the mischievous squirrels, and the graceful deer that roamed the sun-dappled glades. She tended to the delicate balance of nature, nurturing the growth of rare flora and defending the forest from those who sought to exploit its riches. Yet, Willow's greatest challenge came in the form of a looming darkness that threatened to engulf the enchanted realm. A cruel sorcerer, driven by greed and a lust for power, had set his sights on the forest's mystical heart, seeking to harness its energy for his own nefarious purposes. Undeterred, Willow rallied her newfound friends, the fearless fox, the cunning raven, and the noble stag, and together they embarked on a perilous quest to thwart the sorcerer's plans. Their journey led them through treacherous landscapes, where they faced cunning riddles, fierce guardians, and ancient traps laid by those who had come before. In the depths of a forgotten cavern, they finally confronted the sorcerer, who wielded a dark magic that threatened to overwhelm them. But Willow's unwavering courage and the bond she had forged with the forest spirits proved stronger than any spell. With the stone's radiant power coursing through her veins, she wove a tapestry of light and life, banishing the sorcerer's corruption and restoring the delicate equilibrium of the enchanted realm. As the dust settled, Willow emerged victorious, her heart swelling with pride and a newfound sense of purpose. She had not only protected the forest, but also discovered the true extent of her own strength and resilience. From that day forward, Willow became the guardian of the enchanted realm, a role she embraced with humility and reverence. She walked among the trees, her footsteps light and her heart filled with wonder, sharing the wisdom she had gained with all who crossed her path. And whenever the moon rose high, casting its silvery glow upon the forest canopy, Willow would sit beside the ancient oak, cradling the stone that had opened her eyes to this magical world. She would close her eyes and listen to the whispers of the wind, grateful for the extraordinary journey that had transformed her from an ordinary girl into a guardian of nature's most precious secrets. Story 82. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was kind and imaginative, with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. Yet, within her heart, Lily struggled with the changes life brought. One crisp autumn day, Lily was wandering through the woods, kicking fallen leaves as she went. The trees were shedding their vibrant cloaks, and Lily couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness as the colors faded. "I wish things could stay the same forever," she whispered, hugging her knees to her chest. Suddenly, a soft twinkling sound caught her ear. Lily turned to find a glowing trail of stardust dancing through the air. Curiosity sparked within her, and she followed the shimmering path deeper into the forest. The trail led her to a clearing where an ancient willow tree stood tall and proud. Beneath its sweeping boughs sat a wizened old woman, her silver hair flowing like wisps of cloud. She beckoned Lily closer with a warm smile. "Welcome, my dear," the woman said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "I am Amara, keeper of the season's magic." Lily's eyes widened in wonder as Amara waved her hand, and the willow's branches came alive with blossoms of every color imaginable. "You seem troubled by the changes around you," Amara observed kindly. Lily nodded, her gaze fixed on the ever-shifting blooms. "It's just, everything feels so different, and I don't know how to handle it." Amara chuckled softly. "Change is the heartbeat of life, my dear. Without it, we could never grow." With another wave of her hand, the blossoms transformed into tiny butterflies that fluttered around Lily, filling the air with their delicate dance. "Look closely," Amara instructed. "These butterflies were once humble caterpillars bound to the earth, but through their transformation, they found the courage to spread their wings and soar." Lily watched, entranced, as the butterflies took flight, their wings catching the golden rays of the sun. "Change can be frightening," Amara continued, "but it also holds great beauty and possibility. Embrace it, and you will discover strengths within yourself you never knew existed." Over the following weeks, Lily found herself seeking out Amara's company, drawn to the old woman's wisdom and the magical wonders she wove. With each visit, Amara would conjure breathtaking displays that mirrored the lessons she wished to impart. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter drifted down, Amara fashioned delicate frost sculptures that glittered like diamonds in the pale light. "See how the harsh cold has transformed these simple drops of water into something exquisite?" she asked, her eyes twinkling. "Change, though difficult, can reveal unseen beauty." Lily nodded, mesmerized by the icy artworks. A newfound appreciation for the changing seasons blossomed within her. Another time, as spring's warm breezes caressed the land, Amara coaxed a tiny seedling to sprout before Lily's eyes. Day by day, the little plant unfurled its leaves and stretched towards the sun, blossoming into a radiant flower. Just as this seedling embraced growth, so too must we welcome the changes life brings, Amara explained. For it is only through constant transformation that we can truly bloom. With each magical encounter, Lily's fear of change melted away, replaced by a sense of wonder and excitement for the adventures yet to come. Her journey was not without its challenges, however. There were days when doubt crept in, and the path ahead seemed uncertain. But Lily found solace in the steadfast friendship of her dear woodland companions, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, and a playful stream that babbled words of encouragement. Oakley's sturdy branches sheltered her from life's storms, reminding her that even in times of turmoil, she possessed an inner strength that could weather any gale. The stream's gentle currents soothed her worries, whispering that change was as natural as the ebb and flow of water over stones. As the seasons cycled and the years drifted by, Lily blossomed into a radiant young woman, her spirit as vibrant as the wildflowers that danced in the meadows. Though Amara had long since departed, her magic lived on in Lily's heart, a constant reminder to embrace life's transformations with grace and curiosity. And so, whenever the winds of change whispered through the trees, Lily would smile and spread her arms wide, welcoming the opportunity to grow and discover the beautiful possibilities that lay ahead. For she had learned that change was not something to fear, but a precious gift, a chance to unfurl one's wings and take flight towards newfound horizons, ever evolving, ever becoming.